ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome everybody for another season of the ESL StarCraft 2 Masters. As we're entering winter, we're super excited to kick off day number 1 of Europe and America today of the regionals. I'm Wardy, joined by Loco, who is a newcomer to the online experience in this year, at least I think. Loco, you weren't here last time, but you were there in Sweden, right?
I'm very zoomed in. I've just noticed. Let me just zoom myself out a little bit. I don't want to be taking up everybody's screen real estate.
I zoomed myself in a bit earlier as well, but like I couldn't be as big as you, man. Like it was tough.
You zoomed out. You zoomed out on purpose.
No. I zoomed in, man. I zoomed in as much as I felt feasible. So.
No, it's gonna be fun, man. We've got a lot of good StarCraft, of course, coming up. All of the big names are essentially signed up. So if you enjoy watching high-level StarCraft, I mean, there's a good couple weeks of it coming up.
There absolutely is a good couple of weeks of it coming. We're going to have a great time. Of course, we wouldn't be here without our sponsors, of course, Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and of course, ESL Shop, so thank you so much. Most importantly, though, what they allow us to do is not just have this online regional, but also have the offline event in Atlanta the week before Christmas. You can be there. If you want to be there, make sure you get your tickets now, dreamhack.com/Atlanta/tickets. You can still get 20% off with the code StarCraft, so go do check that out if you do so wish, and we'll hopefully be seeing a bunch of you there, as I have managed to press the wrong button already. 1 minute into the producing day, and I've already turned into the wrong thing. It's okay.
It's all good, buddy.
You guys nearly got a sneak peek of the lobby. Well, you can have a sneak peek of what's coming up in general. Let's have a look at the standings as we have Group A of Europe. Now, today's a little bit confusing. We're not necessarily going to start in Group A, but this is who is going to be in Group A and the players that could end up playing against each other. Serral, Spirit, Reynor, Laser, Hero Marine are kind of the biggest names perhaps, but then you've got some really fun players in this group, locos such as Bly. I think Goblin's really fun, Mana's always a challenger, and of course in this Swiss format, essentially 8 players will advance, but it is only basically you win 3 series and you get to the playoffs, you lose 3 series and you're out of the tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see some Bly games again. I know we're going to be casting some of his matches later today as well, but it's been a while since I've actually seen him play some high-level StarCraft 2, so it should be a lot of fun. I'm also kind of looking right there at aRocKFire, who hasn't really had a chance to show how good he really is, just because of his age, right? He just recently turned 16 years old, so yeah. Should be fun. Should be a good game. First
time in the ESL regionals for him, which is obviously very, very cool. Obviously, it's great to have people who are around just, have been playing all this time. Like, we know aRocKFire. I've casted a bunch of aRocKFire, but we've never seen him in one of these events, so that's very cool. We also have Group B, where you see the players such as Showtime, Clem, Max, Skillous, Wayne, Lambo, Harstem, all the way through to, we've got MilkyCow in here, Night Phoenix, Acheron, Young Yakov, I feel like has been doing great lately as well. Also a very competitive group. We might have a couple favorites at the top, but then we're definitely going to have a real fight in the middle.
Yeah, players like Harstem as well, of course, here. Absolutely a fan favorite. I know a lot of people are always excited to see the captain doing well here. Also somebody who we will be casting later today, so yeah, some good games coming up. Yeah.
Let's have a look at that schedule and see exactly what it is. We've got 10 best of 3s for you all. We're going to be starting in Europe. Today is one of the few days we start just with Europe. Usually we'll be starting earlier in the day with Asia. But we go into Europe straight away today with 6 best of 3s, followed by 4 best of 3s over in the Americas region. We'll be talking about those a little later, but we will have Night Phoenix versus Skillous, then Spirit versus PtitDrogo, Serral versus aRocKFire, Reynor taking on Spats, Harstem battles MilkyCow, and Bly is going to be taking on Mana. That's actually a really fun one. I'll talk a bit more about that when we get there. But let's talk about our first series of the day. Skillous taking on Night Phoenix, someone that Skillous has typically been dominant over when they've met in the past. And Skillous had a great run last season, finishing top 8 in the ESL European Regionals. So, time for him to get off to a good start once again, I'd imagine, because he's the kind of player we expect to be kind of up there and doing well lately.
Yeah, absolutely. Skillous has been very impressive as of late, for sure. Definitely somebody I think we can all expect to do well in this particular tournament. And the players are already saying in the lobby that they are ready to go. So I think we have a good start, Wardy. I mean, looks like we're jumping into the first game basically right from the start.
Pretty much. We are pretty much all set to go. The players are ready. We're efficient. We got through the pre-show very quickly. None of this, as Roddy would say, none of this talkcraft, all about the StarCraft. So I think Roddy's going to be here live with us. He's currently flying back home from TwitchCon right now. So I think Roddy's tomorrow is getting off the plane, getting a train home, walking through the house, and he's going to sit down and be like, welcome to the ESL Mart. Well, I do that part, but, he'll be there to be like, yeah, Roddy's going to be fun.
Yeah, he's flying home. traveling home, and then I think he's casting like 13 best of 3s tomorrow.
I know.
He's a very passionate man.
The passion is very real, as we do have two very passionate players right here as well. As I actually think we're going to have to go for a regain because I have the wrong UI on, so that's my bad.
Oopsie.
Yeah,
That's okay.
That is my bad. So that'll just be a couple of moments, guys, as we'll get this fixed up. I forgot we have to use the official interface. That's the one, of all the things I had written down to set up from last time, apparently I just didn't write that part down. So
That is completely fine. Wardy has about 1 million different things to all of a sudden juggle all at once. And obviously this is the first day of the tournament. We'll get everything going underway soon enough.
Yeah. I can't remember which one it is that we actually use.
I'm not exactly sure which one the exact overlay is that you need to use.
I'm not too sure, but we'll get this rehosted up, we'll get this set, and going once again. I will just ping our admin to make sure they know what's going on. Apparently, of all the things I tested, that is not one of them, man.
Apparently it's Pro 2020, according to Indy. So we should be able to get into that one soon enough. Yeah, I think Skillous is probably going to feel pretty comfortable, all things considered, against Night Phoenix. I mean, it's still Protoss versus Protoss, so things can get a little bit messy. But overall, I do believe that Skillous is going to be the favorite going into this particular match.
Mm-hmm. No, I think Night Phoenix is always a fairly dangerous player, but when you've got someone like Skillous, he's been, especially PvP-wise, I feel like Skillous has been fairly consistent lately, so definitely feeling like he's going to have a pretty good time. Yeah, that's the correct overlay. Cool. I don't know why.
Yeah,
you know what?
Got it.
It must have worked because I did a full rehearsal earlier, and like everything looked completely normal earlier, so it must have just reset. I had to turn my power off and my PCs off earlier, so I wonder if it just didn't save for whatever reason. But that's okay. All fixed up now, and we'll be back into this in just a moment or so. It wouldn't be day one without a couple of minor hiccups. You know what it is? It's because we were like, oh, we're so efficient, we're so on time, and then boom.
You hyped yourself up a little too much.
I'm the one causing the problems.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, these two have only ever played 5 times against each other in tournaments. So, in my mind, they've played against each other a little bit more frequently than that, but apparently only 5 times, even though they compete in the same region. It's been Skillous winning most of the time. So he's won about 80% of their encounters so far, but relatively small sample size. So, should be something he's quite comfortable with, albeit the last time they faced off against each other. It's a best of 1 of Protoss versus Protoss, so how much can you really draw a conclusion from that? But last time they did play, it was Night Phoenix obtaining, well, the win for the first time.
Yeah, which is pretty cool. Like I say, that's cool for this series especially, right? Because it gives Night Phoenix that little bit of a boost, like a little bit of a, like, yeah, you know what, I got this, maybe I can sneak out a best of 3. And of course, these are best of 3s as well, right? Which is a short enough series where upsets can 100% happen, right? So, we'll see what goes on when we kick off into this next match, as we are going to start off down in the bottom right side. Everything's looking good this time around. So, to begin with, we have ourselves the blue Protoss player. This is Skillous.
And his opponent, up here in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, it's Night Phoenix.
Yes, it is. Alright, so really excited to see what Night Phoenix is going to do in general, see if he comes in with a very aggressive stance or what, because obviously you can be extremely aggressive when it comes to PvP, right? Like, this is a matchup where you can just one base all day if you want to, as long as your opponent's trying to expand, but even if they want to one base, you can have some weird scenarios. There is no guarantee that we have to play into, you know, a super long game, and typically PvP nowadays is in this much more aggressive meta, where longer games are definitely on the rarer side of things.
No, absolutely. Yeah, the mirror matchups in StarCraft 2 are always a little different than the others. Like Protoss versus Terran and Zerg versus Protoss and Zerg versus Terran, they can be a little bit more dynamic usually, but if you end up losing one of your Stalkers early on, that might just be GG, right? And that's one of the issues you can run into. You need to play a really crisp early game in order to play that macro match. And, well, even pro gamers, they do make mistakes where oftentimes you make one little error, the opponent is just going to be able to obtain the victory a minute or two later. And because of all of that, it's very tricky to actually play that long, drawn-out macro game here. Both players, though, opening up pretty normal here. Double gateway, top of the high ground. And then we've got ourselves a Cybercore as well.
Yeah, we kind of have to wait for some max packs, so maybe even Astrea PvP if we want to see, you know, no ramp natural expansions, but we are going to see a cheeky little pile on the bottom side from Night Phoenix. He's going to get that set up straight away, so Night Phoenix to put something into play, like I say, pretty much immediately. And he will try. Well, I mean, this sort of feels like a position for Stargate. Usually a Robo's maybe a bit more central. So yeah, Stargate and then some pressure into that main base of Skillous early, trying to take an early edge.
Yeah, it's one of those locations where your oracles can just simply fly in a little bit faster since both players are opening up the depths. He does indeed have enough gas available to plant down that Stargate over here, and it's a perfect spot. It's not really something that Skillous is going to be able to scout all too easily. It's relatively conservative as far as proxies go, and obviously Skillous is scouting around the opponent's main base, and he may have picked up on the fact that there is a pylon missing there, or at the very least that something is just ever so slightly amiss, but it's always difficult. You never really know exactly what's going on. He is now sending that probe down towards the bottom left-hand corner. He's looking around, so there is a chance. Yeah, he's actually got it on the rally point over there. There is a chance here that Skillous indeed finds it.
It's amazing how fast he finds it. Like, the probe really walked just straight over in this direction, so that helps him out a lot. No time wasted, and now he knows immediately what to prepare against. You know, a couple of stalkers, put them in position. Maybe you accelerate a battery into this mineral line now, which is exactly what he decides to do. So battery goes down, the Stargate's on the way from Skillous. He can make a defensive Phoenix as well if he wants to go hunting for that Oracle. He does get a block off here as well. Unfortunately, loses his scouting probe, but not bad at all. These Adepts are going to commit with the Stalker nearby. I mean, the second Stalker from Skillous should kind of run over here and help. He's obviously a bit busy with his own Adepts. They are in the main right now, so he's found 3 workers, and that's probably why that this is all happening on the other side, because these workers are going down.
Phoenix right now, though, is going to be needed inside of the main base, as we do have an Oracle flying into the main here of Skillous. It comes out at the perfect moment. There's already that shield battery that you brought up. I mean, he's going to try and activate that stasis ward, but is it going to finish? I mean, it will. And it actually still catches so many workers. Skillous making all of the right moves, but just ever so slightly late on the pro pool.
I didn't know what I liked the most, because obviously Skillous didn't need to get all these probes scored. He could have pulled them away. He clearly thought he was going to kill the Oracle in time. That's a big hit to his economy, but I guess the plus is he's killed a few probes himself. At least he's still ahead on workers, so once these get out, it will help him. And he's gotten rid of the Oracle, so that's one less thing that now Night Phoenix can utilize. And Night Phoenix is looking not great. 3 Adepts, 2 Stalkers. Obviously, the Phoenix of Skillous, if he wants to get aggressive, can lift up a unit and offset things as well. As now Skillous just drops an expansion down. I don't think he's wrong to do so. There's nothing in the immediate future that's going to hurt this expansion of his.
Yeah, exactly. So Skillous is going to be able to get that nice economical edge here, which will ultimately allow him to, well, make more stuff, right? And ultimately, that's what you're looking for in a game of StarCraft 2. He's going to be able to get his robo facility going as well, so that advantage he has obtained at this point in the game, he's trying to push forth by, well, building up his tech and building up his economy, which can be a little bit dangerous, but you're right. What exactly is Night Phoenix going to be able to do? Well, he's gonna be able to maybe go for a bit of a push, right? Blink is gonna finish up in maybe half a minute or so from now, but the question is that really going to be enough? Because it becomes a complete all-in.
Yeah, it really does become, like you say, kind of a complete all-in, right? Like, you're gonna be so committed. I mean, if you're gonna do it, maybe Blink is one of the better ways, but I do like what Skillous is doing defensively. The Robo comes up, if he just gets himself to an Immortal fairly quickly, maybe you go Observer first, just in case of DTs, but you've got your own Oracles, so I think Immortal first is naturally just going to be what you go for, and that's going to help a lot. Now, it's not a guaranteed defense, but it's big steps in the right direction, and it's going to be out before the first Blink attack happens, so you're not going to have the rest of your units thinned out before this comes through, which is big, because then you're going to have the proper support for this Immortal, and you've got the Stasis Ward to stop units from jumping on top of the Immortal, because Stalkers love to blink on top and instantly target it down. So just throughout, I think this is going to be looking very, very good here for Skillous. Just needs to get the Immortal down the ramp and into play.
Yeah, this is still dangerous though, right? Because this can still go wrong very, very easily. Okay, the Adepts are going to walk into the Stasis Ward. Aggressive blink forward right there by Night Phoenix. Skillous right now is bringing that Immortal down the ramp. Trying his very best here to warp in as many defensive units as possible. Lift up as well on that Phoenix, but the Immortal is doing a lot of work. A second Immortal is going to spawn in just a couple seconds from now, and I think ultimately that will allow him the defense that he's been looking for. It's tricky to micro all of these different units all at the same time, right? But yeah, that second Immortal right now marching down the ramp, that should be enough.
I think it's just impossible with 2 Immortals here. If you try and get rid of one, you're going to take so much damage in the process, right? Now you're going to go for number 2. The barrier was still on it. It's going to stay alive a bit longer. You lift up with a Phoenix. And this is the issue. You still have an Immortal alive, so Skillous. And Skillous is so good. As long as he has one Immortal, I don't think another Blinken is necessarily going to do it. And he lost a lot of Stalkers in the process as Night Phoenix. His supply is not looking good enough. And yeah, there's still even a defensive stasis quite far back that Skillous can somewhat rely on as well if he needs to.
Yep, so every minute that goes by right now, the advantage that Skillous has gets bigger, right? He's just simply got a bit more mining. It's not a ton, but it adds up over the course of this game. Night Phoenix still on just a single base, and he can really only just do the same thing, but more of it, right? So, well, unless the Immortals are very exposed and he can get one picked off for free, he's almost relying on his opponent right now, making a mistake. And yeah, because of that, he decides to tap out. Skillous wins our first game of the day.
Yep, very nicely done from Skillous. Good defense here throughout, and he does find himself that first game victory. And just solid stuff. I think he just made all the right calls. He already had himself defensively set up. He didn't need to go Observer, get the Immortal quickly. Had the Stasis Wards to help aid him. Just, killed the Oracle immediately as well. And obviously scouted for the Stargate in the first place to be prepared enough to do that. So all of these things just had that knock-on effect of, yeah, at the end of the day, it's going to be very, very good for Skillous. And so it was. Yeah. And so now we have ourselves...
Yeah, the only thing I guess that didn't quite go his way was that one Stasis Ward in his mineral line, right? Like, that looked a little bit shaky. Sometimes you make all the right moves, but then in a game of StarCraft, you have like half a second to make the right decision as well. And he was just ever so slightly late on the Pro Pool. He probably could have targeted the Stasis Ward as well before it actually finished up. There's a couple of moves he could have made, but he just assumed that the Oracle would die, and then he realized, wait a second, it's not going to go down yet. I'm going to have to pull my probes right now. Ultimately, it didn't really matter all too much, though. I mean, just catching that early game cheese is so big, right? Because you just shut down so much of that, well, potential there from the opponent. Suddenly, the entire tech route that Night Phoenix was going for just didn't really work out for him anymore. And yeah, he decided to go for an all-in. I don't really mind going for the Blink Stalker all-in on the back of it, but you are sort of putting all of your eggs in one basket, right? You're just trying your very best to win with that attack, and if it doesn't work, well, we're going to game number 2.
Especially when things start off with the 2 Adepts getting in on the other side and just a few probes killed, but that chaos kind of felt as though it threw Night Phoenix off a little bit when he needed to be the one taking the edge. He very much so was not that player, so yeah, a little bit rough is I just let them know we're ready.
Yep.
Because, yeah, we're always ready, basically. easy life over here. After game number 1, we're just good whenever. So yeah,
the referee waiting for us to give him the go ahead.
This happens so often, right? I join a lobby and I'm like, I'm just so ready. I'm not paying attention. I'm talking to chat or something, right? And then the player's like, Wardy, and eventually look back. I'm like, oh my god, guys, you could have started. I thought one of you weren't here. Never wait on me unless I tell you to. Do your own thing.
Worst case scenario, you missed the first 30 seconds of the game of StarCraft, and it'll be fine.
if I'm in the lobby, I think we'll be okay, I think we'll be alright, so... Let's kick off into game number 2. It is a 1-0 lead right now for our blue Protoss player in the bottom right-hand corner. Of course, part of Team Liquid, this is Skillous.
And his opponent, up here in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, going for a cheeky strategy in game number 1. It's Night Phoenix. Wonder if he's gonna do something a little aggressive once again. I mean, I think playing a macro game against somebody like Skillous is very scary, so I can't really blame him for playing a bit of a cheese there, but Skillous was certainly on point, right? I mean, he must have counted pylons right there in the opponent's main base, and he just set a rally point up with that probe. Obviously, he also knows that Night Phoenix is well capable of going for some cheeses, so Skillous just, making sure that he scouts every possible location where his opponent could be cheesing from. And he decided to go for the most conservative spot first, pretty far away, all things considered, from the main base, but he saw it coming in from a mile away, and then, well, that defense just becomes so much easier, right? Going for the Stasis Ward, going for the Phoenix. Yeah, he shut that down with ease.
Yep, it all just kind of came through step by step. It made it look like a very simple matchup, which PvP really is not. There's so much that can happen in this matchup, right? There's so many things that can go wrong, or a little bit haywire and everything. He really made it look easy, and as we set up now, we get 2 gates piece once again, Cybercores coming through. And we'll see if Night Phoenix may try something expansion-focused himself this time. If he's going to proxy at all, he has a probe on the map, but not really in like a great proxy location, more so like put a pylon and then walk away. Just like try and fake out what your opponent sees.
Yeah, exactly. So one of the things that these guys will be doing is counting the opponent's pylons. So Skillous right now is checking, okay, how many pylons do you really have inside of your main base? Okay, looks like there's only a single one. That could mean, of course, that there's a proxy coming up once again. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if Skillous is going to scout here in just a moment to see exactly what is going on, well, his side of the map. But yeah, it's always difficult to tell, right? So he's looking around with the probe right now. He's like, dang, there's There's a pylon missing. What exactly am I, well, playing against? And it turns out Night Phoenix really not doing anything weird. He's just treating the main base, or the map, I guess, as his entire main base.
Yeah, no, I mean, why not? It's cheeky though, right? It's the sort of thing you see all the time. It just developed in PvP. As we do see a little poke up to the high ground there. Interesting, obviously a little bit of a different opening, 2 Adepts versus 2 Stalkers, but then you see them reversing roles afterwards. So then Night Phoenix is going to go 2 Adepts, Skillous will add on 2 Stalkers, and we do see a Twilight Council from each of them. So both of them going to head in towards a faster, most likely Blink play here, unless we sneak a Dark Shrine down from one side or the other.
Skillous is going to check out the bottom left-hand corner. Ooh, just barely did not touch the watchtower over there. I mean, it wasn't really going to give him that much vision, I suppose, but he was trying his very best to be on the edge with that shade. Still will be trying to send these Adepts into the opponent's main base. Really shouldn't be happening at this level of play. There should be a worker ready to complete that wall off and to shut down any sort of aggressive shades like that. But now the Stalkers here from Night Phoenix are going to be marching across the map as well. But there should be Stalkers waiting here already for Skillous. There's the Blink, by the way, for both.
Yeah, not going to be anything too wild out of the Twilight Council. Blink is obviously kind of the expectation as a third gateway comes up from Night Phoenix, and that's the real diversion in this game. You know, Skillous is just in on 2 gateways, which probably means he's going to get Blink into an expansion. Whereas Night Phoenix, absolutely, a third gateway is going to ramp up the pressure, and there's gateway number 4, so let's ramp it up 2 times that. So yeah, there is actually a third from Skillous though, so maybe, I don't know if he's just figuring out that something's coming, so he adds a third. Either way, his gateways are much later than his opponent's, so still a pretty serious difference.
Yep. Thing is though, Skillous does not quite yet have an expansion on the low ground either, so it's quite tricky to actually push up that ramp. The Adepts over here trying to shade around, but not really achieving that much either on the other side of the map. Alright, it's going to be up to Skillous right here to defend against what the opponent has prepared, and he's going to be going for a robo facility here, so that was close, but it does prevent those Adepts from getting in.
Solid block with the warp in. Nice, just kind of what you want to see. Yeah, the robo facility is going to give Skillous an even better defensive setup, of course. It's just so interesting because obviously it's 4 gates versus 3. The robo now makes the difference. Obviously, you expect them to do fairly similar things because it's a mirror matchup. So if one player has 1 less gate, you need to see something else happen. Otherwise, what are they doing with their money? The robo facility will be that. And obviously, like, it kind of feels like whoever attacks is kind of in the worse off position. I don't think the 1 warp gate of advantage from Night Phoenix is going to give enough of a difference. So Blink done on both sides. Skillous is on the map. Night Phoenix is still actually kind of back at home, which is funny because with less gateways, you maybe expect him to be the one who would be sitting defensively, but it is just a weird scenario that way.
Yep, both players, neither of them really wants to commit, right? So Skillous now going into the Immortal though, and that ultimately is a fantastic defense against what Night Phoenix has. At this point, it's obviously, well, going to be difficult for him to match the numbers right here that are popping out of those gateways, but Night Phoenix also doesn't have a point right here to warp in from, so yeah, we do see an aggressive Blink over here, trying his very best to target as many of those units as possible. So far, Skillous is okay. Does not complete the wall off over here. Aggressive Blink forward once again by Night Phoenix, and he does pick off a lot of his opponent's Stalkers.
I kind of thought the
Immortal's coming.
I kind of thought the Adept Shade was a mistake, but I actually think it just blocks the Stalkers from walking up that ramp, and it takes their fire a little bit, so it kind of worked out. Skillous Blink back nicely in the end, and like you say, that Immortal is here, or is coming now, it is here. That really should stop the aggression, but it's still such a weird place because it's still 1 base each, so who's going to take the initiative to actually make an expansion on the map? It kind of still feels like it should be Skillous, you know? He's the one that has the Immortals and they're a bit more defensive, but Night Phoenix will be the first to put it up instead.
Yeah, he decides to proxy the Nexus all the way in the bottom left. So with these Stalkers, usually you are the one who will be aggressive. The Immortal a little bit slower, a little bit more dangerous to move out on the map with that. So yeah, Night Phoenix right now, well, still sort of continuing a quote-unquote all-in. At the very least, that's what he's trying to fake right now to his opponent. The thing is, eventually the Immortals are going to be out in big enough numbers, and Skillous will be a little bit more brave to go out into the map. At this point, though, Skillous does not know about that golden base, right? And that's tricky for him. He doesn't really know exactly what he's playing against. Is this a committed all-in right here from Night Phoenix, or can he actually start marching around a little bit?
The only thing I was going to mention before, when Skillous took the watchtower, he did see the probe sitting on the gold base. I wonder if he did see that, because I was like, oh, he saw that but didn't send anything after it. I wonder if he just, maybe if he did see it and noticed it, he might still assume there's a possibility. Obviously, that's not a guarantee, and it's hard to know without knowing if he saw that bottom left probe or not. Actually, he sees the watchtower now, so now he sees the gold base as well, so now he gets confirmation.
Yep. Base is already out, though. It's going to finish up right now. Night Phoenix, of course, did just end up using his recall ability, so he won't be able to just send that army in red towards the other side of the map. Problem is that he does not know that he's been spotted, right? That watchtower here is not something that Night Phoenix has vision of. And at this point, yeah, Skillous is thinking the same thing, too. He's like, wait a second, should I be committing right now? Like, where exactly do I send my army? Okay, decides to sit there with a massive line. Concave right now definitely going to be in favor of Skillous. Those Immortals, though, are going to be so nice.
Yeah, Immortals are going to be extremely good. Almost unfairly good a lot of the time here. And if you blink on top of them, there's again just enough Stalkers to make sure it's not going to matter too much. The Guardian Shield goes down as well. The Immortals have only had their barriers taken out so far, so they are still very healthy. And you can see Skillous so far is winning out this fight. Stalker from the other side gets picked off. That's the one from the watchtower. The Skillous continues to chase this down. Neither player really has a super nearby warp in, so this is really just playing with what you have. Skillous blinks forward, trying to take the attention to the fight. Let his Immortals catch up. We did have a few Stalkers showing up from the gold base, however, and now we continue to fight this down. Skillous is going to blink, and he is going to get a couple more kills.
Yeah, just like in game number 1, ultimately the Immortals are the ones absolutely destroying this. Night Phoenix right now thinking about maybe going towards the opponent's main base, or at the very least he's heading in that direction. Stalker split off from the main pack right here for Skillous in the bottom left-hand corner to try and see if he can maybe, well, take out that Nexus here, and he does have enough Stalkers to shut all of this down. GG is called. It's Skillous who obtains the victory to 2-0.
Yeah, GG's from Skillous. He played himself a very solid game, right? Just put himself in the right sort of position, put himself in the right kind of, place at the right kind of time. I think it was a little bit scary because, like, I need to get to that gold. But while I'm trying to get to that gold, like, what if he hits my main base, and I enter a base trade? Well, actually, he's better off in a base trade because he's got the more mobile army, and he's already got 2 bases spread in different corners of the map, essentially. So actually, a base trade is really bad for Skillous. So he's so tentative to kind of, like, make a committed move, but then he kind of needs to. So a really weird scenario, however, he is able to make the better job of it. He is able to get himself into a 2-0, and that's a fantastic start. Again, the simplistic way of explaining this format is 3 wins and you make playoffs, 3 losses and you're out the tournament. So to start off with a win, as the first one out of the way, of course, naturally, the opposition consistently gets tougher because now that he's 1-0, his next matchup will be against someone else 1-0. So it's only going to get harder from here, but it's obviously very important to get that first win on the board, and that's exactly what Skillous is able to do here in the European region, Loco. A fun little PvP to start us off.
I kind of like what Skillous did as well in that game, forcing the recall, right? With a small group of Stalkers, forcing all of those Stalkers there from the opponent to come back home. It made it difficult for Night Phoenix. Like, I don't know if he was intending on, for example, recalling probes all the way to the bottom left-hand corner, right? And really get that economy boosting. But because of those Stalkers in the main base there that Skillous sent across, he had to use the recall defensively, and then the economy never really got that boost that we were both expecting. So I actually really like what Skillous did there. Not really... It's easy to overestimate how much value your opponent will get out of a gold base, right? Sometimes you get a little carried away being super aggressive trying to shut it down, but yeah, he played that calmly, and he just simply played better than his opponent.
All right, well, that's going to be our first matchup of the day. Already wrapped up. The PvP is quick and aggressive, and with that, we are going to go to a quick little break. When we return, Spirit is going to be taking on PtitDrogo as more players get their ESL winter season underway. So stay tuned. We will not be long. We'll be right back with you with more SC2.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone, as our first series of the day and the first series of Europe is already wrapped up. We're going to get ourselves ready for the next matchup, which is going to be Spirit taking on PtitDrogo. Actually, kind of a fun one, because you asked me just during this break, have I seen Drogo play recently? And I'm like, well, no, not really. And that's usually my answer about PtitDrogo playing. He doesn't play that much, right? Like, he's not around all the time. He's not one of these guys that's playing in absolutely everything. So it's always very interesting when he does play in these bigger events to see what sort of caliber is he at right now. Is he up to the test? And again, someone like Spirit, who got top 4 last season, even more interesting.
Yeah, I know Drogo has been very busy. I think he's been studying software engineering, if I'm not mistaken, and he does a lot of programming and whatnot these days. So still a lot of computer work, but maybe a little bit less StarCraft 2, right? The thing is, a lot of these pro gamers, they've built up like a baseline of skill to the point where they can actually just take games off of some of the very best players in the world, even if they haven't been playing as much as they used to in the past. The thing is, though, he's going up against Spirit, and I kind of feel like Spirit, in much the same way as Skillous, has kind of been on like a high over the last year or so. Like, he's been stepping up and really making himself look like one of the very best Terrans on the European server. So I do think this is going to be an uphill battle here for Drogo, but I mean, it's possible. I mean, he could always bring out some dirty strategies, right? It's still the new patch, of course, as well. It's not to be forgotten. Maybe there aren't that many new cheeses he can execute, but there's a chance he's been cooking up some fresh cheeses over in France.
Maybe he's got like a little bit of cheese up his sleeve or so, right? Maybe he's got something.
A little bit of fromage.
So. Yeah, something along those lines. So yeah, no, there's definitely a possibility. As we're going to get ourselves ready to go into PtitDrogo vs Spirit game number 1. Of course, we're playing on all of these new maps as well. Also interesting to see in a TVP which maps in the 9-map map pool make it in. And also for ESL events, they have a new vetoing process as well. So it's not just as simple as ban 6 maps and boom, we pick 3. It's like ban, pick, ban, and even kind of crazier. So potentially that you're going to start seeing some more controversial maps in each matchup than what you might usually have. Not that there's a lot of overly controversial maps in themselves, but
Set station, map map 1 every time. Let's go.
that map's be making it into so many best of 3s. I'm like, what are you guys doing? Are you just trolling me?
It's actually so fun.
I don't get it. Like, I just, something doesn't add up on my side, but you know what? It is what it is. So with that said, let's get into this. In the bottom right-hand side, our red Protoss player to kick us off in our second best of 3 of Europe. It is PtitDrogo.
And his opponent, one of Europe's greatest Terrans, it's Spirit. Yeah, Site Delta, though. This is another map that we see in basically every series, right? I mean, this is probably, I don't know, you cast a ton of StarCraft. Would you say this is like the most common map you see in a new map pool?
No, I think Alcyone gets played a little bit more, which is interesting because I feel like that map's even bigger than this. I would say that this is a fairly sizable map. This map is kind of interesting because of like a lot of the ledges. There's lots of like corners to put tanks around. So against Terrans, I feel like a lot of players don't love it. But then the size of it almost makes you want to play it anyway. So it's kind of got those perks on either side, which usually makes for a pretty good map, right? Like certain parts of it good for Terran, certain parts are better for Protoss versus Zerg, and the matchup versus Terran, for example. So yeah, this one definitely gets played a fair amount though. Maybe not the absolute most, but it's making it into a lot of the best of 3s. It's definitely not like, I mean, the most controversial maps. Radu said sometimes it's controversial. Equilibrium seems like the most guaranteed not playing that map because such an easy gold base and so on just makes it a bit wonky. And even Hecate's kind of suffering from that as well.
Yeah, I haven't seen all too much Equilibrium. No, you mention it. I mean, it's, in my mind, not nearly as crazy as Radusat Station, but like you're saying, we have been seeing it a lot over the last couple of weeks. When like the new patch first went like, I felt like we never would see Radusat Station, or at the very least, now with 9 maps, everybody gets an extra veto. Even though maybe the process is a little different now, it's still a good chance that the maps aren't making it through. But yeah, we have been seeing that one a little bit more. So I'm secretly hoping we're gonna see some of that later today too. But Site Delta overall, pretty normal, right? Nothing all too spicy, nothing all too crazy. Certain parts are maybe a bit better for Terran, other parts are a bit better for Protoss. Overall, yeah, I think this is one of those comfort maps.
Comfort maps, yeah, no. I actually think this one, when I first saw it, I was like, because this was not in the TLMC finalists. This one was kind of like a out of nowhere map for me, and I was like, oh. I was like, I don't know if I love it, but then the more I've seen games on it, the more I think it's kind of pretty cool. The only thing I would say about this map is I feel like the top right and the bottom left bases never really seem to get taken. It feels like the game almost always gets decided going to like 4 or 5 base, which is interesting because I've seen some longer games on this, and yet I just can't really recall these kind of upper bases really being like super influential. So it'd be cool if we get to see something longer, but this is Spirit, and we expect him to play long. But again, if he's taking if he's taking on someone like Drogo, maybe he can just end it sooner. That's one thing I think Spirit has improved on. He's been a bit more aggressive when he feels he can be lately. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, Spirit is definitely the type of player who's not afraid to play the long games, but he feels a lot more comfortable ending it a bit earlier these days as well. If he does feel like he's ahead, some time ago he would basically just make another comment center and then another comment center and then another comment center, and you know, we're like, okay, I thought this game was over 20 minutes ago, but Spirit is still going strong. There's still a little bit of that left for sure, though, so maybe we are going to be seeing some of those corner bases as well that you were talking about. But for now, pretty normal openers. Widowmine opener right here from Spirit. An absolute Reddit favorite, and then also some Blink Stalker play on the other side of the map.
Yeah, pretty just straight down the path, right? Nothing really too wild. We'll see if Drogo goes for any additional gateways, or if he is just interested in taking his third very shortly. He really obviously just says how much aggression he is going to bring to the table in this PvT opener. It's really going to be Spirit to start for Widowmines, but also the 2 Hellions. So it's a little bit more aggressive because he's been reactor on units this entire time. So let's see what we can do. Is you are going to see the third from Drogo. Important right now is Spirit scouts that he just gets defensive because he doesn't want to let these 2 Hellions in, especially not if he's also dealing with the Widowmines at the same time.
He's gonna drop one of the Widowmines out already, try to make sure that maybe he can get some damage done over in the natural, just walk it in. Stalkers now in the meantime very busy inside of the main base. Widowmines will get dropped, but nice cleanup so far of the medevac. Now the Hellions in the natural are trying to put in a bunch of work, but so far, honestly, very well done right there by Drogo.
Yep, he loses a couple Stalkers overall, right? So 2 Stalkers and a Depth and a Probe. Really not so bad. One Widowmine survives over in the corner. Drogo has remembered about it, so even though Spirit tries to hide it, it will go down. Yeah, really just the perfect cleanup here from Drogo. That is a good amount of damage that he's been able to absorb, and just, yeah, this could have been so much worse, especially when the 2 Hellions get comboed in. It's so easy to lose control of your natural as well, but yeah, he was really on top of it, just had a good amount of units, and did it all with a fast third Nexus.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like he was just opening up 2 base here, right? Because, yeah, cleaning it up on 2 base is not quite the same as cleaning it up on 3. You need to be in the right place at the right time with literally all your units. Because even that one Widowmine just walking into the natural expansion is so annoying, right? Like, it requires additional target firing, but Drogo right there, yeah, quick on the keyboard. Now decides to go into the charge upgrade. Okay, interesting. What do you make of this? Are we going to be seeing a Templar Archives?
Yeah, I mean, usually charge and then you clear kind of gateway heavy for a while. You could go into the Robobane Disruptors after this or so, or maybe switch even into Colossi, but Templar Archives, Archons obviously complement as well. If you start building a lot of Zealots, your Templar Archives can provide the gas output of the Templars and hence Archons, so definitely some possibilities. These few Stalkers get 2 SCVs. We will lose 1 Stalker, however, which is a bit of a shame. Our Marines jumping back out the bunker, not going to be able to catch up. We are going to build an Immortal first here from Drogo. A little bit of extra safety in his army. Just buffers it up that little bit. 4 more gates, and there is indeed, like you just said, Templar Archives really just matches up well with this style.
Yeah, exactly. So 3rd Command Center is coming up for Spirit. Generally, we don't really see Terrans going into Ghosts until they have about 3 Command Centers taken. So obviously that's the natural enemy, I guess is what we can say, of the Archon. So Archons are going to be very strong for the time being. The problem is, of course, when Terran doesn't have the 3rd base landed yet, where exactly do you engage, right? It's not like you can just, well, charge up the... Well, you could technically charge up the ramp if you really wanted to of the natural expansion, but probably not a great choice. Spirit right now, though, thinking about going for a bit of a move out himself, mostly just pushing back those Stalkers for the time being. It's a little bit risky.
This is where having built the Immortal feels great, and the second one on the way too, because if that can help get in range of a couple tanks, that would be amazing. This Raven does not have Matrix. There's not been an upgrade for Matrix in this game, so this Raven can only do 2 things, Auto Turret or go for the anti-armor missile. He's just going to lead with a bunch of Auto Turrets, tank up some Zealots. Tanks will now get siege. They're going to target fire the Stalker specifically, but I honestly think the Zealots are going to do a great job, and there's that Immortal just going to chunk away at those siege tanks. Very comfortable defense from Drogo here, and just doesn't need to go chasing down like this. I think this is actually the worst thing he's done, because now he loses a bunch of units while not gaining anything. Yeah, a little bit of a overextension there. He could have just sat back on his battery. Realistically, Spirit couldn't have done more. He wanted more, but he really got nothing out of that chase.
Yeah, that one Immortal there really helping out. Now Drogo is going to go into the 4th base as well. There's the Ghost Academy in the meantime on the other side of the map, but it might be kind of tricky here for Spirit to actually secure that third base if Drogo does decide to get aggressive here in just a moment, and there certainly is an opportunity for him to go ahead and do so. A couple medevacs right now on the right side of the map as well, trying to see if maybe they can get some damage done, while at the same time there's also 2 medevacs, well, soon to be unloading inside of the main base. Widowmines are in there too. Is Drogo going to be able to clean up both at the same time? Widowmine not burrowed yet, so these probes do manage to slither away, I guess, but that's still 7 of them going down.
8 gateways getting shut down, and the Forge off of 2 pylons. That is a massive catch here from Spirit. He's going to shut down at least, what, 2 cycles of warp-ins, perhaps? So Drogo's going to start floating some money, and this means that as Spirit continues to be aggressive, Drogo is likely going to have a bunch of issues. He will start to clean this attack up in the main base. Well, he should be able to, but he's actually lost a couple Stalkers so far. In the end, Spirit actually lifts up, gets out of there. He's about to cancel the 4th base as well, just a single drop of units, but it's been enough. Drogo does pay attention, does cancel, but what a great few moments here from Spirit as we do use even the Prism to repower the gates a couple moments sooner, just to speed things along and to try and cancel out on some of the warp-ins he was potentially about to lose.
Yeah, Drogo doing an amazing job in the first, I want to say 6 minutes or so of this game, and, well, it only takes one of those moments, though, for everything to go awry. At this point, Spirit is suddenly finding himself at a massive supply lead. He managed to get the cancel as well on that opponent's 4th base, and now suddenly it's 3 base versus 3 base. The damage is not even just done yet. Now we won't have enough energy here either for any sort of storming or anything like that, so what exactly do you do right now as Drogo? Yeah, I guess you just re-expand, but now, of course, Spirit is thinking about going across the map again as well. He's got a very scary army. Now the Ghosts are added into the mix as well, which are going to be absolutely fantastic, assuming you control it well.
I kind of like Drogo's choice.
This is a tricky one.
I kind of like Drogo's choice of just attacking, though, because he says, well, you know what?
Yeah.
This has all gone wrong, but I did kill a fair few units during this. Like, maybe not quickly or efficiently, but I killed some units, so maybe if he messed up his macro, maybe I can catch him without enough stuff. In this case, I don't think that's true. The Sim City is there. There's a bunker, mines, ghosts. I think Spirit's going to be absolutely fine if Drogo attacks in. I don't hate the idea of attacking. I don't hate the idea of, even if he just checks, sees it's not going to happen, and backs off, putting himself in this position to take advantage if the moment was there is really not a bad idea.
Yeah, the question is, should he be committing, though? Because there's a lot of Widow Mines. I was going to say, pushing into that choke point with the auto turrets down, definitely not what you're looking for. In the meantime, we do have one Widow Mine as well over at the 4th base of the Protoss player, just putting in a little bit of work, just denying the mining there. This is a literal minefield. I don't think Drogo can go. He's thinking about it, though. Oh, that Prism.
Yeah, Prism is going to get out. We do lose the Prism now. One Storm goes off. It's taking so long to bust through the bunker on the top side that I feel like Drogo's just going to get so stuck on that. He warps in more Zealots. Still got EMPs available. Drogo has a slight upgrade lead here. We're getting to the point where he needs the reinforcements, and the Zealots start to come through just before the tech units take fire. The Zealots starting to melt quickly. Is it enough as Drogo keeps on pushing? SCV's starting to be lost. Spirit needs his reinforcement cycles to come through, and he is starting to get there. Now he gets Immortal. He's got an Archon or 2 very quickly after. This is the problem for Drogo. As he kills 25 SCVs, he's going to lose a lot of his army, and now it's Spirit's turn to head straight across the map, although these Zealots are going to hold him up a bit longer as well.
Yeah, that second Prism already prepared, right? When he lost the first one with the Templar in it, he had a backup Prism as well to continue warping in more and more units. Maybe catching Spirit off guard a little bit as well. That Immortal, with that barrier ability, stayed alive for, well, at least one stutter step longer. That's 31 SCVs going down, but yeah, like you said, now it is Spirit's turn to start messing around on the other side of the map a little bit, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to be boxing all of his units up here very soon to go across the map. There will be defensive High Templar available. There's certainly a chance that Drogo can hold on here, and now suddenly he's finding himself with a worker lead, but this is going to be a very scary attack. +2 infantry weapons is going to finish up as well very soon. That will definitely help out Spirit.
Yeah, the upgrades are going to be good from Spirit. Obviously, like you say, the defensive High Templar, and also just the fact Drogo is reliant on an army that can just warp in a ton of Zealots all at once. Those things are very good right now. You know, you can basically rebuild in a moment as that Observer is going to go down. So mines will be a little bit safer. Good Storm to knock down one mine at the very least. You can see Spirit being very cautious about how he attacks into this. Cannons coming up defensively as well. Anything to hold Spirit off. Drogo trying to close in that army supply gap. Has the Prism on the other side, so Spirit's SCVs had to evacuate the main already. Spirit does actually have a 4th base coming into play, though, so his base count is looking pretty good.
Yeah, he did secure that 9 o'clock expansion during all of this, so that is actually quite nice for him indeed. Zealot's still going to town, though. there's not a lot of workers out, right? Now, obviously, Terran does have access to the mule. That will give them a nice bit of income. Second prism here ultimately ends up going down as well inside of the main base. There should now be enough, though, to properly start pushing at least some of this army back. But so many of those zealots going down to the Widow Mines before they get even close to the Marines and the Marauders. Okay, we're going to go into a Colossus right now. Second Robo facility also coming up here for Drogo. This has been a nice and back and forth game, but ultimately, Spirit is finding himself in a much more comfortable spot here.
Yeah, I mean, he's rebuilding the SCVs that he's lost, and with the 12, well, not even 12 worker difference, 10 workers or less, it's just fine. The mules will cover that for you, so he's undone the income advantage that Drogo had, and Drogo used that income advantage to rebuild an army up to the point where he can survive. But now Spirit's back on track, his army's looking great again. I do like the tech switch into Colossi. While it's a vulnerable moment for him while he gets set up into that, I like that he's getting there, because at least that's something that's not just going to insta-die to ghosts.
Yeah, exactly. Now, he did just find that planetary fortress with the Zealots, probably hoping that that base wasn't taken yet, so that's the moment where your heart sinks a little bit. You're like, oh, I am in a pretty good... Never mind, there's a 4th command center and a planetary fortress and a full saturation already set up. Not what you're hoping for. Spirit is going to continue to dance over here with the Medivacs. Now darting on over towards the main base. He's pushing over at the 3 o'clock position right now as well with the rest of his biological units. Trying to pull PtitDrogo in so many different angles all at once. This is it's going to be a tricky one, right? Like now you really see it's reflected here as well in the supply count. I really don't know if I like these sort of YOLO drops that much. Feels like an unnecessary risk here, but yeah, there's enough Terran here to push back those reinforcements.
Protoss going to jump on the Terran army on the map. At least Widow Mines actually get to burrow up during this push forward, so they blow up on top of the army. The drop in the main, like you mentioned, again, maybe a little bit more overzealous than it needs to be. He depowers those gates again. It was still just one pylon that replaced earlier, and now actually the Stalker swapping in there slowly. This happened previously where there's that still pylon to the left, so the warping continues, but it gets slowed down because they're not attached to a gateway anymore. We do have a couple more Stalkers getting picked up, and we just have, I think at this point, Spirit doing enough because eventually he will just go for one big attack, and his army back at home is starting to look monstrous.
Yeah, watching a Colossus shoot at a Marauder is always an interesting moment, right? Like, it seems like, oh, it's a big machine. He should be taking... Oh, never mind. Marauder is doing quite okay as long as there's a Medivac around to try and heal it back up. Those Marines, though, not quite so lucky. I guess they had already been roasted. But yeah, now there's a 50 supply advantage right here for Spirit. He is maybe a little bit slow on the +2 armor. Maybe the +3 infantry weapons already could have been started too, if I am being very critical. But ultimately, he's finding himself with a massive advantage right now. And yeah, maybe a disruptor hit, right, can allow you back into this game, but playing it straight up is going to be very tricky here for Drogo.
I mean, he's going to start having a maxed out Spirit pushing him. Spirit knows he doesn't need to sit back once he's maxed. He can start pushing, he can start trading. He's still got the couple of drops just being annoying in the main, and that's going to force Drogo to split up a bit, which is not really what his army size allows him to do easily. So Spirit just wanders over. This base is absolutely done for. And there's 16 probes here, so I wonder if, Drogo feels like he has to fight, and clearly he does, because he just moves forward. That's not going to end well. The EMPs were well placed, soften things up straight away. And it really looks as though Spirit just keeps on marching into more and more of an advantage right now, as we see the Bio going to stand and fight against a few more of these Zealots. This is all going to get cleaned up. 23, 24 probes going down. The Bio continues to trade. And yeah, I mean, this is just absolutely the Spirit game. I mean, good fight from Drogo, because I don't think a lot of people coming into this with how well Spirit was playing lately would have necessarily expected Drogo to be able to go toe-to-toe with Spirit for so long. I think Spirit's experience definitely came through in the end, and definitely had a little bit of something to say, so GG's, he gets himself back into it, and that is going to be Spirit taking game number 1.
Yeah. All things considered, though, that was a very competitive game, right? When the Widow Mine drop first came in, and when that one Widow Mine walked up to the high ground with the Hellions and stuff, I mean, I think 3 Stalkers ended up going down, which is not necessarily a great trait right there for Protoss. But the thing is, especially when players are a little bit rusty, those are the sorts of attacks that we see just simply end the game. Right? You make one little mistake, you lose your entire mineral line, and then suddenly just a good old Stimpack +1 with combat shield attack just destroys Protoss. And Drogo handled that, all things considered, very nicely. Then the follow-up attacks were solid too. Yeah, he had some good moments there, but ultimately Spirit was just a little bit better with all of the traits, and all of the fights just went a bit better right there for Terran overall. But that was a competitive game, right? That wasn't a landslide victory right there for Spirit. So curious to see what we're going to see here in game number 2.
I wasn't like a landslide victory and like, Drogo got off to like a cheeky start and he started to take that start and be like kind of try and run with it or something. Like, no, it was like a fairly straight up game and Drogo found his moment and he took a very good fight on that third base. He killed off like 30 SCVs or so. So did a fantastic job of that.
Prism. It was kind of cute.
Yeah, no, it was a very cool game from Drogo. So, you know, what's exciting for me is even if Drogo loses here, he's got more chances. And obviously, again, the deeper that Swiss goes, in theory, the more fair the matches become, right? 1-0s play 1-0s, 0-1s play 0-1s. So, I really... Sorry, just reading what Drogo was saying in the lobby. But yeah, I really just felt as though, like, you know, that gets me excited for Drogo and the rest of the event, as Drogo says, I thought I threw it, but then I checked the replay and I was behind 30 supply when I attacked and I almost killed you. Hashtag Proto Spats. So yeah, he thought he was obviously in like a really good spot and then didn't actually do it when actually he was in a pretty bad spot and he did better than we expected. So funny to see how the point of views change from us being able to see everything and then Drogo not obviously being able to see quite as much.
Yeah, and I think a little bit later on into the game, he was then also caught off guard a little bit by the Planetary Fortress because he sent 2 Zealots towards the left side that he found a fully saturated base.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe a small little misread right there for Drogo, but he played well.
He did indeed, and speaking of him, he is in the top right-hand corner of the map in the red. It is PtitDrogo.
And his opponent down here in the bottom left-hand corner, we have Spirit. Playing a very solid game number 1, even though we are hyping up his opponent quite a bit. I think most people would be assuming that Spirit is the favorite going into this one. Spirit has just been performing so well as of late. He's just looking like one of the very best Terrans. And Drogo, we haven't seen a lot of his games, and usually that would mean that players are a little bit rusty, but yeah, competitive game.
No, absolutely loved it. Like I say, really just gets me excited for Drogo. Obviously in game 2, see what he does, but just really for the future because, like I say, the rest of the matches he will play in this event now, I might have gone and been like, well, maybe I expect Drogo to be one of the first to drop from this tournament, right? To maybe go 0-3 because you haven't seen him that much. He hasn't, in my eyes, been playing a lot. But then you show up and you go, like I say, a bit of a fight with Spirit. And now I'm like, yeah, maybe Drogo can, maybe playoffs is a bit of a stretch too far, but maybe he can still make it to the final play day. Maybe he will have a chance to play into the playoffs at least, so... Yeah, very excited to see that
absolutely.
From him.
Yeah, so the other good players in this group, well, there's a couple of names, like for example, Serral and Reynor. I heard they are pretty good as well. But
they're all right, yeah.
After that, I would say Hero Marine is really strong, of course, Elaser too, but I think he definitely has a shot. I mean, obviously it depends on who he's going to be facing next and how everybody else performs, but the players that are... Yeah, remaining in this group, I mean, Spirit is definitely one of the main competitors, I would say, right here in Group A. So, considering he will, if he loses this series, right, he would go up against somebody who's also 0-1. He would probably face somebody who's going to be, well, a little bit weaker than Spirit overall.
Yep, absolutely. Unless you get a load of upsets like we had last season. Last season we were like painting this like whole like analogy and how it works. Then there was a couple of upsets day 1. It's like some of the 0-1s were playing max packs or something. I was like, what? Well, I don't think it was max packs. I think it was like Showtime. You're like 0-1 playing against Showtime. It's like, that doesn't feel great, you know? So, yeah. Anyways, we do have our probe. Just moving up, having a scout around. We do see the SCV of Spirit is going to come across the map. Factory is obviously just about to be done on Spirit's side as well. So, just going to get that completed up here. And he is looking to proxy the Starport, which can be obviously pretty good for a cheeky little Hellion drop or so, and something like I always think of as the Clem build nowadays, because he probably does it the most, and he does it extremely well. It seems like Spirit has similar intentions here.
It's going to once again be Blink as well from Drogo, and there indeed does go that Starport on the other side of the map. We are starting to pump out those Hellions as well, so obviously the medevac is going to spawn a little bit closer to the side of the Protoss. The Hellions will drive on over there and then get dropped off inside of the main base, and it's another one of those crisis moments, right? It's so easy to mess it up. We saw this exact same exchange in game number 1 with the SCV popping into the command center right there and then getting out on the safe side of that building once again. Either way, yeah, it's going to be a moment where Drogo has to be on point, right? He has to be on point with his defense, and losing an Adept is not really how you want to start that.
Nope. That goes down pretty much straight away, so not ideal. As I got a medevac and a couple of Hellions keep on producing through. Like I say, just going to wait for all these Hellions to get across the map. The idea of the proxy Starport is the medevac takes the longest to build, so as the medevac pops, the Hellions are waiting there for pickup, and then they can go. And it's a pretty big main base. There's a lot of edges that are not seen, and if you get all 4 Hellions unloaded early, and they just run straight into the mineral line, that could mean big, big trouble here for Drogo.
Absolutely. Yeah, so the Hellions now unscouted on the other side of the map. The Adept ended up going down, so nothing's really allowing a whole lot of vision. Now the starport is going to fly back home, and how much damage can these Hellions deal? So Stalkers are being warped in.
Oh, we kind of dipped around a little bit there.
Yeah.
Okay, now we move through, but I mean, now these probes haven't been pulled. We're just going to stand and fight. The Hellions can micro in the medevac as well. I feel like Spirit, he's microing to keep the Hellions alive, but then they're staying in the medevac almost too long. 7 probes, 8. We should get one more. Oh, I regen the shield. Wow, very nice. Okay, well, still nice. 8 probes is good. Not disaster levels from Drogo, but still going to put him behind by 5 workers, which when the Terran has mules, is not ideal.
Yep, and this is once again a follow-up right here with that third Nexus, so not sort of like a 2-base all-in with like 4 gateways or whatever. Like, none of that is going on right here for Drogo. He is going to be forced to tiptoe his way back into that worker count, and it's one of those small little mountains right now that he will have to climb. It's difficult for him to get a lot of damage done. Maybe he can get the starport to burn, but I don't think he should be able to pick that off. I mean, there's a siege tank out. Marines are going to start marching. Getting the starport would be neat, I suppose, but nah, it's not going to happen.
Ankle siege, these few Marines are going to sit there. Stalkers will continue through. One Marine goes down. And we just have ourselves the barracks. Going to start up a stim pack upgrade. So gets that started straight away. And yeah, the few Stalkers just pinging, poking, prodding, having a good time of it up until now as that charge starts up on the Twilight Council.
Yep. Once again, going into that charge research. So Drogo more than happy, though, to play the macro game, which is also nice to see. He's going to start loading those Stalkers into the Prism to maybe see if he can get some damage done inside of the main base. But there's a siege tank in the natural, there's a siege tank in the main base. The units here from the Terran have been split up nicely. That includes the Marines as well. And, well, they're going to be able to start working on this pretty easily. Oftentimes we have players like MaxPack doing these sort of builds, and then they still get, you know, like 6 workers, and you're like, wait, what? How did he just kill 6 SCVs here? Not going quite as smoothly, sadly, here for Drogo.
That's the magic of MaxPacks, and it's really the threat he creates elsewhere to then make the drop so much more powerful.
Yeah.
And as you can see, like, Spirit's pretty well set up. Like, the tanks are in the right place to cover a lot of the space, and Drogo's just not really prepped for that level of preparation, which a lot of these top Terrans absolutely have on lockdown nowadays, because, quite frankly, if you're not doing that, you die to MaxPacks every single game on the ladder. So, yeah.
Yeah. MaxPacks unintentionally making this game much harder here for Drogo, because you need to be so on point with splitting up your units.
Maybe MaxPacks is the reason all the other pros players are struggling, man. He's made all the other Terrans so good in TVP. Yeah. Here comes a push from Spirit.
Yeah, no, there's definitely a chance. Just getting more value out of your most basic units. It sounds so obvious, right? But it turns out in practice, it's not nearly as easily done. Anyways, he's going to be marching across the map, Spirit, right now. He's got himself that Stimpack upgrade, combat shields, and +1 infantry are lined up nicely. You will see those upgrades finishing on the right side of your screens. There we go. So they're just 10 seconds away, and that is going to be a very scary Terran army. Siege tanks are inching closer right now. The battery overcharge, I mean, should be nice, but those Marauders are going to be able to close the distance.
They're like, hello, thanks so much for the battery. Take that down straight away. Sentry goes down, a couple of Zealots taking shots. Marines will come through. We're going to dive forward. Battery goes down, a few more Zealots drop, and this is just a scenario where Drogo obviously just lost a lot, didn't really do much. And this is the power of Spirit, where if things do not go well for you initially, he is not going to let you have a good time. Archons are dropping very quickly, which is never a good sign. Just about saves one of them, but it's about a touch away from dropping. And honestly, if Spirit just moved his tanks up a little bit, he would be golden. He did lose 9 SCVs during this, but when you have 40 army supply ahead and in position on the other side of the map, kind of feel like it's going to be all right.
Yeah. Oh, he decides to... Okay, I was going to say, that's very ambitious. He decided to build the Nexus there for just a split second and then instantly cancelled it. Effectively, I guess, losing the minerals that could have been spent on a Zealot. And Drogo really needs any unit he can get right now. That's another Zealot getting picked off for free, now dragging the rest of that Protoss army within the siege tank range. This is going from bad to worse right now for Drogo, right? He's trying to secure another base. Maybe the Zealot run by in the main base, or I guess flyby, can somehow, some way kill the entire mineral line and then some. But it's going to be very difficult for him to get that much done, because all of the reinforcing Terran units are probably sitting at home. There they are.
Yep, just going to be able to deal with that Prism, and obviously Spirit just happy to keep on poking away at this base because there's a couple of gates to grab here. Obviously as well, I feel like Spirit hasn't really reinforced in a while. He's kept his units at home as Drogo just flank around and jump on the tanks. So that's at least kind of nice, and this is only going to be closed because Spirit hasn't really reinforced. If he just lifts up, falls back to reinforcements, and pushes with everything, this shouldn't really be a contest again, and very much so should just still be Spirit able to somewhat A-move on the other side of the map.
No, absolutely. Spirit just sitting at home for a really long time. Maybe we're respecting that Prism a bit too much. Once again, the max specs effect coming in. You never know exactly when that unit is going to unload a bunch more Zealots and destroy all of your SCVs. Anyways, now he's trying to set up a command center over here at the third base location. Finally, a little bit of counter damage will be done right here by Drogo. He did some as well in the main base, I believe, but yeah, ultimately he needs to clean up this Terran army, and I just don't see the units for it.
That's the issue. What he's doing is actually okay across the map. He got a few SCVs before this as well. Now he actually gets 8 more. But this is what, you know, you can do as Spirit. Is actually good SCV hold position. Micro on the other side is going to let those Zealots get cleaned up now. Spirit's going to get just as much damage killing off the third base, and that is indeed going to be GG, rounding that out and closing this up. Spirit is going to take it 2-0 over PtitDrogo here. A strong start from him in this event. So Spirit does what he kind of typically, I would say, does against Drogo now. You know, more recently, he's absolutely been the player to be favored over Drogo, and that absolutely seemed to be the case in this one with, like I say, a pretty, I guess not an easy 2-0, because that game 1 was definitely a little bit funky, right? But he still made it work. He still got there in the end. He was still able to get out the other side in a good position. And here we are now, ready for another series in Europe, as we've kind of stormed through the first couple of matches today, Loco.
No, absolutely. Yeah, Spirit looking very powerful here, especially in game number 2. Like you said, game number 1 was maybe a little bit more shaky, but game number 2, I mean, other than maybe those 9 STVs that ended up going down instead of his main base, I think it was like 9, while he was being aggressive on the other side of the map, and maybe he was ever so slightly slow on the reinforce, but yeah, other than that, you can't really find a whole lot of mistakes in his gameplay. That was stellar. He did a great job.
Well, up next, we have last season's champion going to take the stage. Serral is going to take on aRocKFire. Then we're going to be following that up with Reynor fighting Spats, Harstem taking on MilkyCow, and we round out Europe today with Bly versus Mana before entering the Americas region for the first time this season. So plenty of StarCraft 2 coming up here in the ESL SC2 Masters Winter Regionals. Day number 1. We'll be back with you in just a few moments with more StarCraft action, so do not go anywhere.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are here for more StarCraft 2 action. Would you believe it? Last year's European champion is back as Serral comes back into the tournament, and he's going to start off against somebody he's never played against in the history of StarCraft 2, aRocKFire. Which I guess kind of makes sense, but, you know, it's aRocKFire's first season in one of these events. He's only just turned 16, so he's only just eligible to play in these tournaments recently. But the fact that, and obviously, Serral doesn't play in a lot of other events, so I guess, why would they have crossed over?
No, absolutely, yeah. So aRocKFire, in case that name doesn't ring a bell, he simply couldn't play the previous seasons because of his age. There's a minimum age to play in these events for good reason, and we've seen a couple of games from him here and there. Obviously, he's been playing in online cups for some time as well, but it's hard to say exactly how good he is. Now, I do know he's one of the highest ranked Pro Tour players on the European region. He's been good for several years now, but just simply not able to compete in a lot of events until very, very recent. Now, turns out his first opponent for his first proper season is Serral. And I feel like playing against, well, a tournament player, like a tournament level player, is already very intimidating. But then when you go up against the man who many consider to be literally the greatest StarCraft 2 player of all time, this is going to be a bit of a scary one for aRoK, right? Like if I was him right now, I'd be shaking in my boots.
Yeah, I shake my boots when I get accidentally put in the play spot against Serral, and you know they don't move me down to the...
I see him sitting there right now in the player's spot, man. I'm kind of scared that I'm an observer.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's you know, at the very least, aRocKFire can come in and be like, well, no one expects me to win, right? You know, so at least I can go in and maybe that takes a bit of pressure off. Like, hey, this is not maybe the most important match in my tournament, so my first time playing in this event, I don't have to stress out too much, and then maybe I can, you know, get a bit more used to it, you know. Because they have to log into new accounts to play this tournament, right? You know, they have to wait for the match to start. You know, there's a whole process to it. And these are things which aRocKFire has not really had to do in the past, right? So, you know, maybe, you know, get warmed up to the tournament format and how it works and how being in these tournaments works out. And then he can be more comfortable when he starts playing against the players we expect him to be more competitive against. Which I do think aRocKFire can win a match or two in this event. Obviously, he's in that kind of realm of players that, yeah, they could go 0-3 drop. But they could also be the guy who can maybe at least, you know, fight back a little bit. I think it's going to really be a question of how, you know, quickly does he warm up to the experience of being in, like I say, a tournament like this one.
Apparently, it's going to be about a minute until the game will be underway. Indeed, aRocKFire is still kind of sort of figuring out exactly how this sort of thing works. And we obviously don't blame him for that whatsoever.
He's like trying to type in the barcode of the like chat channel manually. He's like,
copy pasting it is not yet, is not yet mastered.
It's all the tricks, man.
That's okay. At this point, StarCraft 2 is an old man's game. Okay, a lot of these players have been doing it for literally a decade, and they have been on autopilot. I can also imagine that, right? If I was aRocKFire and I'd learned who I was playing against, I probably would have been nervous ever since that moment. You know what I mean? Like, it's one of those things where you kind of dream about it too, probably. At least if it was me, I'd be like, oh my god, what if I do win? Like, nobody expects me to win against Serral, but even if I just take one map, a lot of people that are going to be watching this will be unfamiliar with me. This could be like my breakthrough performance, right? Whereas on the other side, we probably saw Serral. He's like, aRocKFire. Oh yeah, I've heard of that kid before. I guess I'll just play some ZVP, right? It's probably either like my strongest or my second strongest matchup. He's got like something north of 90% win rate, something ridiculous like that this year. I think Serral is going to feel very comfortable. Other players may get maybe a little bit nervous too when they are the overwhelming favorite, but Serral doesn't really seem to be affected by anything.
No, I mean, honestly, Serral's so good in this matchup as well, right? Like, he's just so good in PvP, like you mentioned. And the thing is, Serral doesn't have to like play, like, he can play this big macro game, but he's very good with just timings, and I honestly feel like he's going to come into this and be like, right, first game, I'm going to see if you can hold, you know, I'm going to see if you can defend, like, 6, 7, 8 minutes in the game, you know, maybe even just, like, you know, 66 drones and, like, a 3 base attack, but I think he's going to do something that's going to put the pressure on and see what aRocKFire is about, unless aRocKFire obviously stops that from happening in the first place, which maybe aRocKFire comes in with that kind of a plan, maybe that is part of the possibility of what we go into here, so I'm going to kick this off in a moment. We are on the loading screen, so it's just taking us a moment or so to get here. But we are officially ready to go into our next series of StarCraft 2 today, our third match from Europe. Let's dive into the bottom left-hand corner of the map, where we are going to have ourselves the red Pro Tour player, the youngster, the newcomer to the tournament. It's not often we say that in StarCraft 2. This is aRocKFire from Macherino.
His opponent, the man who many consider to be the greatest StarCraft 2 player to ever pick up a mouse and keyboard. We're looking inside of the main base of Serral. One of the few StarCraft 2 millionaires. This man has won basically everything. So, yeah. As far as opponents to go up against, I mean, this is one, right? Like, I mean, I think you're right? This is one of those moments where, like, yeah, nobody really expects you to win, so you may as well just give it your best shot, and maybe the next opponents are going to be a little bit more manageable. Serral decides to, by the way, open up with a pool first. That's already kind of interesting. Not usually what we see him doing, but just playing it super safe.
Yep, I mean, why the heck not, right? You are absolutely the favorite here. You do not need to take any risks at all. And, yeah, if you're the greatest StarCraft 2 player to ever pick up a mouse and keyboard, you probably just say, you know what, take it easy, pull first, make sure nothing happens, and maybe he puts on a slight bit of pressure with this, but the reality is that, yeah, he can just take it pretty easy here.
Yep. Yeah, I'm curious to see what he decides to go for, actually, in this match. There's definitely a chance he's just going to go for some timing attacks. Much like we were talking about with Spirit, Serral used to just play the macro game every single time, or at the very least that was like his comfort zone, what he would do in most of the matches. But these days he's been winging it almost, right? Like in my mind, it's almost like he's done it all and he's now kind of completing some side quests. He's already finished the main quest of the game and he's just messing around a bit. One of the very few pros, for example, who's been opening up 15 hatch almost every single game for really no apparent reason because nobody else is playing it. But Serral just kind of mixing it up a lot as of late, so he can play that big macro game, but I think you're right. He'll probably just test his opponent right here in game number 1 of this series. Maybe go for a timing attack of some sort and see if aRocKFire manages to hold it. Okay, then we'll play a real match, but I'll try and see if I could just get an easy win here in game number 1. At least that's what I'm expecting, but only time will tell.
Only time will tell. No, I mean, definitely expect them to just be comfortable, come in. Like I said, I don't think he's going to force this to go late game unless he, for some reason, absolutely has to. And the way aRocKFire is set up right now, obviously nothing too wild off the initial one base. Stargate even coming down, which is pretty typical. The only thing he really could get really wild with here is maybe you go like Void Ray, deny a scout, and then you go quick glaives or something. We'll see what aRocKFire wants to do, but yeah, I mean, he could try and play a very normal game and say, you know what, it's Serral. Probably not going to catch him off guard anyway. He's going to play super safe against me. Let's just play my normal game, get some practice in, and, you know, again, take it for what it is in this first match.
Absolutely. So, Stargate opener here in game number 1. Serral did just now get a nice little glimpse of his opponent's main base, and he did see that it is going to be that Stargate, so he should be able to prepare here in advance. Couple of depths going across the map. So no tricks right here from aRocKFire, right? Not trying to, like, he could go, like you said, go for like a Void Ray first, but nah, it's just going to be that good old Oracle. He's going to try and see if he can get a couple kills here on the other side of the map. So what you're really hoping for here as a Protoss player is to get like 10 or so workers. Problem is that a lot of the times against Serral, we will only see like 1 or 2, and that's not really what you're looking for as Protoss. You really do want to try and get to the double digits if it is up to you, but Serral's very good when it comes to that early game defense.
A little Adept Shade gonna go by, head towards the natural where there's gonna be Zerglings, so Serral in position prepared. Link speed about to be done, so hunting down Adepts is gonna be easier, but aRocKFire responsibly pulls his Adepts back and says, okay, they aren't gonna get anything done, let's just leave it to the Oracle, and that Oracle is gonna start flying across the map, get to the upper right and start trying to deal some damage.
Okay. Here comes the first Oracle, going across the map, trying to get, in that mineral line, but the Queen's already waiting. Spore Crawler coming up as well. Not really running any sort of risks right there, and not just relying on the Queens, which is something we see the Zerg players do all the time. A couple Zerglings going across the map, but looks like for now, at the very least, yeah, the Adepts are going to be able to shade away. Nicely done here, though, by aRocKFire, keeping his head cool here, and not really making any slip-ups, although one of the Adepts here running dangerously low, and it will indeed get sniped.
Yep, one goes down. aRocKFire at least keeping that third base alive, though. Gets another Oracle there to help protect. He is just going to play currently the double Oracle, not starting up his third for the moment. He is flowing a bit of money, so he needs to try and stay on top of that. He's not supply blocked or anything, so yeah, there we go. Twilight Council comes down, but with the money he had, he could have built that so much sooner. Now a Twilight, now a Forge. Just, I mean, like I say, the little things are a little bit off from aRocKFire right now, because there was no reason that this came down now, as opposed to like 15, 20 seconds ago.
Absolutely, yeah. He could have even added on a third Oracle, right? And even with the triple Oracle, it would have still been ever so slightly late. So not quite optimal there, but at the very least, he does have the structures down. The problem is, now we're going to get to the point where Serral will already be sitting at nearly 3 base saturation, just, well, merely 5 minutes into this game. And that makes it all the while more difficult. This is exactly what you're trying to avoid for as long as possible here as the Protoss player. So you can get rid of a couple of those Zerglings and all that. That's nice, but Serral's going to go for a 4th base. He's happily macroing up, and we'll have to see exactly what he decides to go for, as he does go into the +1 missile upgrade. Melee losing a bit of popularity over the last few weeks.
Yep. Turns out if you take away +2 melee one-shotting Banelings, Banelings one-shotting probes, then, yeah.
Yep.
You know, it becomes less popular. Which makes sense. I've seen it. It was kind of interesting, because obviously then everyone started going missiles, but then a couple of people still went melee, and I'm like, like, is there something you really get out of going melee still? And it's not overly popular anymore, but it's still something they mix in, so it's worth noting that it is missiles from Serral, who is just going straight to 75 drones, infestation pit. I will not lie, it really is not honestly what I expected. I really thought he'd at least turn the aggression on at some point before he went towards Hive, but apparently not, as we just knock one Oracle down. I'm just going to send that other Oracle away.
Yeah, maybe just mixing in a couple infestors. That's what I've seen Serral do a few times over the last couple of weeks. Just mix in a few infestors, get that free fungal growth going, or we'll just go straight into a hive together with a lurker. Then, of course, is always a possibility too. You can see that Serral is starting to get some free pickings here, getting a Stalker, getting that Oracle earlier as well. Not really making any mistakes yet himself, not really, losing a whole lot at home. Just trading out Zerglings here. Maybe he lost one more Overlord than he was ultimately looking for, because he did lose one, but that was the one that he sent across the map right at the very start, so really nothing all too crazy for him there. Already going straight up to 88 workers here, and straight up into a hive too.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what if we just go to Lurkers and Lurker upgrades so quickly that it hits, almost like a mid-game push? Because there's nothing stopping Serral doing that right now, so just onwards we go, marching towards that very strong setup, and I mean, as aRocKFire finishes Blink, Serral is almost finishing a hive. Like, it's a little ridiculous, and Serral can kind of justify it, man. 86 drones, insane. 56 army. I mean, his lost tab this game, 25 links and an Overlord. Like, he's just been perfect so far, and now just going to catch these first few Stalkers, chase those away, no problem at all. And all of this while, again, being incredibly quick on the upgrades. Gets a bunch of these Stalkers caught. Mistakes from aRocKFire are being made.
Yep. Not really allowed to make any mistakes against Serral, and when they start, lining up like that, you really do find yourself in a really rough scenario. So, not even 8 minutes in, we already have Vipers on the production tab. Lurker Den right now is done. Serral will be firing up those upgrades here momentarily, and he's winning the game, it seems, with Roaches and Zerglings and just a bunch of Queens, and that isn't really even his real army yet, right? Like, he's trying to tech up towards, well, Lurkers and Vipers and eventually Hydras too here, but... Or, well, I guess Hydras are already out, Lurkers eventually here too. But this is already a very good situation here for Serral, and you can see it reflected in the supply count. I don't think he needs Lurkers. He's getting the upgrades right now. I don't think he needs Vipers either. He could have stuck around on a Laratech. Probably could have just moved across the map right now and won.
Yeah, I think so too, man. I mean, obviously if he makes the Lurkers... Obviously, like I say, I feel like he's making it more complicated than Serral needs to in a way, but then Serral... It's not that Serral minds playing a game like this. It's going to still be very much so within his comfort zone, so I guess why not? In theory, a more macro-focused game is even safer, right? If you are the better player, so... Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. It's just... He is in a monstrous position. I honestly thought we were going to have a bunch of Lurkers already on the map. I guess we're going to morph some now, and we're just going to send it, and that might still be the timing to end this a little bit before 10 minutes, so... Let's see. I mean, the last Lurker upgrade's about to be done, so if there is a plan here, could just go for it, or maybe who needs Lurkers, right? Ling Hydra apparently just going to push forward, abducts on the Disruptors, let you move up that ramp freely. And let's see what, if anything, aRocKFire can do, is he does get one Viper there.
Yeah, Disruptor coming as well from the right side of the screen. There's another one of them getting abducted, though, and Zerglings are going to town everywhere. Pretty decent detonations here, all things considered, but aRocKFire just doesn't have the numbers here. GG is cold, and Serral does Serral things. This is what happens when, well, a very highly ranked Protoss player goes up against Serral, and he's not, well, literally Showtime or Hero or any of the actual top dogs.
Yeah, no, it's kind of ridiculous just how quickly he is just able to do whatever he wants. He is just off and away, like he does not slow down for a second. like I say, he didn't even use the lurkers, and he had all the lurker upgrades complete for that moment in time. So like he could have had an even better army. He just like, oh,
that entire build led up to lurkers. Like that was the plan, and he didn't make lurkers because his opponent already died.
That's like
that is, that's like essentially what he was going for, and
it's
he
the
didn't
clip.
need him at all.
It's the clip when it's someone's like, why don't you play macro? He's like, well, I tried to play macro, but I accidentally won. You know, I was playing for the macro. I hate it
whenever I accidentally win games.
Accidentally win the game trying to macro up. Yeah, no, that's a little bit bonkers, of course, and in the end, Serral just picks up a pretty simple game one, which we expect. You know, at the end of the day, this is kind of what we know is probably going to happen. He's the champion versus someone who's in their very first season of this tournament. This, you know, the level of, you know, these guys, there is a disparity there, and that's just how, you know, tough it is over in Europe, right? So definitely an interesting one. We'll have ourselves hard game too.
Yeah, what do you think exactly went wrong right there for aRocKFire? So it wasn't really like one thing, I guess, that broadly went wrong here, but we didn't really see any damage from the oracles. We didn't really see the adepts getting damaged done. We had some money in the bank. Twilight Council a bit late. I guess everything just added together.
I think you just summarized it, right? Like, you know, Serral was invulnerable while being greedy. That's the main thing, right? Like, he was being greedy and took no damage. And then on top of that, aRocKFire wasn't perfect in his own build. So what was, you know, while Serral was playing a perfect game and going beyond that because he did what was, you know, expected of him and more because of that greed, he got away with all of that, and aRocKFire didn't find anything. You know, the first blink stalker timing, what happened? You know, we lost about 6 stalkers and killed a roach, if that. So, you know, but that, you know, that attack is obviously a knock-on effect of the Twilight and the Forge being a bit late, right? I mean, if you're blink and +1 are finishing when the Zerg's Hive is halfway done, it feels like you should do something, and if you don't do something,
I think it was more than that, even, man.
Yeah, exactly.
I think his hive was like almost finished when he got across the map with Blink.
What do you think? Well, there's like a million things to dissect, and you've just got to take it almost little by little because, you know, he kind of just got shut down. Like he's probably thinking, well, man, usually I play this kind of stuff and it goes good for me. Like I'm in this position, I'm able to do damage, and those moments never existed, and that's the difference of stepping up and playing against one of the, if not the very best in the world.
So apparently aRocKFire's peak MMR is at 6.5k MMR, a little bit higher than that. That is probably the equivalent of, I don't know, like top 10 Grandmaster at the time. I'm not exactly sure where his ranking would be, so very, very highly ranked, very respectable. Serral's MMR, however, his peak MMR is like 1,000 above where aRocKFire has ever been. Yeah, it's just, it's the little things, right? So, yeah, you gotta sculpt the perfect game. You gotta make sure you shave off just the right bits, and Serral just a little bit cleaner overall.
I mean, 1,000 MMR is a lot anyway, but to find 1,000 MMR from how good 6.5 is to like 7, like it's just ridiculous.
Because you're winning like 3 points at a time, and you're playing games like, you know, you're playing matches against guys like Clem, right? You're playing Showtime in all your matches. It's very rough. It's
funny because like 1,000 MMR is like the difference of like, hey, I can, you know, at our level it's like, hey, I can do my build properly, and you don't quite know the timings or something. You know, that's 1,000 MMR to us. But then 1,000 MMR at their level, when they already played such a high, like, you know, to find that difference is ridiculous, and that's what was obviously so impossible in a way to kind of match. So, yeah, very, I mean, just very rough series here so far. Let's see if we can turn it around. The Red Pros player in the bottom right from Matcherino is aRocKFire.
His opponent, up here in the top left of Hard Lit, it's Serral. This is also showing us precisely why it's so difficult as a newcomer to actually win games of StarCraft, because not only do you have to be good enough to compete, you also have to almost catch up in like a decade worth of knowledge, right? Like, when this game came out, aRocKFire was like 3 years old. Which makes me very old when I think about it like that, Ordy, because I remember waiting for the game to come out. I was very excited for it. I think I was like 18 or something. Yeah. I remember we at some point, I don't remember if this was aRocKFire or not, but we were talking about the Mothership Core, and there was a very young player who was like, what's the Mothership Core, guys? What is this unit? Many phases of StarCraft have never been experienced.
I actually remember that. I was just thinking, like, if aRocKFire was born in 2007, like, man, I was living like my peak teenager years back then, man.
Yeah.
he was just born. That's actually crazy. Unbelievable.
Yep. And now he would destroy both of us with his eyes closed on the ladder, Wardy.
Oh, speak for yourself.
Well, maybe not with his eyes closed. Simultaneously with 2 keyboards.
Whoa.
Alrighty, Heartlet, do you think we're going to see any differences here? I mean, aRocKFire is not really the player who mixes it up a ton, so I'm not really expecting him to suddenly, you know, go for like a Void Ray cheese or something crazy like that, but playing a macro game against Serral, it's like you're hitting a brick wall. How in the world do you beat him in a straight up game? I mean, obviously, if the cheese is not really something you practice and it's not really what you enjoy playing, you may as well just take this as like an opportunity to learn and really see how far you are from like the absolute top dogs, right? Like this is a good opportunity here to really measure yourself against one of the very best players. But yeah, I'm curious to see here what aRocKFire is going to go for. It's just it's once again just a Stargate opener. I don't blame him for it, but it's an uphill battle.
Don't blame him, but I don't love it. You know, like
yeah.
But then the thing is, like, what does aRocKFire do here that you say, oh yeah, I love that from him? I actually don't think anything.
Yeah, no, true.
Because you know what? Serral is one of the absolute best at. He's really good at figuring out what you're doing. Like, we see the very rare occasion, like I think of like Serral Creator in Gamers 8, right? Where Serral actually did misread the scout and he didn't see the, you know, the 8 gates that would come in off what a 2 base or whatever. But like, usually Serral is just so good at figuring out when something is off. He knows all of the little things to watch for, and that's what's made him so impenetrable over the years, because we've seen great players who are very good in the macro game, almost undefeatable, and people still cheese him out, right? And that just doesn't happen to Serral. He's so resilient, and that's always been one of his absolute strengths, that he's good in every phase of the game. He will not die early. He's great in the macro game, and he's not even afraid to mix up and be aggressive himself sometimes. So, I mean, that's what makes him just a great player, because he is such an all-round player, quite frankly.
Absolutely. So that's 2 adepts going down right there for just 2 drones. Again, not the end of the world, but it's the little things that add up together in a game of StarCraft 2. And against players like Serral, you're really not supposed to make that many of those mistakes, right? Now suddenly, the Oracle is going to have to play some catch-up. Problem is, now the Zorklings are going to be able to go across the map because there's no adepts at home to defend, and that means that the Oracle can't go across. Serral running around, just harassing a little bit, showing that he's not afraid to attack that probe and otherwise the Nexus, so he's forced the Pulsar beam right there to get activated on that Oracle, and that now means the Oracle is basically without energy. The Oracle has not been able to really work on the other side of the map. Spore Crawlers are going to be done. There's already going to be a load of Queens out, 5 of them available right now. 6th one is coming. So this is one of those moments where, yeah, the 2 adepts in isolation aren't that big of a deal, but it's what they represent going forward as well, right? So, okay, now finally they get some damage in, but we see some Zerglings on the other side of the map as well. It's that, okay, that's just an Overlord flying in. I was getting a little bit concerned right there that we got Lings in a natural, but not quite.
I do like how quickly the adepts got the damage done, though, at least, right? It was like 330, you get 2 drones, so that part maybe makes it not so bad of a trade. A little bit of disruption, drones running around for a moment or 2 as well. But yeah, you're right, you know, it then leads into, like, making it difficult afterwards. You don't have the constant threat of the adepts, you know. Yes, they did the damage early, but now they're not there anymore. And we do see 2 more adepts going to threaten, but the Lings are very much on top of that. They're going to send it. That's just not a call you can make against Serral, and yep, that should have been a cancel. There's no way you commit to that, and the Oracles try and dive in again, and they are going to be the real saviors so far. They find 4 more workers on top of the damage they've already done. That's now 9 workers dead this game. It's much better for aRocKFire than it was in the previous game.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Those Oracles making the game look a whole lot better. Serral actually now going into 4 Overlords together with Overlord Speed, which is a bit of an interesting one. Small little supply block maybe, or maybe just preparing here for a lot of unit production. I'm not exactly sure. Or it could be a mistake, Wardy. Nah, he's actually preparing for unit production. Never mind. I thought for a second he made an error, but no. I think we're going to bring the Queens.
We are going to bring the Queens. The Dropper Lord gets going. Overlord Speed's about to be done, and yep, so I was like, okay, you know what? I played a fairly safe game 1 while being mega greedy, but like I was never in trouble. This time I feel like I know where you're at. I feel like I'm just going to kill you with the timing, because I reckon Serral probably felt out in the last game. It's like, okay, I feel like things are a little bit late for you, right? So I feel like this time he just says, cool, let's go for it. Catches a few Stalkers, forces a recall. That's 2 dead Stalkers, and the energy of a recall gone.
Yeah, he needs those Oracles at home ASAP, because the Queens are here ready to go. He's actually killed a decent amount of workers this time around, though. Getting 9 drones on the other side of the map is nice, but you really need those Oracles right now for base defense. That's another Stalker going down. Immortal starts up right now, but we're slowly just dropping that creep forward here. Transfusion as well on the Dropper Lord. That Stasis Ward is not going to happen, and well, even though I like the harassment a whole lot better in this game here from aRocKFire, it also was certainly a costly one. Yeah, this is too much. GG is called, and Serral obtains another win.
cool, calm, collected. Serral doing everything you kind of expect Serral to do. Played a very good game. My camera's crashed. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm not just looking blankly into the distance. Yeah, my camera's
Wardy
like,
is so excited about this game. He's never seen anything better.
my camera's like, it's so hot in here. I just gotta turn it off a little bit. So, no, absolutely just one of those games where, one of those series really, where we had a favorite coming in, a heavy favorite at that. They got the job done, and we're gonna see that a little bit, through the early days, of this tournament. We are gonna see it where, quite frankly, we are just gonna have days and a few matches where there are favorites and there are gonna be one-sided battles. Yeah. This was going to be one of them going in. And honestly, so might the
I think
next
this is
one.
still interesting though, right? Because I think we've all done that thought experiment where we're like, okay, how would I do against a top level player, right? Like I'm feeling pretty good about my game. How would I match up against one of the actual top dogs on the ladder?
I just want to say I've never felt good about my game. Just going to put that out there.
No. Fair enough. I've had moments, Wardy. It's been a long time, but fair enough. But like, this is what a top 20 Grandmaster player looks like when he goes up against Serral. Like, top 20 GM is not good enough. So if you're anywhere below aRocKFire skill level, which, let's be real, you probably are, you would get stomped. You would get absolutely stomped by somebody like Serral.
It's just kind of bonkers, and we might have a match that's a little bit like that next up. We do have a player that's more experienced than aRocKFire, being the underdog in Spats. He's going to be taking on Reynor, who is, of course, one of the absolute beasts of this European region as well. And he definitely wants to make up for last season because he only finished top 8. So it's going to be another ZVP, and then it's going to be another Basilisk Zerg taking the stage. So it's going to be Reynor versus Spats. We'll be into that in just a few moments' time. We'll see you guys straight after this.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back once again, everybody, as we are halfway through Europe here today, and we are keeping it rolling. We once again have a CVP on the board, and it is going to be Reynor taking on Spats, as Reynor looks to begin a campaign to make up for last season, because for him, I feel like top 8 in Europe ain't good enough. He's absolutely going to be aiming for much better than that this time around. And Spats, who's been a regular in the ESL Regionals and the ESL Masters, constantly plays in about, bottom half of the European region, but pretty much always qualifying into the top 32 at the very least.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm with you. Reynor will certainly be looking at doing much better. Preferably, if it's up to him, he probably wants to win the whole thing. Obviously, he won Gamers 8 recently. He's been looking incredibly powerful again this year. It's always difficult to say exactly how much somebody has been playing, right? Because pro gamers do tend to go through some phases sometimes. And yeah, maybe Reynor has some of that as well from time to time. But there's no denying that he is the clear favorite right here going up against Spats. That said, I was just looking at their head-to-head score. Interestingly enough, the first time they ever played against each other was in a Go for SC2 Cup back in 2019, and Spats won. 1-0, he managed to shut down Reynor, and that's Reynor back when he was already really good. It wasn't like he was a weak player back then.
The Go for SC2 was kind of a magical tournament, man, because Go for SC2 was because it was best of 1 until round of 8, I want to say. And you always saw players just getting messed up on a weird map or something in a best of 1. The amount of times I saw a Showtime fall in the early stage and stuff.
Yeah.
There's just something about that Sunday afternoon cup, and it was every Sunday afternoon. It's kind of like the old version of the ESL Weekly nowadays. So yeah, man, Go for SC2. Every time I think of that, I'm like, man, that really brings back memories. And the Blind Mana series coming up later, they played a lot of matches in Go for SC2. So, yeah, definitely some fun things to think of there. Anyways, we actually have our game ready to go. Enough of us blabbering on about the past. More about the right here and the right now. As in the top left corner, we are going to have ourselves the red Zerg player from Basilisk. This is Reynor.
And his opponent, all the way in the opposite corner of Heartlet. We're looking inside of the main base of the Blue Protoss player, Spats.
And for Berserker Esports, someone that has been really, like I say, consistent in getting into these events over the past few years, but is yet to really make a splash. He's never really challenged for playoffs, I think it's fair to say as well. So, yeah, I mean, definitely one where you expect him to be the underdog here. But hey, maybe he can drum up some of that Go for SC2 magic and live like it's 2019 again.
Reynor actually going for the good old 15 hatch. Interestingly enough, I was talking about it earlier. This is one of those builds that Serral has been playing a lot, and I feel like Reynor hasn't really been that big of a fan of it, going for a lot more of that 16 hatch opener instead. It's a small deviation, but it allows you to take your natural guaranteed almost every single time. There are still a couple of maps where it can maybe be a bit of a problem if the probe is sent across the map right at the very start, but ultimately this is one of those openers that is maybe not the best macro focused one, but it's also not the worst, right? It's pretty good. You don't really die to anything silly. You, go for the pretty quick spawning pool here as well. I think it's about 12 seconds earlier than the conventional strat that Zerg usually goes for. It's a small deviation. And yeah, I haven't really seen Reynor play it as much, but obviously I haven't seen every single game he's played, so maybe he has mixed it in a little bit more as of late.
I think it's something that's just in a lot of Zerg players' arsenals, and especially if they feel like they're the favorite, they don't want to be forced onto that third hatch location where depth builds are so much more of a threat, and maybe then you do get caught off guard by something along those lines. So why not take that slight eco hit for the safety that it gives you if you feel like no matter what else, you're going to be okay going into the next stage of the game.
Curious to see if Spats decides to do anything different than aRocKFire, right? In a way, we kind of have similar matchups back to back. I would imagine that we're going to see the Stargate opener almost every single time, just because it is the best go-to opener in general in this matchup, just because it allows you to deal damage on the other side of the map, but also, you can actually grab your third Nexus nice and early, so you're not really forced to necessarily deal a ton of damage. He decides to mix it up, though. Okay, so it's going to be a Twilight Council, rather than going into the Stargate here.
Very interesting, especially because Reynor opted for this guaranteed hatcher on the natural. I almost always feel as though Twilight builds to see success at this level of play need to at least force the Zerg to take the slight eco hit of taking the third base instead and having to transfer drones over and so on. So kind of intrigued what Spats is really going to get out of it, if it is just going to be like a regular straight glaives, or if there's something maybe a little bit more intriguing coming out. Right now, it doesn't feel
Some
like
Dark
he has
Templar,
much
maybe?
of anything.
Is that an option?
Yeah, I don't think so, because, well, he drops the Robo now. He's going to get the gas back to start
He needs
up.
to start up the upgrade now if he wants it, yeah. No glaives just yet. I was thinking maybe Dark Templar can catch somebody like Reynor. I mean, what are the odds of Reynor not being prepared? He fires up a lair already. Ooh, okay, well, if it is going to be glaives, he could have fired that one up like 15 seconds earlier.
Yeah, I guess you don't need to fire it up immediately because of the timing that you end up going for, but I mean, you can see Reynor just lair Roach Roaring, so he's going to play 2 bases. This is pretty much a guaranteed. Like, how do you break 2 bases of a Zerg with the depths? I mean, obviously there's going to be a third, but Reynor won't saturate it. There's not going to be anything to really grab there, and Reynor's going to be so quick towards Roaches that will also be on Roach speed quickly too. I feel like this is just a rough set of build orders if you're looking at it from Spats' point of view.
Yeah, and at this point, Reynor obviously also knows that he hasn't seen an Oracle, which maybe doesn't tell him that much, but it tells him at least that it's not a Stargate opener, so he realizes at this point that he needs to be a little bit safer maybe and worry about some sort of 2-base shenanigans here from Spats. Obviously, a third Nexus, is not going to be really a great option at this point either. So there is going to be a Dark Shrine on the back of it, but you already mentioned the Lair. Obviously, the Lair enables the Overseer, right? And if there's one Zerg unit that's really good against Dark Templar, well, it's the Overseer. You don't even really need your Spore. So Adepts are ready to get that Glaives upgrade going, but at the same time, there's already loads of Roaches out.
Yep, there's a lot of Roaches coming through. I mean, I like the Glaives.
He can just bore himself in fully here too, by the way.
Yeah,
I think that's what he's. Yeah, that's what he's doing.
It's just super safe way of dealing with this, man. I mean, this is Spats already feels like, man, I really am hitting not quite a brick wall, but an evolution chamber wall. Like, god damn it, what am I meant to do? Really not great. So he's going to keep on shading those Adepts about, try and find a bit of something, but realistically, there's just nothing there to have. Now it's going to be down to, like, the Dark Shrine, but then with the lair already finished? I mean,
yeah,
they're really grasping at straws, and it's only the first 5 minutes of the game, but it's just because Spats is going to, try to do something quirky and aggressive, and Reynor's entire build order has been, I'm not going to let anything weird happen to me early. And so, yeah, it just isn't working for Protoss.
He just scouted it. Yeah, he just scouted it in the main base too. So he just now sees the Overseer finishing up inside of the main base. The Adepts are still being defended at home as well. So this is going very nicely right here for the Italian Zerg. He obviously needs to be prepared for the Dark Templar too, but having that Overseer here nearby, I mean, this is all going very safely, and now just slowly trickling out drones right here for the third base. I mean, maybe the Adepts can get something. No, that's the Queen's already waiting on the perimeter. Okay, I was going to say, maybe they can get something done in the natural if they come in from that strange angle. Reynor is now sending most of his units across, though, so there's a chance that maybe Spats can find a little bit of weakness here.
Possibility is, well, Reynor's going to find weakness himself, though he's just going to take down the Stalker in the front. He can get probes if he just sits there, because that'll transfer into the third, but he can also just walk through. He powers 2 gates. He actually didn't go through soon enough, so the force field will cut off some of his units, but, well, he's locked out with a group of Adepts. I don't think he's going to mind all that much. Immortals might be a saving grace, but that just means Reynor's probably going to focus on the third instead, and it looks as though Reynor is going to absolutely do enough to just absolutely, well, secure and cement his lead here.
Yep. And this, I mean, it's a little reminiscent of the previous series we just had a look at as well between Serral and aRocKFire. It's not that, like, one thing necessarily went horribly wrong right here. It's just that overall, it's a couple things added together, right? You have a few mistakes here and there. I don't necessarily like this build order choice here very much from Spats. I mean, obviously there are these moments where it's almost like an anti-timing. Because like you said, normally we see Glaive Adept openers primarily when the natural expansion of the Zerg gets blocked. In this case, maybe Spats was hoping, okay, it's such an uncommon follow-up that maybe I can catch my opponent off guard. But now we kind of see why it's such an uncommon follow-up. Because it's just not particularly strong at this level of play. He's doing some cute little immortal juggling over here, though. He did secure the third base. He did keep it alive. This is by no means like an impossible game at this point for Spats, but now you have to play Reynor in a bit of a longer game, and that's also not going to be an easy feat.
No, not really. As you do see these couple of Immortals, going to get straight towards that left-hand side, going to start poking away at the hatchery. Roach Ravager will be there to meet it. Reynor is still building a lot of Roach Ravager. He's on 3-base saturation, so he can just sort of spam units for the moment. Eventually, obviously, you maybe want to saturate the fourth, but for now, if he's just going to focus on the timing, 4 Roach Ravager is going to stack up very quickly, and it is going to be a challenge for Spats to defend, especially if these two Immortals are not back home, he needs to be careful with how committed he keeps this Prism. And Spats moving out with the rest of the army does not feel great, but I mean, it's kind of funny because I feel like he's like, okay, the only chance I have is to make more gates and just send it. And Reynor's just sending it on 3 base economy, so yeah, just all in all, still a great setup for Reynor. He might lose the 4th hatchery, but he doesn't need it.
Okay, so this is now Spats rather, ready to complete a big attack here, and he needs to deal critical amounts of damage. Losing the Prism is the worst start for that fight. Now, really, his only option is to either, well, stand here, I guess, or to recall. I would have not minded seeing a recall, but I guess he doesn't really have a choice yet. Ultimately, we now see the units returning back home, and they're needed as well, because Roaches are, in the meantime, working over at the 3rd base of the Protoss player. They've already been killing stuff for a little while. Only 48 probes remain. A couple of cleverly positioned Ravager Morphins over there keep these Roaches alive for just a tad bit longer. And now the rest of the Roach army is ready to start knocking on the front door. I say a Roach army. It's more or less just a Ravager army at this point. Yeah. Hey, Hero Dark Templar, maybe.
Where's the Overseer, Reynor? Okay, Reynor, he has one to the right-hand side. He's just walking away from it. Yeah, once the Overseer's here, this is not going to be an issue anymore. Has to move a little bit closer.
Running away from the tank has never worked out in MMOs, right? But yeah, ultimately it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I was going to say, it was kind of a funny little situation because it just sort of felt like, you know, when that Prism went down, it was the worst scenario because he actually unsieged it to try and, you know, pull it away from the Biles. And he cancelled his warp in, so you didn't even get like the 1 extra warp in to take that fight with, which maybe possibly could have been a little bit of something. Obviously, in the end, not really going to probably make much of a difference, but yeah, Reynor, a little bit different to what Serral did in the sense that I feel like Reynor came in with a little bit more kind of feistiness, right? Like came in with a little bit more power straight away. You know, Serral kind of played a little slower at least, but the idea is the same, whereas if you miss your builds and you don't do enough against this level of Zerg, they're going to punish you at some point, and when it comes to the punishing, it's going to be extremely one-sided, quite frankly.
Yeah, and I think the build choice, I mean, I already touched upon it earlier, but I don't think it's that great in general. Like, when we think about, like, I don't know, Protoss versus Zerg tier list, right? When it comes to their different build orders, I think this particular start with straight Twilight Council is probably, like, B tier at best. Like, it kind of works sometimes, but at the highest level of StarCraft, we rarely see it because Zergs will pretty much always just deflect the Adepts, and, well, then suddenly your 3rd Nexus is super late, and if you don't deal damage, you're already automatically behind. But even if you do deal damage, you end up losing all the Adepts, and the Roach counterattack is rough. It's tricky, right? And with the Dark Templar follow-up, it also becomes, well, something that you almost need to deal damage with because you're just so far behind in every way. And yeah, when we already saw that natural then not getting blocked and we still committed to the build, all of it combined, it just does not allow Protoss for a very strong early game.
It really, really doesn't, as we get ourselves into a game number 2 in the bottom left-hand corner. Our blue Protoss player from Berserker Esports looking to bounce back. It's Spats.
And his opponent, up here in the top right of Solaris, he is Reynor, currently 1-0 ahead in this best of 3 series. So now opening up with a spawning pool first. Okay.
Spawning pool it is. Okay. I mean, again, just another way of being fairly safe. This is a fairly early pool. It's not like a 12 pool, but on the earlier side.
Is that a drone moving at the bottom of the map, Wardy?
Oh, it is. You're going to do something really cheeky? We're going to proxy hatch?
I think we're going to build a cheeky little hatch, yeah.
Okay.
This is not your side of the map, Reynor. You're on the wrong end.
I kind of love it, though. It's like, Reynor's like, you know what? I'm going to have a little bit of fun. I've got a game advantage, right? I've got a game in, you know, on my favor. You might just go for the hatchery block and just going to,
Super annoying.
Yeah, it's something you don't see anymore because Protoss players figured out how to deal with it, but, you know, if you're Spats, you're stressed out. Now, you know, do you still remember the best possible defense? Does it throw you off your game? I think, honestly, it would, because I don't know when the last time Spats played against this would have been.
No, that's exactly it. Like, this is one of those quote-unquote figured-out strategies. But do you remember how you figured it out, right? Like, that's the question here. So, ultimately, this hatchery is going to get cancelled, but Spats is going to be completely thrown off of the build order that he originally had planned. There's Zerglings, by the way, on the back of this too, right here for Reynor. So this is not like a macro variant. Yeah, he's actually just making a ton of lings on the back of this. No speed, no nothing, just slow Zerglings. I wouldn't be surprised if he lets that hatchery finish here, but that would also be an interesting one. I mean, it's just the five probes here working away at it right now. They really want to catch the drone if it does decide to cancel.
Good job on the Zealot, right? Just staying in the wall off and not going to help with the hatchery, because that would be when the lings get in. Maybe then they can force us around. Second Zealot is about to pop. That means you can send one forward to at least go fight those Lings off, protect your gateway. Reynor's still making slow Lings. He clearly believes he has something here. Lets the hatchery finish, so he's going to use the Broodlings to chase. He will even build 2 more Lings off of the eggs. The Broodlings will actually fight the probes. Now he's going to send it towards the gateway. He really just wants to bust the gate down. Apparently this is what it all relies on.
This is no good. This is no good at all here for Reynor. He is so far behind at this point, assuming Spats can hold. Obviously, this is a little bit of a cheeky one, but if you look at the worker count at the bottom of your screens right now, 21 versus 13 is absolutely atrocious here for the Zerg. Now Adepts are coming out too. Okay, don't allow the Lings in. Ooh, okay, well, yeah. Even when they do get in, it gets a little bit risky, right? But do you really have a choice right now as Reynor? You have all of these Lings made. Do you not have to try and at least get some sort of value?
I guess not, because you're Reynor. As he is going to get surrounded on the Adept and the Zealot, so catches Spats off guard there. He's going to punish him, and he's going to get a couple of units. So, yeah, I think because you're kind of like saying, well, you know what, I'm Reynor and he's Spats. You know, from Reynor's point of view, it's kind of like, well, yeah, I'm very behind and I should lose, but I believe I can make enough plays to bring it back, and that's already one mistake, right? Losing those couple of units. So I think Reynor's just going to, you know, take what's given to him and just slowly claw his way back into it. I think that's going to be the approach now.
Well, normally if this was like, you know, I don't know, a hero versus Reynor game, I think it'd be, I'd be cheering right here for the Protoss player for sure. And I do find myself actually cheering for the Protoss player, even though I may not be entirely unbiased then as a caster. It will be interesting though to see this particular series going to game number 3, as we've had so many quick 2-0s already. And if there's any game where we should see the score get evened up, I believe it to be this one, right? Like Reynor put himself very far behind here in these first couple minutes, going for a build order that really was defended very nicely right there by Spats. We were wondering if he remembered. Well, turns out he did. And he's once again going to go for the Twilight Council here. I actually like it better in this particular instance, assuming there will be a third hatchery for Reynor. Maybe he's just going to stick around on 2 bases once again, but this time around, I mean, you're going for a timing attack. There's the third hatch going down too. Spats will be happy to have seen that drone. I think this is a nice position right here for Spats. The Glyph Adepts are going to hit like twice as hard this time around.
Yep, it definitely makes sense, because the Stargate is one of those things where it's about controlling and being safe and, you know, slowly getting yourself into the later stage. Spats has a lead he wants to take advantage of right now, and that's exactly what the Glaives enables him to do. So he'll get the Glaives ready, he will commit with it very shortly. You can already see those couple of Adepts are currently sneaking their way just around the right-hand side, getting themselves set up. Gonna find one Zergling as they move across here. That Roach Run coming up from Reynor.
Yeah. He's going to need the roaches as well. Only 36 drones, so that's a whole lot less workers than he had in the previous game. It's not like Spats' economy is really anything to write home about. How many gateways does he have? It's just going to be the 4 here for him, so it's not like he's going to be going completely all in with this. He'll probably be building a third Nexus off of the back of this as well. I wouldn't have minded seeing him just commit like full on to this particular push, but he obviously realizes as well that this is going to be one of his best shots, and he really does not want to mess it up. But only 38 probes, man. It's not like he has like a booming economy to just play the macro game now. This becomes something that needs to deal damage at this point.
Yeah, you would expect it to, but we'll see if Reynor can find some sort of defense. He's got roaches on the way. The way Reynor's going to defend this on less drones with kind of just about getting the units out in time, I think it's extremely important he basically takes no damage from the Adepts in terms of drone damage. So let's see if he can do what a lot would consider the impossible. Going to lose 2 drones immediately here. You're going to lose some. But we're really talking about like single digits of drones, and really on the lower end of single digits. So far decent. Only 2 workers lost. Obviously, mining time lost as you pull away. The Adepts are going to shade back there. The Prism actually evacuates the couple of Adepts that were maybe not shading far enough. We will kill one of them that didn't have space to get into the Prism. So that's 1 Adept killed. And it looks as though Spats for the most part backing it up. Reynor really hit his defensive timing well, and he's back to droning.
Yeah, sneaking out a couple of those workers once again, trying his very best to just be as greedy as possible after this very strange early game. This is Spats now coming in as well from the left, by the way, with a small group of Adepts once again, trying to see if maybe he can get some work done over there. This time around, the Lings are on top of them right away, and yeah, Reynor just making this game so difficult on himself with that particular start, but he does find himself. What is that area called in Dragon Ball Z? The hyperbolic time chamber or something, where just the gravity is twice as heavy or something along those lines, and it just doubles your training effort? It kind of feels like that's what Reynor has decided to do in this particular game, just make it so much harder for himself after those first few minutes, but Well, now at the 7-minute mark, he's once again found himself back in. Don't lose the prism. Okay, he's found himself once again back into a pretty playable position.
Look, I think you should stay away from the anime references.
Yeah?
You were almost there.
Is that not what it's called?
Well, the hyperbolic time chamber is where you like a year feels like a day, or a day feels like a year.
Oh,
That,
well, I got it way off.
I mean,
it's been about 2 decades, I think, since I've
there
last
are
watched
things
Dragon
where
Ball Z.
there are things where they train it like 100 times gravity, but and you might be able to do that in a hyperbolic time chamber, but it's not necessarily the thing, you know. Like, I'm just trying to see if you getting called out by Twitch chat, you know.
All right, thank you. Sorry, Twitch chat. I apologize. I love anime. Huge fan. Ooh. We have a Colossus transition right now coming up here, though, for Spats. Yeah, double Colossus. How good is that going to be against Roaches and Ravagers?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think we've ever had Uru live on broadcast. Just make me giggle. If you get to 4 Colossi, I think it's very scary. Even against Roach Ravager, as long as the main thing is there's not enough Roach Ravager to just like steamroll and get on top of the Colossi and insta-kill them, which may sound obvious, but you just need something to stand in front, give the Colossi a bit of time to deal damage, because that's what Colossi struggle with. They, take time to deal that damage. If 4 Colossi survive for like even like 10 to 15 seconds of a fight, I think there's a lot that they can do, and I think they'll be, very happy. So you see Reynor dropping down his Spire. I think it's not just going to be about Roach Ravager from him. That Spire's going to have a role to play. We'll see if he can make it be enough.
No, absolutely. So Spats ready for a big attack here in just a moment time. Mixing in a couple more Immortals. I don't mind it over here. So he's got 2 Colossi out at this point in time. There's a good chance as well that Reynor is thinking about Mutas here if he feels like that is the right choice. This is always obviously not a bad situation for Corruptor either. I mean, back in the early days of StarCraft, you would counter Colossus and Prisms just by making a couple of Corruptors and trying to shoot those units out of the sky. We'll have to see exactly what his plan is going to be right now, but yeah, road speed is done. There's a chance he can start marching.
Without a Hive in sight, man, like... Yeah, I feel as though without a Hive in sight, like maybe you do just have to make Corruptors. Maybe Mutas would be okay. They're not as great at kind of straight up fighting, but the ability to pull your opponent apart a bit would be nice. But quite frankly, Reynor's just spamming units. Like, he doesn't have the gas to make anything off the Spire.
No. He's just making a lot of Roaches right now. I wonder if it's like a safety thing? This is definitely a questionable strategy here from Reynor. Honestly, the entire game long has been pretty wild.
Yeah, I guess. Like, it almost feels like the Spire got scouted and he, like, wanted to just mass Roach Ravager to catch his opponent off guard, but the Spire wasn't scouted. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
There's always something you can fall back on eventually. Now, Spats doesn't have a 4th Nexus. He only just now starts it up, right? That's the tricky part here, not having the 4th Nexus. Like, if there would have been a 4th base already done here for Spats, which I feel like is something we would have seen in a lot of games of StarCraft, he would have been in a much more comfortable spot. Now both players have been massing army for ages. We're going to make 5 Mutas now? This is certainly a little bit weird.
Oh, we are all over the place, aren't we? As Spats starts moving forward, Reynor needs one massive cleanup, which, to be fair, if he's going to find it, being on creep is a good place. He's going to buy time with Corrosive Files, and at the same time, on the other side of the map, he catches 2 Immortals. In theory, they can back up a little bit, but Spats is just paying attention to his main force, trying to find a way in. It's actually extremely difficult to find a way in on Solaris. All of these areas are so choked up against this amount of Ravagers. Reynor can buy some time. There's some force field. Spats is going to send it, so he sends his units to the top side to get the Concave. He does make it through that choke point. He's eating Corrosive Files on the Colossus. Very nearly loses one as Reynor buying as much time as possible while dealing damage on the other side.
I think Spats had all of the tools at his disposal here to actually squeeze out a victory, but you mentioned it, a lot of those battles connected right there on the Protoss army, and in the meantime he's losing so much stuff at home as well. If those 2 Immortals were part of this force, it would have looked so much better. Reynor ultimately creating chaos and using speed to his advantage over here, nearly doubling his opponent's APM in this particular match. Just trying to pull his opponent's attention in as many different areas as possible, and ultimately now the Mutas are just here to rub salt in the wound. Ultimately, Reynor just has way too much army left over. Spats is forced to commit and fight deep on creep. No more speed circle here to help him out either. Nicely done right here by Reynor.
Yeah, that saw a couple additional sentries, a couple more Corrosive Files coming down, just keeping those Immortals away, and well, you just see the Roaches, Mutas continuing to come through, picking off that Nexus, and just doing so much on the other side. All Reynor needs to do is eventually find a cleanup on this army, which he is going to be able to get done. GG's. Reynor finds the 2-0 here, and that is going to be him. Already.
What a game.
I want to know. But yeah, that was a good one. Like, Reynor was behind, and then he finds a defense which a lot would find impossible against Adepts. And then he is even then still not in a great spot, but then he does really the right things to make it happen, and just super reliant on those Crows of Baals, which hit the mark.
Yeah, they hit the mark, absolutely. But that's one of those things that is very difficult to rely on, right? Because you're almost relying on your opponent just not paying attention, right? It's mostly just due to the fact that Reynor at the same time was attacking on the other side of the map too. I mean, I'm trying to think back of the start of this match where he went for a 14 pull into a proxy hatch into flooding the map with slow Zerglings. And he found himself, in the end, with like 20 workers for the Protoss and like 13 drones for the Zerg. That is such a major advantage for the Protoss at that point. And then to still come back, well, nearly 10 minutes later is very, very impressive right there from Reynor. He made that series very difficult for himself in the end, but yeah, just a little bit too good.
You know, if Reynor was here to talk to us, he'd probably be like, you know, just a bit of fun day one. You gotta have, you know, you gotta live a little dangerously, you know what he's like. And I feel like he'd be exactly like that right now. As it has been a set of 2-0 so far today, but I do personally feel as though the next couple of matches we have to round out Europe are potentially where that could start changing. Maybe we do still have favorites in these series in the current day and age, but Harstem versus MilkyCow, Blythe versus Mana, there's no longer like a Titan in these series, right? Where like we've had a Reynor, we've had a Spirit, we've had a Serral, all, you know, and Skillous as well. These guys were all top 8 last season, for example, versus players that were bottom 16 of last season's ESL EU Masters. Now, you've got kind of players that all finished a bit more kind of in the middle of the table last season, so it's going to be a little bit more competitive perhaps in these round 1 matches. So I think it's going to get very fun as we will continue through these games. Like I say, Harstem versus MilkyCow. Blythe versus Mana is going to be rounding out Europe today, and then we move into the Americas with Foxa versus Astrea, Eggs versus Cham, Trigger versus Dolan, and we wrap things up today with Future Nina. That's going to be a great one. But of course, more on that later. We're going to take a quick little break. When we come back, more StarCraft 2 action, as it is Harstem taking on MilkyCow up next.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we have ourselves more StarCraft action. Believe it or not, we are going to keep the games coming your way. As up next, we have ourselves Harstem and MilkyCow going head-to-head, which I actually thought was a pretty fun match that we have coming up. It just sort of seems like one to me, which really is kind of like, at face value, initially I was like, man, I think this could be kind of close, but then their history, Harstem is 7-1 against MilkyCow. I thought MilkyCow might have stole a couple of series along the way somewhere.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I was just looking at the same stats. Apparently, the last time they played is more than a year ago, at least in a tournament series. So that was back in July of 2022. It's been a little bit, for sure, since they last faced against each other. I do feel like MilkyCow has been looking pretty strong over the last year or so. Now, the last time they did play, every single time they've ever played, it was Harstem winning. But last time, apparently, MilkyCow ended up winning 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, like, to me, MilkyCow is good enough to go toe-to-toe with Harstem and make some, weird situations. And to me, he should come out on top of some of those. I'm just surprised it's only happened one time. So, definitely not one which I would say going in is like, look at the stats, Harstem should win. Like, to me, MilkyCow can win this. It's actually a dangerous first round for both of them. A very doable first round for both of them. Like I say, as we get further into day number 1 here, it kind of feels like we're starting to get to the matches now where even in round 1, there's a little bit of kind of like hesitation to pick a favorite, as we will start off. We're ready to go in the top right from the Shopify Rebellion, our blue Protoss player, Harstem.
And his opponent, down here in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, it's a MilkyCow. I was briefly talking to Harstem this morning, and he mentioned that he is feeling pretty good about this particular match, but there's always a chance, right, that there's going to be a curveball of some sort, that there is going to be some sort of attack that he's not quite prepared for, because MilkyCow is definitely no stranger to throwing those strategies out there.
Okay, he's not quite prepared for anything right now, mate. Dropping now the pause. So a couple of moments. As
How do I make it so there is no mineral field when I click on the minerals?
Oh yeah, that's an option. So like when you mouse over the minerals, it says mineral field like as a text box. Sort of like when you mouse over MilkyCows and like units, it says MilkyCow.
Ah, that's got to be one of the gameplay settings.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, these guys, they do play on completely fresh accounts when it comes to this tournament. These accounts are like officially their tournament accounts essentially, so it's very possible that their settings are not completely set up as maybe they should be. And yeah, maybe there's something a little bit there to
No clue.
Cool.
Okay, go.
Yep. Referee clearly didn't know either, so yeah, we're just gonna get back into it. MilkyCow in the bottom left is gonna have mineral fields on his minerals, but I feel like that's one of those things where I shouldn't. Oh, it's the enemy selection. Oh, he figured it out. Good job, MilkyCow.
Well, that is definitely a setting you need to have on. That is actually one of the settings that you do have to change when you have a new StarCraft account. Because it turns out by default, it is not possible to select your opponent's structures, which is maybe nice for new players, but as a pro gamer, you want to be able to see if that's a Stargate or a gateway.
Yes. No, you want to be able to know that sort of stuff is happening, so I'm kind of, one of those things you should kind of be, on top of early, play a couple games in a tournament account. There's a good reason to do that. As a few probes come in and the SCV is going to get chased around. I'm just going to go for that for a couple of moments.
Cheeky little engineering bay block right here just to make things extra annoying. This is one of those builds that Protoss players play against all the time, but it's not their favorite, right? Like, it's not an uncommon strategy. It doesn't really put you behind or anything. At least nothing all too significant, especially if you kill the SCV. Okay, well, he gets it. A little bit too greedy right there by MilkyCow. It's just annoying, right? It just throws off your build a little bit, and it's like being forced to take your third base rather than your natural expansion as Zerg. It's just a bit frustrating.
Yep, no, absolutely. As we just have ourselves, the Nexus now gets to go down on location, so Harstem being able to deal with this nice and quickly is definitely a big win for him. He should be very happy about that, and we'll be able to move on from there.
Okay, so what exactly is the build order going to be right here for Harstem? We're going to see what he's going to plant down. Should be a Stargate, I would imagine. There it goes. Stargate inside of the main base of the Protoss player, and MilkyCow, well, he's going for a second Reaper. Okay. What do you make of that, Wardy?
Yeah, I mean, kind of a MilkyCow thing to do.
Yep.
So, yeah, the sort of thing where, yeah, he just kind of gets like a little bit aggressive early. He tries to put on as much pressure as he can, and MilkyCow's just a very aggressive player. Like, don't be surprised if this kid ends up just playing mass bio and just dropping everywhere and trying to be absolutely crazy throughout. So definitely a possibility. As a couple Reapers will join up, and they'll begin to make their way to the upper right-hand side.
Okay, so there is a nice little ledge right over here that can indeed protect Harstem. Positioning his buildings in such a way that he does not have those Reapers just go on to town in the main base right away. Is this one stuck? Oh, he's trying to...
It's actually stuck.
Is it stuck?
It's stuck.
Oh my god, it can't leave. He tried to move it down to the low ground. He threw a grenade on his own Reaper right there to try and unstuck it, but how did it get into that spot in the first place? So it walked in there and then couldn't walk out?
I actually think this is one of the maps where the Reaper ledge has been a little bit wonky, and we are playing on the ESL version, which means that they have, put some changes in, and I think it was even more egregious beforehand that this would happen a lot of the time. But apparently that's going to happen really quite badly there, and that's unfortunate for MilkyCow losing a Reaper. That's one of those things that I'm sure is probably not going to happen again, because it's probably going to be fixed by tomorrow, if I had to guess.
Yeah, there's no way that is going to stay in. Because that seemed very unfortunate for him for sure. Either way, that now means that Harstem is going to have a bit of an easier time defending. He sends the Oracle towards the other side of the map, and he's starting to get some damage done inside of the main base of the of the Terran player, rather. A couple Widow Mines are burrowing right next to that Oracle as well, getting 5 SCVs, 6 SCVs, maybe a 7th one as well if he's not careful. In the meantime, a Widow Mine drop on the other side of the map, getting deflected.
Yep, that's actually great. Going to get shut down without doing anything. The medevac will die here as well. Harstem, this is a great start, man. You're going to completely shut down the Widow Mine drop. You've killed 6 SCVs. It's kind of funny because a lot of the time nowadays you think Oracle's not really meant to kill SCVs, as silly as that seems. It's kind of more for the scouting, right? And if you get some SCVs, great. But to get 6, Oracle full HP, and you take no damage back at home, that is absolutely incredible.
No, this is exactly what you're looking for as a Protoss player. So that third base is going to feel really good. He's going to go for the Twilight Council right now on the back of it too. MilkyCow is going to double down on the Widow Mine shenanigans. The problem is he's already seen the opponent's Phoenixes, right? This becomes a very risky move. Maybe he can bait the Phoenixes into those Widow Mines as well. That is always a chance, or always a choice, but we'll have to see.
Yep, no, absolutely. As we see ourselves, the Twilight Council, a couple of gateways all coming up. Let me just get ourselves settled in Harstem's base. I mean, I love that MilkyCow is sticking to his nature of like, hey, I'm ready to drop again, but it really didn't start well. And of course, the Phoenix style should be pretty bad for MilkyCow because the Phoenix are really good at deflecting these kind of drops. And Harstem just following it up with charge is very happy to play straight into what can be a very aggressive style. But more importantly, it can really stop MilkyCow from hitting any sort of timing on the follow-up, right? Because if you've got Phoenix charge lot, very few tank pushes are going to work. Now, that said, MilkyCow is just massing up mines, and that's maybe one of the things that could go well if you just get mines and a lot of bio. The mines can blow up a lot of the Zealots. Maybe there's some success there. Once more, though, the mines have done nothing as they get denied from dropping into the natural.
Well, right now, there's a little bit of a drop over at the third base. Getting those cleaned up too, and Harstem really on top of everything. I mean, only just one of those mines has to go horribly wrong, right? And we see that all the time, but... Oh, I shouldn't have said anything. 11 kills. Workers. Yeah, 11, 12. Now a couple more are starting to fall as well in the natural expansion. He pulled those probes back just ever so slightly too early.
That was a real caster curse, man. That was...
Yep.
Yeah, all you have to do is one thing to go wrong.
I shouldn't have said anything, Harstem. I apologize.
Yeah. Local bringing down the Dutch player, trying to be the best Dutch player, and I see how it is. Oh well, still packing +1 on the way up as our charge building as well. We do load up a couple of mines, and they're going to go boosting across towards that main base, so heading in the next couple of moments here.
That was so unlucky right there for Harstem. He was doing an excellent job. He actually pulled those probes right at the right moment, but there was at the same time also a Widow Mine over in the natural expansion, right? And that just made it so difficult right there for him. And now MilkyCow is just going to double down on this. He's got a cheeky Widow Mine over at third base. We still have the Phoenixes hanging out over in the natural, and now they're flown on over here. At least he's going to be able to get rid of it pretty easily using the detection range right there of that photon cannon, but... not quite as great a start anymore right here for the Dutch Protoss.
You know, the only thing I will say, though, is that this was not just one mine drop that killed 14 probes. This is 13 mines that have gone down, killing 14 probes, plus 7 SCVs killed by the Oracle, 2 medevacs, a Hellion and the 2 Reapers. MilkyCow lost a lot this game. And so Harstem is actually up 20 supply, and that really is just due to the fact that, yeah, okay, one Widow Mine was bad, but on average, he dealt with the Widow Mines very well. So yeah, he could have been in an even better position. But as it stands, his position is actually pretty good. Like, he's still in a pretty stable spot. It's just because MilkyCow's had so many attempts at hitting big with the mines, only one of them really did anything.
No, absolutely. This is still certainly a good situation right here for Harstem. So many Widow mines just sprinkled all over the map, right? It becomes difficult to clean all of it up, but that's 2 more that end up falling. The Phoenixes are obviously important, but we are getting to the point where you don't necessarily need quite as many of them anymore. So if you can start trading out some of this army, it's not a bad idea. Ghost right now coming up though, with MilkyCow of course securing that 3rd command center. He's going to be able to at least get a decent economy going here and start thinking about some of those higher tier units. Combat shields, I was going to say, a little bit late, starts it up right now.
Yep, gets that combat shield started. A few ghosts continue now. That Bioforce will take the watchtower a little bit here for a few moments as well. So again, all of that on the way. Trying to see what it is we can do. And to just have MilkyCow. I mean, this is where I feel like Harstem shouldn't have issues. He's got so many zealots. And if MilkyCow still had a lot of mines in his army, then great. He has 8, but not all 8 of them are here. He's got a lot spread out defensively back at home against the Phoenix. I actually think MilkyCow could be in trouble right now because there's not really retreating when Phoenix are involved. You can see him, he's going to lift up, he's going to go to the other side of the rocks. Probably the best retreat he could have had. The EMP actually hits the medevac, so they're now out of energy. No healing for that army, and medevacs have been dying. Health is going to become an issue very soon.
Yeah, he needs to be very careful here. Those Phoenixes are still providing a lot of problems right here for MilkyCow. And now suddenly, a massive Protoss army has made its way on over to the 3rd base. There was an opportunity, I think, right there for Harstem to attack, but he decides to not really take any risks. He now has his 4th base up and running as well on the right side of the map. His economy is looking pretty stellar, and he doesn't really need to take any gambles. But I think there was an opportunity right there for him if he, well, really wanted to go ahead and charge ahead. It's just that this is not a particularly great unit composition to continue the game with, right? Like, you really do start needing those Colossi here very soon.
Oh yeah, absolutely. As that Prism comes back around, the Bio going to go for a set of rocks opening up right now and just going to go and pick through this already as Mines and Bio and Ghost are just going to clear it up and we get access to this bottom side of the map. So we will now be able to chase on towards that position as our CC takes a 4th as well. So MilkyCow not slowing down there. And Harstem just with some money to spend. If he spends that, he's going to maintain a pretty decent supply advantage.
Absolutely. MilkyCow though pushing in right now on the right side as well. Widowmine over there getting some nice damage done. Colossus now is joining the fray, and that is super sweet here for the Protoss player.
Building 2 of them at a time as well, and once the Lance finishes, even better as it goes actually out of energy. Zealots still have some good HP on them, some good shields. Maybe the choke point's a little bit too much. Phoenix will get a few lift-offs though. Widowmine going to get the Phoenix in return, and Harstem really is chasing. The Zealots are still tanking up at the front, and honestly, these Phoenix continue through, and MilkyCow has to keep on retreating away.
Massive Zealot run by as well inside of the main base right there of the Terran player, so that is super annoying here. He did save most of the SCVs by pulling them nice and early, but that is still something that needs to be cleaned up here ultimately. Harstem though has in the meantime marched most of his units back home, so that does mean that most of these Zealots, I think all of these Zealots, are going to be killed.
Yep, and a couple of Widowmines going to go off. Everything's going to start getting cleaned out in the main base. But this obviously pulls everything back from MilkyCow, so Harstem can feel safe enough everywhere else. Missile turret not in reach to get the Prism there. And yeah, Harstem is just going to start taking the middle of the map a little bit for himself. So just, you know, if nothing else, removing a lot of the map control from MilkyCow. Gotta feel good as the Protoss player who's about to finish +2 armor, so his Zealot's going to be nice and tanky. And he just continues his way with further tech, the Blink being the next step. As 2 more Colossi finish, I feel like after this we should start to see Disruptors. 5 Colossi is already a little over there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If MilkyCow figures out exactly what he's playing against, he can start making some pivots as well in a direction where those Colossi are just not going to be quite as useful anymore. 4th command center though, now set up nice and pretty as well at the bottom of the map for some time already. He's building up the 5th command center. I mean, considering the situation we were in at the very start of this game, MilkyCow has done an excellent job bringing it all the way back over here. That's so many Colossi, man. Alright, Widowmine drop coming in, and we do indeed, we see 1 more Colossus added into the mix. There's going to be 6 in total, but we do see a transition right now towards the Disruptor play.
Yep, as you see our army just going to come up this ramp, we are just going to push through, so a couple of different sides of the map are going to be taking shots at the same time. All these SCVs running down to the bottom. Whoa. Well, that's a lot of workers going down extremely quickly. That's a pretty sight for a Protoss player, as the Bio, though, is going to drop into this base. And of course, MilkyCow still doing damage on the other side, but I just don't feel like he's got that much. That does mean he's got a bit of a more sizable force to defend with as well, though, so maybe there's something to be said there. Harstem Looks as though he's not going to take any further damage, and he can still kill the base on the bottom side, so big win for Harstem here.
Yeah, absolutely. This base at the bottom is going to be in a lot of trouble. He's cleaned up the drop right now inside of the main base, too. That being said, though, we do have the, well, Marauder Viking ball here growing slowly, but I just don't think there's enough stuff right here for MilkyCow. Now, he's going to have to run away for sure. Still getting a bit of damage done on the other side of the map, but Harstem has been doing a good job deflecting that drop right there from the Terran with, well, just using his war pins. Now, Zealots, once again, are cleaning up the medevacs that have unloaded over on the right side of the map.
A little bit of bio drops down. A couple of Zealots will get the Marauders. Marine is going to go down too. Just have ourselves the cleanup now. So MilkyCow has no more pressure to apply. He's obviously taking mega damage himself. I said 5 Colossi is overkill. In this case, it was actually great. They've had a chance to fight pretty much throughout. Now needs to be a little careful. I'm just skeptical that Marauders might actually get through the Stalkers. There's the Zealots that we need to defend. Couple Colossi left, but now only one. And force this orbital lift back up, and Harstem not quite as convincing here as I thought he might be. Again, with the Zealots in front, stuff should start to look a little bit better for him at least. He's also got the aid of those disruptors now.
He's got a lot of money in the bank. He must have missed a warp in or two right here during the last couple minutes of the game, because sitting right now at this much cash is not quite what you're hoping for. With, you know, an additional 8 Zealots or so, this fight would have looked quite a bit better for him. Ultimately, though, this is still a good position for him to be in, but obviously MilkyCow is now, well, getting his reinforcements very close to this battle. Viking right there, desperately trying to get as many Colossi kills as possible. Disruptor rolling forward. It does get dodged for now.
Yep, dodging away. Our army going to continue through. We just see ourselves a couple more Vikings, SCVs, Ghosts all coming out, and this is going to be a push forward. Although Command has to lift off. Disruptor's going to fire through. We're just going to have ourselves the... Well, Bio continuing to fight. We are going to lose the Colossus now. The Disruptors are going to go down, and Harstem getting pushed back once again. The Warp in his Zealots is just too late to get there and to really tank for everything else.
MilkyCow trying to secure another base over here as well. Cheekily put down the gold during all of that. Another purification. No, that gets dodged. This one, however, does get a massive hit. GG immediately.
GG immediately. No messing around in the end there. Harstem does close out game one. Man, this was such a wild one because it kind of felt like Harstem did everything he needed to. Then it felt like he made his life a lot more difficult. You know, it just felt as though the way the base trade went, I thought Harstem was going to smash through MilkyCow at the end, but MilkyCow put up a fight. Finally, a Disruptor just says, "Nuh-uh." Obviously, MilkyCow was in a position where, at the very least, one final blow was not going to be, you know... Yeah, he couldn't take, like, one big blow, and he took exactly that. And that is going to be GG.
That was risky, though, man. Without the Disruptor hit right there, that was starting to look awfully close right there. Well, maybe even going into MilkyCow's favor, especially if he managed to secure that gold base. I like how during all of that aggression, he just flew over an orbital command towards the gold and started mining a little bit over there. It's like, I don't think this is the time and the place for it right now, but yeah, you never know if it works out. Maybe you just push back those units and you move in. You were talking about it earlier, Wardy. We haven't really seen a lot of Equilibrium, but apparently it's coming up next.
Oh, that's so interesting. TVP is probably the matchup I would expect it in, that or Mirrors, because it's very good for Zerg. It's not only big, but you can take a gold, if not as a fourth, then even as a third sometimes, you know, and you don't really get punished for it, so it's, you don't really get punished for it as a Zerg, but as opposing races, if you try and take a quick gold, it's got access on the other side, so it's even better for Zerg run-bys, actually. So this feels like the kind of map that we will probably see in non-Zerg matchups, maybe sometimes. In this case, we're going to see it here between Harstem and MilkyCow, so very exciting. Yeah.
I mean, third base, fourth base. If we're going to see this in the upcoming series after this one, I think Bly will be more than happy to take it as a natural if he has the chance.
Yeah.
But here we go. Equilibrium. Not a map we see all too often.
Nope, not a map we see all too often as we get ourselves ready for game number 2. And Harstem up 1. Looking to get himself a 2-0. Like I say, I feel like this is a, you know, potential to be a scary series. And we saw it. You know, this was not a clean walk in the park for Harstem. So again, a win here really puts you in a much better position moving into the rest of this Swiss group stage, as we have in the top left to start us off here will be the red Terran, MilkyCow.
And his opponent, up here in the top right, it's Harstem. Tricky map for sure. Obviously, we have some different, well, symmetry in this map too, right? Normally it's like bottom left against, well, top right or vice versa. But generally speaking right here, it's a little bit different. The mirrors just work out a bit differently. But the golden base in particular is just what makes this map so tricky, right? It's difficult on this map to Especially against Zerg, get a decent economy going. It's hard to punish them. Also, the map is massive. It feels ages to get across.
Yeah.
Just not a map we've been seeing all too much.
This one, I guess, is good for dropping, because you can at least just drop kind of main base to main base. It gets interesting if the forward base gets taken, like the triangular setup. It's hard to say. Just, you know, it gets played the least, and so we haven't got a lot of kind of data to back it up, but just general feels is that, yeah, it might, like I say, the one thing I know is that anytime Zerg gets to pick this map freely with no vetoes, they pick it. For TVP, like I say, they kind of have been avoiding this one, so it's interesting.
All right, Harstem is going to be sending that probe across the map once again, scouting here to see what's going on. MilkyCow not going for the engineering bay block this time around. So that means Harstem is going to be able to take the expansion here after building that cybernetics core. It's going to be double gas right there inside of the main base as well of MilkyCow, who's now adding on his own factory. No unit coming out of the... okay, there we go, out of the barracks.
A very fast factory then, so he doesn't go Reaper immediately. He gets factory first, and then he goes Reaper, so really wants to push the factory timing. Awesome, we'll see that. And we'll be... Like I said, I wonder what exactly MilkyCow's plan becomes. He's mining with 2 workers on each gas, so he doesn't have pure gas income, but with the speed of the factory, it's possible he gets, like, a very fast starport here anyways. Oftentimes you expand after factory, but he already has the gas for a starport. He'll be able to put it down now if he wants to. He's also getting close to the money for an expansion, so let's see what he spends his money on. Let's see what his priorities are in this game. Widow Mine. And yeah, starport. So it is just going to be a very fast Widow Mine drop from MilkyCow. Probably one of the fastest you can get.
No, absolutely. Cutting a couple corners right here, delaying the Reaper, a unit that we see so very often, of course, in this matchup in the very start. Delaying everything just to try and get that Widow Mine drop going fast. And you already brought it up. The air-to-air space on this map is very short, all things considered. I mean, we've met maps with similar spawn locations in the past where the air-to-air distance is super short. It's still quite a bit of distance to travel, but on a map like this, I do kind of like it, yeah. Thing is, though, Harstem sees this coming in from a mile away, so how much damage can this really deal?
Yeah, no, that's a good question, right? If you roughly know that it's coming, know that this is a possibility, and you already see the Stargate finishing up. Harstem's going to be safe with the battery in the natural. He doesn't know exactly what the push is going to be, so gets the battery for safety, and he's going to get an Oracle first, but yeah, in general, just the Stargate helps you to defend all these things. There's not going to be something that can really shoot down the Stargate units quickly, unless you naturally, you yourself fly into a Widow Mine or so. But there's nothing that can show up.
Armory as well on the back it is.
Oh my goodness. So cloak mines.
Yeah, cloak mines right now coming up here for MilkyCow. So even though he's been spotted, he's doubling down. I can respect it for sure, but this certainly has a chance to completely go horribly wrong right here for him. Going for the tech lab right now, though. All right.
Yep.
Maybe not as many Widow Mines as in game number 1.
Yeah, and you have a medevac of MilkyCow going to continue over to the upper right side. He's just going to go and commit it. So in we go. Like I said, this is where the Phoenix are going to be big, although we're only going to have one to help lift initially. We have one Adept in position, and, well, like I said, let's see what the decision is. There's even a couple of Marines, so it helps to complicate this a little bit, as we will see one probe going down to Marines, one probe to the mines. We do have the Widow Mines on the low ground burrowing up. Meanwhile, we have lost 5 SCVs to the Oracles. Yeah. So again, this Oracle finds so much damage.
Yeah, and keep in mind, MilkyCow does not have an expansion nearly as quickly here as Harstem, right? He's only just now firing up the 2nd orbital command. So worker-wise right now, this is a fantastic situation right now here for Harstem. He's going to be able to kill that medevac as well. Can he lift up the mine? He can, so that mine is not going to be able to achieve all too much either. There's one more mine in the main base. It just now fired and did get a bunch of probes in the end, but certainly not a bad situation right here for Harstem. Now that the dust has settled a little bit, I think he's pretty happy with this.
12 worker leads. He's killed off, 500 more minerals or units, 200 gas more of units than what he's lost. It's very similar to the last time, only, we had that one really explosive mine last time. It's a little bit scaled down, less probes were lost, but also less lost from MilkyCow. And I just feel like Harstem comes out in an even better probe position because of that. So, yeah, he's just going to be powering up. More Phoenix on the way, straight to 3rd base. We'll see what his follow-up is going to be. Twilight Council, so that's the answer. No Robo Facility or Robo Bay. He wants to go to charge once again, which, on a bigger map like this, just kind of getting the more speedy, active units like the charge lots, I'm into it.
Yeah, you put yourself pretty far behind, right, Astrea, and if you go for this sort of opener and it doesn't really do a lot of damage, I mean, you're cutting a lot of corners, yes, to get that Widowmine going real fast and to get the medevac out really early, but the expansion there was so late right there for MilkyCow, so only just now is when he really is going to be able to start powering out those SCVs 2 at a time, and that almost forces the Widowmine opener to deal damage. Normally you're okay with getting a couple kills here and there, maybe getting a cost-efficient trade would be nice, but ultimately he didn't really kill that many probes. 8 workers in total would have been a whole lot nicer if in the meantime that Oracle didn't kill 5 SCVs as well. Alright, so Harstem going into the 3rd Nexus right now, adding on the gateways, going into charge.
Yep, and all of the gateways, like I say, he never really kind of had like a big timing or anything with charge because MilkyCow kind of kept building mines last game, so the charge never looked super scary. But it is genuinely like a very safe way to play. It really controls any army that comes across against you too quickly. Any tank-based army really doesn't have a good answer to that amount of zealots quickly, and even your tanks will get lifted by the Phoenix. So we'll see what MilkyCow's options turn into. He is building mines again, so I think he's approaching it in the right direction. The more mines you have, the less likely Phoenix Zealot on its own is going to get the job done, and that will force a transition from Harstem.
MilkyCow going into the snip back. Combat shields plus 1 infantry weapons, what we normally see in a game of StarCraft 2, but okay, fires up the 3rd CC. I was going to say, where exactly do you go from here right now as the Terran player? Do you want to try and go and commit to this all in, maybe try to get some damage done on the other side of the map? Instead, we now have a very late 3rd CC as well. It all becomes a little tricky, right? Like, by the time you can finally think about landing that 3rd command center, there's going to be so many Protoss units out as well. What exactly can you do here?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like probably not too much, as we just have our Bioforce and MilkyCow going to begin moving further forward out onto the map. He is going to go for a little bit of a push, then he is going to try and see what it is he can get up to, but I'm not sure he's really going to find too much possibility. We just have ourselves the Bioforce coming around, a couple Widowmines on Burrow and Cyclone getting set as well, and a few Phoenix and the Oracle. They're just going to go and sit on that right-hand side still.
Zealots ready for a little bit of a run-by as well. Doesn't quite want to show them to this army that he just threw a revelation on. He knows that it's now sitting out in the middle of the map. Colossi are on the horizon right here for Harstem. He can't even be thinking about disruptors if he really feels like it. I think this is the right move, yeah. So MilkyCow did make a 3rd command center, but now decided, okay, you know what? I don't think that's really going to work out all too well. I'm going to pull all of the SCVs, or at least a whole lot of them. I'm going to try and see if I can win the game right here. Good set of force fields, okay. Delaying this attack by, well, very valuable seconds. Couple of the Zealots now that we're ready to run by are now committed over there on the opponent's side of the map. The question here is, does MilkyCow have enough to obtain the victory?
I don't think so, man. Fields. Yeah, the force fields are buying so much time. First Disruptor's coming up as well, which is not going to be easy to dodge with everything. And yeah, the SCV pull is very smart because obviously it's going to tank a lot of the Zealots, and the whole point of the Zealots get on the Marines quickly. The Marines are not going to have a good time. We'll see what we do with this Disruptor shot. Might just use it to clean out Widowmines, which would not be a bad call either, because Widowmine's obviously the bane of these Zealots right now. So he uses the Disruptor nicely. Still see these units pushing forward, but again, force fields are extremely good, and just gives Harstem a bit of a better chance of fighting this. There is the 3rd base into fire, but MilkyCow's all in. Harstem can, again, use time to his advantage here.
Okay, there's another Disruptor. Yeah, just going for the safe and guaranteed damage, trying to shut down as many of those mines as possible. This army from the Terran looks big, but it's really only a couple of fighting units, right? Like, it's mostly just SCVs making up the bulk of this force. All of the probes from the 3rd base, or at least the majority of them, they're hiding up north. There's not a Nexus coming up here as well, so even if this base ends up falling, which probably won't, Harstem is going to be able to find a new mineral line for those bad boys if the game goes on for long enough.
Yeah, Harstem there kind of dove forward, and maybe that was not quite the moment. That one tank shot getting a little bit of scare on Harstem's units here, as we do have the Bio continuing around, and another good force field. Man, the force fields have been great. Catching the units in front, splitting the units back, and just keeping them at bay. And yeah, Harstem's still kind of equal in army supply, but he's the one with a lot more probes, albeit maybe not all mining effectively straight away. He also has a lot of Phoenix energy. The only issue I have for Harstem is a lot of his army is sentries that now have no energy, so they don't really play much of a role. If he can just get a little bit more kind of actual firepower up and running, I think he really should be fine. And I kind of feel like, what if he just sends the Phoenix in, lifts a tank and a couple of Marauders? I actually feel like he's just overwhelmed.
Yeah. I don't think he really needs to. He just secured the gold base down south, so those probes just wandered through the middle of that army, just saying, hey guys, we're not going anywhere, don't worry about us. I don't think he really needs to take all too many chances here, but he is going to have to commit here at some point, right? He can't just keep taking the beating.
Yeah, the Phoenix will get a few shots off, not enough to really punish Medivacs dropping into the main base. MilkyCow has got his own third up. I mean, funnily enough here, their work account, right? 48 to 53 is honestly not bad for MilkyCow. The deficit of the gold may be sizable, but like his actual economy, considering he SCV pulled, is not bad at all.
No, absolutely. He lost so many workers with that attack, and ultimately we really need to see some zealots on the other side to start working on those mineral lines right there. So, yeah, Harstem is going to have to make a move here. So he does have a few zealots right now, finally on the other side. They're going to start working here on maybe some of those SCVs. They're actually just marching to the natural. This is the first time he's going to see the third base. Maybe caught off guard just ever so slightly because of this.
Yeah, he's probably feeling a little bit like, oh man, really? You got a third base mining? It's like maybe if the main relocated, but yeah, MilkyCow actually finished that third base up quite a while ago. Tank goes down here. That's a good force field if you're not going to lift up in the Medivacs, which you will be able to do. I mean, try and run away. There's one low HP one. It will go down. There's actually another that will go down as well. Stalker's now getting Blink researched for them. Obviously, you don't really need Blink initially when you've got the Phoenix, but the Phoenix count's not been, huge for a while. So it is nice to now start getting Blink and something that can help out more versus the Sky units.
Absolutely. Now it's Harstem, who's finally feeling like he can get aggressive. This is obviously still not, an amazing army for him here. It's always just a little bit awkward when you have two Colossi, but you don't yet have the range upgrade, so I don't blame him for waiting for just a little bit longer. Yeah, these games have actually been very close, man. Okay, he's going to be able to get rid of those Widow Mines over here, and now there's nothing anymore on his side. For the first time in like 5 minutes, he can breathe without having a medevac somewhere, in the top right-hand corner or hiding off to the side.
Yeah, Harstem's army supply actually took a serious lead now as well, so just that gold base kicking in a little bit, not having to transfer probes around hectically throughout all of this as well. These things are adding up into now, obviously with 2 Colossi, now with range as well. He's just going to be terrifying on this side of the map. And now this third base, well, we're going to pull the SCVs to try and help. Disruptor is going to get targeted down. Bad positioning, honestly, from Harstem. He kind of went around the corner and gave MilkyCow the concave. Still probably absolutely fine. Looks as though Harstem does have the numbers. GG is called. And Harstem is going to take it as a 2-0 here. And he is going to be able to move on into the 1-0 category in our Swiss group. So congrats to Harstem. Big first win of the event for him. I think MilkyCow is going to be a real fighter, though, down in those 0-1 matches. I do not expect him to give up easily down there in the slightest.
No, absolutely not. Like, the reason why ultimately Harstem ended up holding here is because he did, like, 7 sets of great force fields, right? Like, you had to be so on point with those force fields, and it's really easy to mess those up. We see that all the time, even at a high level of StarCraft, where, like, one of the force fields is just a little bit off, and then the units can start trickling through, but Harstem just on point with those force fields, and if one of those sets was not correct, I think MilkyCow probably would have started inching ahead there, but ultimately Harstem did all the right things and he came out ahead 2-0.
He did indeed. So that is another result down, and we're halfway through the matches today. As that's not the matches this one is. There we go. I'm going to get the buttons right after day number 1. I promise you guys. Up next, we've got one final match of Europe. We've got Blythe versus Mana, and then in 1 hour's time, we're going to enter the Americas with Foxer versus Astrea, Eggs versus Cham, Trigger taking on Dolan, and Future going to be battling up against Nina. I actually think that's maybe even one of the closest matches of the entire day right at the end there. So a lot of cool matches still to come. You guys know what to do. Sit there, watch a couple ads. We're going to be right back. More StarCraft more StarCraft 2 is coming right at you on the other side of this. See you guys in a sec.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got one more match in Europe here today. It's Bly against Mana. And boy, do these two have some history. I looked this up earlier. It's such an interesting one. Mana has 60 Series 1 to Bly's 58. But Bly has won more maps than Mana. 157 to 155. So there you go. I mean, take that for what you will.
When's the last time they've played? I don't know if you have it still up, but I feel like it must have been a while.
I do not know, but yeah, probably a while. Unless they played like last season of ESL, because Bly doesn't play anything anymore. Which is what's even crazy about
Bly used to play
the
literally
stats.
every tournament, right? Like Bly was playing in everything for a long time, and then he basically stopped playing in a lot of stuff. But every once in a while, he's one of those players that comes out once again, and we're suddenly... It's kind of like a PtitDrogo situation that we had earlier too, you know? Where suddenly he pops up again. And the thing about Bly, in case you're unfamiliar, maybe you're kind of a new viewer to StarCraft, Bly, maybe he knows the rules, but he's thrown them out of the window a decade ago. He goes for proxy hatcheries, Roach Ravager cheeses, and all kinds of shenanigans. Although, you brought it up earlier too, there was a period in time where he was playing just Brute Lords and Infestors, I believe, and he just sat there and he never attacked. So I don't know what flavor of Bly we're going to get, but I think it's safe to assume he will be the aggressor in this match.
No, I think it's a pretty safe guess. He is almost always like being aggressive, and like you say, if he's not being aggressive, he's drawing games out to the ridiculous stages of the game, but not with like true like beautiful like macro and multi-pronged spell casting and stuff. Just there's a very Bly way of playing, and I guess a lot of people won't really understand that unless they've been there in like a 55-minute Bly ZVP where he's got like 8 Broodlords that are somehow still alive and just about holding on each attack. There's something a little bit special to it, that's for sure. As we kick off into the bottom right-hand corner, we are going to begin with the Blue Zerg player. This is Bly. Always, like I say, good to see him because we just don't see much of him anymore. So, nice to see him here.
And his opponent, up here in the top left-hand corner with the red Proto Species, it's Mana. Not sending a drone across, by the way, yet. Bly, that is.
Yeah.
I mean...
What's happening?
This is already a little uncommon, guys. He's just going to go for a 16 hatch, it looks like, but it's going to get blocked.
Yeah, that's... He's just going to send it straight over to the left side, so... Yeah, what concerns me is that this is the most normal I've ever seen Bly play.
Maybe he studied a couple Serral replays going into this match. He's like, okay, I got this.
I mean,
this will be straightforward.
I mean, I've casted best 7s with Bly that were 20 minutes long, and that's not because it was a 4. That's not because it was a 4-0. It was all 7 games. It's just he 12-pulled drone pulled every time, you know. So, you know, he really can be a super aggressive player. Yet here we are. He's just gonna. I know it's crazy to get like you know, oh my god, he's not doing anything in the first minute of the game, but like when it's Bly, it kind of is still something. Obviously, there's many ways you can still get aggressive from here, but yeah, you are expecting that aggression. You're expecting something to come out of this from Bly's point of view, so we'll see. Wow, we'll see
especially when we think about like if we think about like where Zerg can cheese in the Zerg versus Protoss matchup, it's generally with the first couple structures, right? Like what we saw, for example, from Reynor earlier today with a quick spawning pool and then a quick hatchery. I mean, it didn't really work out that great in that particular match for Reynor, at least not the start of the game did, but that's usually where there seems to be some variety for Zerg. Now, the follow-up after this, though, like you do have a few options, I guess, like maybe quick mute-up play if you really want to. Not really a choice with this particular, I guess, third base location right here for his first expansion, but maybe like a Nidus play. But there's like a bit of a lull as far as like early game Zerg cheeses go. It's either like very early on or, well, like 5, 6, 7 minutes later into the game.
Yeah. That's very true, as our couple of single Adept actually is on the way out being chrono boosted here. So chrono boosting up an Adept, a Stargate on the way. I mean, you're playing against Bly. Well, it's kind of funny because like it used to be a thing where you'd kind of do like what some players used to call it kind of like the Bly check, which is when not necessarily even against Bly, but you would go 4-gate glaives even when 4-gate glaives wasn't super popular. And they'd call it the Bly check because basically Bly would die to 4-gate glaives a lot more than you should. And people are like, well, we do the Bly check on, you know, Zerg players. If they can hold the 4-gate glaives, then okay, I'll respect you and I'll play the Stargate game too. If you can't, I'm just going to 4-gate glaives you every time because you can't hold on to it. So in this case, the Stargate is the very safe way to play, but I was just thinking it's a little funny because, like I say, to me, the Bly check is almost going for a glaives opener, so Yeah, Stargate is...
Especially when you force the third base, right?
Yeah. No, especially when you force it out of position, it definitely gives you the option to do that. We discussed that earlier when Serral was playing, or when Spats was playing Reynor and so on, weren't we? So, interesting times as the Oracle starts, and Black's making quite a few lings right now, with ling speed finishing, but it's not really early enough to be super scary, and there we are back in the drones as well.
Yeah, I don't think you can really do a proper link flood, right? Like, maybe that's a strategy you can mix in every once in a while, but it's not super powerful. Because the thing is, Zerg doesn't have any units at this point other than the queens that shoot up. And you can kind of use the queens offensively, I guess. Now, these couple of Zerglings here that do run in. But overall, Oracles are going to be a pretty good darn unit over here for our Protoss, just to continue shutting down all of these links. Now, he's adding on a couple more once again. Probably mostly just defensive, I would say. But hey, more of them run in. Yeah. Mana, you need to start putting a unit over there.
Mana is making mistakes, man. I mean, these are probes you should not be losing. The Oracle gets a couple drones with nothing spectacular as he gets pushed away by the Queens. And now he's even going to use a recall on what? The Oracle to bring it back? No, to bring another Adept over here. That's going to die. Mana is not having a pretty start, man. This has been a messy, messy opening.
It's only been a small group of Zerglings, all things considered as well. I mean, in total right now, we've had 24 lings in this game, which is relatively big, but considering the amounts of trades we've seen, it's nothing all too crazy. It's not like Bly was really committed to making a ton of Zerglings and then happened to find the front door of the opponent wide open. He was just on the other side of the map with a small group of Zerglings and found a lot more damage than he was anticipating, and then he added a couple more. Like, now he's decided, you know what, maybe I should just double down on the link production. Now he does make 16 more.
There's a point where obviously making too many lings, though, can be a problem, because then if it's the one time Mana does find a good defense, everything you've done so far is thrown in the bin because you have stopped droning when you could have been much further ahead to not gain any further advantage. So, still a dangerous game as Mana's Twilight and Forge is a very common follow-up with 2 additional gateways to pump up that production. The Queens are beginning to walk. That's a good sign for Mana. He knows now to prepare a bit more defensively. I wonder if he even feels the need to hold the third base here, as that wall will continue and the Oracles get back to shoot at some lings. That's a lot of Oracle energy already used, though.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't need to activate the Pulsar Beam on every single one of those Oracles, right? Because ultimately you're just trying to scare away those Zerglings. Every time you activate the attack for the Oracles, it costs you a bunch of energy, and they don't really have a whole lot. So we're just going to march as many Queens here as we have towards the other side of the map. He remade Queens at home as well to just continue injecting there, because we are going to need Larva to bring all of these units in. Currently, he's slipped on one of the injects, and he's already got some money in the bank. Okay, we're going to drone behind this, apparently. Battery overcharged. Ooh, just almost trying to keep that Cybercore alive, but not happening.
Oracles need to decide what they want to do. If you're going to dive the Queens hard. If you're not going to dive the Queens, go back and defend those lings and don't take free shots. Now we dive the Queen, split the damage a little bit, gets one. Zelda gonna get a second. Okay, this is looking okay until you realize the lings in the main base are still finding some damage, but we do get another Queen. I mean, Bly is still up like 15 workers during this, man.
Yeah, he's been droning. That's the weird part. Like, normally we don't see lings and then drones and then lings and then drones and then lings and then drones, but that's what Bly has been doing. So he's actually got more economy than I think also Mana is expecting, because he still has been seeing some new Zerg units trickling in on the other side of the map, so you kind of assume that they're mostly holding down the unit button. Now a couple of links once again attempting here on the right side, but this is going a whole lot better here for Bly than I was honestly expecting here. But a lot of this damage, though, has almost been allowed by Mana, right? Like, you have to make sure that you defend by, well, for example, having a unit in the wall off and making sure that you have your Oracles in the right place. Those are relatively basic things that we see Protoss players do perfectly every game, and it's been a bit messy here.
Bly's gonna die. Of all people, Bly's gonna die to overdroning against the charge lots. And I wonder if this is just a thing, because this is a new style since the last season, which is probably the last time Bly really played seriously. He's probably expecting everyone to play Stalkers, not hit quite yet, Blink takes longer, it costs more. But actually, with Charge finishing up, these Zelds are scary, and Bly hadn't made Roaches until a couple moments ago. Now some will start to pop, but the Zelds will be able to charge on the first couple. And of course, if we just start to work our way through some of these mineral lines, the damage will really add up. The Oracle's going to find what they can activate on some of the Roaches as well, and yep, utter chaos ensues.
What a game. This is so far from the established norm of StarCraft, but so much damage here is being done by those Zealots. We have one Swarm Host coming up, not probably intentional, but only 4 drones here in the end, though. It's really nothing all too crazy. We go for a Void Ray right now as home as well, because Mana is smelling those Roaches on his side. Apparently a Void Ray is going to be a pretty good choice, because what are the odds of Bly doing a second round of Queen Walks? I mean, we only have 3 of them right now, so it's not likely that we're going to see it. Now it's a pretty even game again, at least as far as the worker count goes. That Void Ray, though, it can't come out soon enough.
Yeah, it's interesting because, like I say, Bly didn't... I thought Bly might die to the Zealots. He obviously didn't. There's no reinforcement prisoner or anything. But he lost a lot of units and he lost a lot of time. And now Mana's actually traded 1,000 resources better than Bly, which undoes a lot of the income advantage that Bly had built up for himself. Now Mana's evened up in workers, and if Bly is just going to spam units from here, I don't know if it's quite going to be enough, especially as Mana prepares defensively. He already has some defenses from earlier. He'll add on a few extra defenses now, getting extra Zealots on the way. He has a lot of Stalkers that don't have Blink. That doesn't really fill me with confidence. There's definitely some ups and downs to this incoming fight. We'll see if Bly's going to have enough. He's going to finish +1, and I think he's going to send it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's preparing more queens as well. Ooh, Oracle? Oof. Losing an Oracle here would be a pretty bad time. Queen also not getting that final hit in, so nicely done. Apparently, he accidentally produced Swarm Host. I wouldn't even hate Swarm Host in this scenario, to be honest, because this is such a scrappy game that, well, Swarm Host can certainly catch the opponent off guard, even though they are a pretty mediocre unit. He accidentally made one. Wonder if he's thinking about maybe adding on some more as well. There's the Robo Bait coming up, though, here for Mana.
Yep, getting that Robo Bear building. You do have our Immortal on the way up, the Blink and the +2 attack upgrade coming by. And just going to see the Roach Ravager making its way out onto the map, heading to the top side of the map, just to get across and to see what it is we can do for ourselves as our couple Stalkers fire up. Some Zerglings taking damage. We're going to come straight through. A couple Force Fields drop into place. Well, Mana's going to lose the Immortal very quickly. That's a bit of a shame. The Super Battery is not going to last too long, getting Crowsfire down, and Mana just does not have the army supply right here to stand and fight. The Roach Ravager continues to come through, and yeah, he's moments away from Blink, so all these Stalkers unable to really retreat properly. And even if he does now, where do you actually Blink to? There's nowhere to go.
This is such a wild game. Disruptor coming in right now, but I don't think it really matters. There's already too much damage being done despite that big Purification Nova. I think if you would have covered up the names and you made me guess who's playing, I probably would have still guessed Bly, because this is such a Bly game. Going back to back in the same game, Queen Walks against Protoss is not something we normally see. He's taking bases all over the map. It got a little bit dicey when those Zealots first got across the map, but the crisis management was actually pretty good. Yeah, I don't know if he can really continue pushing with the Disruptors, but this is looking really rough here for Mana.
And now he actually makes Swarm Hosts. Yeah, why not? I mean, you're far enough ahead. Swarm Host probably would end the game, maybe slowly, but it's gonna be tough for Mana to find a proper response to, you know, a good amount of Locusts.
Yeah.
So
you can't really go into Vipers here very easily, and like a big Link Flood. I mean, not really the economy for it. It's not a bad choice.
Not a bad choice. Roach's Ravage is going to retreat back away through the center of the map once more. She's going to turn back up. The Void Ray going to go after an Overseer. The Queens are here to hit the Void Ray. Disruptor shot fires, clips a single Roach. Void Ray still getting chased away by those couple of Queens. Oh!
Well, that's a big hit. We're going to need to see about 5 more of those.
Yeah, especially as
problem is Mana is only just now rebuilding his base, man.
Yep. Yeah, 2 bases ain't gonna cut it, I think. The longer this game goes, the better it gets for Bly. Yeah, in the end, you know, the fact that he droned up during that first Queen Walk really gave him enough of an advantage, even when it felt scary with the Zealots hitting on the other side and he wasn't quite prepared. Like, he held that off well enough to then just spam units, and boy did he spam him. And he's not really done anything else since, as a few Locusts are going to lead the charge, look for the cancel on the Nexus while the Roach Ravager moves around. This Nexus is going to get a cancel. I've never seen Locust split against a Disruptor, but apparently Bly will do it.
a Locust split on the Disruptors is not something we normally see. That's so funny. Also, probably damaging his own Nexus in the process there. A little bit risky, but I don't think he needs to dance off creep. No, oh my god, that is so risky. So many big Disruptor hits. Can we at least finish off that one bad boy? Okay, Bly does clean them all up at the cost of quite literally is like 80% of his army. This supply count for the Zerg is very inflated. The problem here is that those Locusts, I mean, when they're on cooldown, this Zerg army is very mediocre at best. Suddenly the Blink Stalkers are starting to put in some work. I mean, they obviously can outmaneuver the Swarm Host here.
Yeah, they can outmaneuver them, but if Bly just builds Roaches and Ravages, like, the Stalker count should never be able to get scary enough to truly make the difference here, right? So I don't see that ever really happening, and Yeah, unfortunately, that means that we're probably going to have ourselves... I mean, don't get me wrong, a good attempt from Mana to at least do something, but I think he is very much so stuck in the losing column of this game.
He's trying his very best here. Getting a lot more comebacks than he probably was anticipating in this particular match as well. But what a scrappy match of Protoss versus Zerg. The Swarmos are going to town once again up north, and that's the third Nexus going down like a 5th time. Looks like we had another Purification Nova. We caught the tail end of it, of more Ravagers jumping into the sky. Not jumping for joy, I guess, but ultimately Bly can just remake it, right? So he just simply, like, he overdroned a little bit earlier on, and ultimately I guess that's now allowing him to constantly reinforce his units.
Stalker's going to go for another hatchery here as Bly just needs to find a fight. He's going to push through. He's going to have melee upgrade, help with the Lings against the Stalkers a little bit. The Disruptor should not try and fire. It's going to be too close to the Roaches. Still will be, because Bly is going to find it. I believed, man. I believed it was going to be fine. Yeah, it was a scary moment.
That was very dicey. I don't know why he decided to go off creep in the first place with that really large roach ball when he first got the Swarmos to cross the map, right? This is always a weird moment though, when you see the Zerg players starting to use the Swarm host defensively and the Stalkers just sort of run away. I mean, the supply count, yeah. Somehow Mana is making this look like this is still a game where he has a fighting chance, but the supply count, it is... Yeah. Well, telling the story. It doesn't lie.
I know, I watched like a hatchery down, I'm like, oh my god, Mana's doing it. I look at the supply and I'm like, Mana is so dead. Bly just needs to push.
It's a 15-minute 2-base all-in. Like, it's not ideal.
Bly is locusting a third base that doesn't exist, man. That's the kind of situation we're in right now. As, and Bly really feeling it like we're taking it back a decade or so. Because he is, he's on top of Mana. I did not expect this at all. I thought Mana came into this as a pretty big favorite. I had a pretty good season last season as well. He finished way higher in the scoring and the rankings than I thought a lot of people think he would. But yeah, it looks like he's going to try and start this season off in the same way. He's still got Locust on the other side. These Stalkers should not be a threat anymore. There's so much Ling Ravager here. The Locusts are going to hit the natural instead of the third that doesn't exist. That's going to be a much better play. And it does feel as though Bly's got the finishing touches to this game number 1 pretty much in the bag.
Mana though, not going down without a fight, getting another massive Purification Nova. I like how I think our longest game for today is this one so far, right? I mean, to put it in contrast, rather, I think Serral was at like a hive tech at 7.5 minutes in that game against aRocKFire, and then this is just like a mid-game attack non-stop. We do have a couple of fungals available now too, not really achieving that much. Mana is still super dead, no?
What's more impressive? Hive Tech and Lurkers at 7.5 minutes? Or having Queen Walk 3 times already at 7.5 minutes as Bly does take some more disruptive shots. I tried to
transfuse that one Queen there. That was crazy.
Yeah. Well, Bly, usually we laugh at Bly because he doesn't leave the game for a very long time. Bly GG time is really worth a thing, but this is very much so Mana like fighting to his last breath. This is a Bly winning GG timing because he can't quite end the game that he should have probably been able to end a while ago. Another massive Disruptor shot. Stalkers are going to get flanked in by the Locusts. We do take a moment to pick up the other Disruptor. Mana needs every bit of efficiency that he can find. I mean, Bly is on a fresh base once again, so I just do not think that Mana can draw this out long enough.
No, at this point the problem for Mana is that his main is natural art, so he just has no income. Like, he just simply has very little income compared right here to Mr. Bly. So despite the fact that he's getting all these insane Purification Novas, and despite the fact that half these fights take place off creep for no apparent reason, it's just, yeah, he can't face this economy. So the traits have been amazing. He's been, yeah, doing a great job squeezing as much juice out of his Stalker army as possible, but he just can't reinforce fast enough.
Yeah,
he's now long distance mining a third.
the Lings are brutal because when he already blinks back, then the Lings get on top of him. He just can't really stop them. He has no way to do that, so the Lings actually find a lot of value there. The Locust being used defensively is incredible as well. As the Stalker's going to blink on the Swarmos, we're going to find 2, we're going to find 3, maybe 4, yep, 5. Go on, why not? Okay, Stalker's still finding value at a third of the army supply. He got like 2 Stalkers though. Yeah. I think he probably is happy trading 5 Swarms for 2 Stalkers at this stage in the game. There's another Purification Nova. Okay, getting 1 Roach. Just keeps coming, man. Wow, Stalker's gonna blink back as a couple more Corrosive Pals come through.
So now it looks like Mana, though, is going to be 1-0 behind against Bly, right? And that is a scary position. That is not where you want to be. Because he can do anything.
Yeah, no, I mean, game 2 could be even wilder than this in some way, shape, or form, trust me. We've seen Bly go there in the past, so absolutely a possibility. What a bonkers game of StarCraft 2. That was genuinely absolutely wild.
A couple of those Purification Novas really kept the dream alive right there for Mana, right? Like, there were multiple situations where he just got so much damage done to an army that was really... There isn't a good reason right there for the Zerg to fight off creep, and Bly did it like 7 times in a row, and every time that he decided to take the fight, the Purification Nova started connecting there, that it almost looked like a close game, but yeah, ultimately, Mana was on 2 bases and Bly on like 6, so even killing another hatchery or 2, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the thing. Maybe if Mana had killed the final base of mining for Bly, and then he has that efficiency, then sure, but... Yeah, obviously. I mean, credit to Mana. That's the thing. When you see Mana kind of making it that close despite how dead he was, it's one of those moments that now makes me feel as though, well, Bly, you really got to do something early game, because if you ain't doing it early game, I think Mana might have your number later on, because if you made it that competitive from that position, yeah, it ain't getting easier. So, Alcyone for map 2. Sizable map, obviously a weird map, possible gold base early that Bly could utilize. We'll see if he's got something crazy planned up on this map, which... definitely has a lot of opportunity in terms of what could happen.
Absolutely, yeah. I think if Mana tightens up the early game a little bit, because keep in mind, in this game, he had Zerglings running into his natural at like the 2.5 minute mark or something, like super early on into the match. There were suddenly a ton of Zerglings there from Bly just harassing him left, right, and center. If he would have prevented some of those, I think he would have been in a much better position already.
Yeah, he took way too much damage way too early on in the game, as in the bottom left. Needs to just sharpen up that early game. Our Red Protoss player from Team Liquid is Mana.
And his opponent, all the way in the upper right-hand corner of Alcyone, it's Bly. Once again, no drone across the map.
No drone across the map, but there is a probe coming to try and block that natural. Sizable map, this one, and... well, Bly, obviously he's going to move the drone down. He is just going all the way up to 17 supply, so... he is just going to take the hatchery on the 3rd location. Can't really get that in position otherwise, can you?
He's hiding it over at the mineral wall. I'm not...
oh, he's going to take the gold.
Going? Ah, you mentioned the gold base. There's a gold base you can take, is what Bly thought. Excellent. That's what I'm going to take as my very first expansion.
Yes, it is. Take that.
I love watching Bly games, man. This is so fun.
You know, it's better for not having seen them in a while, you know? I feel like sometimes you watch Bly, like, you know, 3 tournaments in the same day because he plays as much as I try and cast sometimes. Like, you know, it's like, okay, Bly, I get it. You're going to proxy Hatcher. We've all seen it before. But no, when when you've not seen Bly in a while, it really is a little bit of a treat to watch because it is StarCraft of like a whole different flavor. So, yeah,
so like
cool.
think of this as well, right, from Mana's point of view. Like, obviously Mana plays a ton of StarCraft. He's very good at the game. But like, who does he play on the ladder regularly? Who plays like this? This is not a common style you play against. Not a drone transfer. They're gonna have their work cut out for them, man. That is so much lost mining here. It only makes sense for those golden minerals to come in after like maybe a minute or 2, because those drones are just not mining for such a long time.
Yeah, it takes a while to get over here, but gold bases are pretty powerful. Like I say, Mana at least sees what's happening, so he does know exactly what the case is. And he can choose what he wants to do to try and deal with this. We'll see all his tech choices, especially Chrono Boost out an Adept initially. Has the gas for a Stargate if he wants to plonk that down. He absolutely can. I believe he just did. Over in the main base, so Stargate it will be. As Bly is just making lings, and how many lings are we going to make? Like, are we just done at 20 drones and we're just going to ling float? Or is this just a round of lings to keep us safe against an Adept, and then we're going to make some more drones? Right now we see 1 drone added on. Let's see if he continues with that direction.
I can imagine this is a stressful one right here for Mana. Mana, yeah, I think the favorite going into this match. Now he's finding himself 1-0 behind. Suddenly you have a Zerg with a gold base first. When's the last time you've played against that? Zerglings hiding around the map as well. I think what you need to do is keep your head cool, right? As much as possible and just do what you kept practicing. But it is so easy to slip up right now and once again have units all over your bases. Well, here's the first 4. Not a whole lot he could have done against it because he didn't know. But this can already start hurting.
That probe goes down. The other probe's going to go pull away. And just see the Lings latching onto the pylon for a couple of moments. And then going to turn their attention back around. So again, just being a little bit annoying to Adepts on the other side. Are going to be met with not much resistance. They get rid of 1 Ling already, and now they're in the mineral line. They're going to get at least, well, 3, maybe 4 drones, depending on the drone pull. There's going to be 4 easily. Good start, but Mana has lost 3 probes himself back at home.
Yeah. Yeah, so ultimately I think this is okay right here for Mana, killing another drone right over there, 6 in total. So the Stargate has produced an Oracle already, and having that one out here at the front is going to be very handy.
Yep.
I mean, he sees the amount of Zerglings, they're everywhere.
Yeah, there are Zerglings everywhere. This Oracle's actually going to keep going just across the map. Obviously feels safe enough on the natural right now. That's a lot of Lings. Bly's only got 19 drones. He puts down another hatchery. Like, yeah, it's a gold base, but a gold base doesn't make up for like 16 workers, so he's definitely starting to fall into like a troublesome position. Hey, Mana is setting up to harass with these oracles. I mean, he doesn't really need to kill any workers. Bly's just not got enough anyway.
I like the Void Ray here. Normally, I'm not a big fan of the Void Ray, but the Void Ray is like one of those jack of all trades type of units, right? Like, you just kind of have it out, and it's good against most things that the Zerg player can throw at you. Here's the Zerglings moving in, though. That's the Stalker certainly going down. Can we get some sort of backup right here for the Adept? Okay, I was going to say, we need to probably re-wall this one in. Oh, my God, that was so close. Oracles are now getting recalled. One of them. Oh, he could have had it. He could have had it.
Wow. Whew. That is huge. Then that makes it a defense for Mana back at home. These Oracles got 5 drones to begin with as well, so manage clutch hold at home, gets damage done on the other side, and then gets the Oracles back, both of them back, which maybe didn't look like it was going to be the case. Man, you know what? It's messy StarCraft, but sometimes messy StarCraft is the best StarCraft. Definitely seems like the case right now.
Yeah. No, absolutely. So Twilight Council and Forge coming up as well. Keep in mind though that Mana has not yet made a 3rd. So he's building all of this tech, what is normally built off of a Nexus that's like built at like 3.5 minutes, 3:45 or so. He's doing it off of 2 bases. So it all becomes a little bit awkward, but I think in this case, it's correct. The drone count here from Zerg has been increasing so slowly that Mana is doing the right thing here. Now, once again, he's moving out a little bit on the other side of the map. Looks like one of the Zealots ended up getting surrounded, but... Okay. What are we going to do with the Twilight Council?
Maybe just charge? Oh, Blink. I was not thinking Blink
so we
at
really
all.
need a 3rd.
Yeah. I really was not thinking Blink. I wouldn't have minded just going charge Archon almost, but I guess you always run the danger of what's Bly doing next, and maybe if Bly does something wild, like trying to, you know, a big switch into mutas, maybe just having Blink Stalkers is a better all-around thing to help you with. So, yeah. He's gonna come back.
Where's the Oracles? Okay. Yeah, I think if Mana can just play like a good next 2 minutes or so, he's gonna find himself with a massive advantage. Because ultimately, all these tricks that Bly is trying to play right now, they're not really working out all too well. Okay, so Bly decides to really start droning right now as well at this point. Obviously, the downside of the golden minerals is that they do mine out pretty quick, so these drones may very well need to start heading in another direction here in like 5 minutes or so from now. Yeah, getting the 3rd base up and running is gonna be huge for Mana.
Yep, and Zealot is going to wrap around. Zealot is going to get killed, so it's a nice catch. The Oracles on the top side going to get pushed away. Just getting that 3rd base up and running, like you say. Bly going to get that infestation pit up. I mean, he genuinely made use of Swarm Host last game, so I almost want to say that he could do that again. You know, it's definitely on the list of possibilities, so one more thing for Mana to think about, perhaps. He's getting good creep across the map as well, and it's honestly not a bad map for Swarm Host because there's a few different positions they can, like, sit in and launch locusts from that are pretty well protected for them. Like, there's a lot of ledges that lead into mineral lines, so maybe some possibilities there. As we do have the attack of Mana going to start heating up a little bit. +1 and Blink about to be done. Time for him to pressure.
Yeah, the Observer's coming up right now. I don't mind it. I was going to say that creep threat is looking mighty ridiculous right now. You got to be so careful that stepping onto the creep is not going to be the last thing you do right here with your army. Mana trying to get some damage done, and he's now able to start harassing this gold base a little bit from the back. Blink at this point is done. Okay. I was going to say, we should probably start using it as well, but he's so deep onto creep, yeah. It's such a dangerous movement. Normally we don't have creep all the way at the 3rd.
And that is a good defense from Bly. He's going to push back, get a few units in the process, and he's starting to actually get into Swarm Host, so he's going to have some opportunities. I feel like on this map, I would actually like to see the Nidus, because I feel like there's so much potential to just set up in so many places, but, you know, get the Swarm Host in those places, it's going to be a little bit difficult. I guess we'll see how Bly plays it without the Nidus, as we do see him just jumping on this space. Corrosive Valves will knock down a cannon. There's no defense here from Mana. The Stalkers start blinking across. Bly loses a little bit of supply, as he is going to kill 7 probes, though. As he backs up, he is going to have Oracles contest with as well. Corrosive Valves will go for the, Void Ray. But meanwhile, the Stalkers get every single Ravager. The Lings continue through. They're going to get a lot of Stalkers in turn. Both players lost a lot right there.
Yeah, and I think ultimately, like, this is looking a lot like game number 1 right now, right? Now, imagine game number 1 with a third base for Protoss. It would have been a million times better for Mana, and that's where he's found himself right now. Very messy, very scrappy, but ultimately he does have 3-base economy, and that makes everything so much nicer. Gets a Stalker there, and maybe a Zergling.
Yeah, nice to start the shot for Bly. There's the Prism across the map. Is going to hit in with a few of these Zealots, so they are going to go straight in. They are going to find something. Roaches show up, push that Prism away. I'm just going to turn that down as the Spire sets up in the back of the main.
Of course, naturally. We got to go for a Muta transition as well moving forward right now. Even though the opponent is going Mass Blink Stalker, not generally the option that goes through a lot of Zerg players' heads, but I guess it's technically an option. The Swarm Host, I mean, there's 9 of them out. Like you said, there's no Nidus Worm. That surprises me a little bit, right? Like, wouldn't a Nidus be amazing here? Oh, Prism in the main base. Gets sniped.
Wow, Bly is so on top of everything, man. Just like getting rid of the Prism is such a big deal for him. I don't disagree. I think Nidus would be amazing, but Bly clearly doesn't want the investment of going into that Nidus. He's just going to, you know, slow roll the Swarm Host. And I guess if you don't have that many Swarm Hosts, maybe it's okay just to run them around and not try and make as major a set of plays with them. Spire coming up. I mean, like you say, though, it's like the last game where now Mana's going to have a lot of Stalkers, plus 2 is going to be in his favor as well. And so Bly is going to have to find a better way of trading, because with a third base, that's the difference from last game.
Yeah, he's just about to whip out like a dozen Mutalisks here, though. And this is not something that Mana is expecting whatsoever. Like, how many times do you play a game like this, and then suddenly you're also going into Mutas? He's actually getting a +1 flyer upgrade, too. So Bly is planning on going for loads of Mutalisks. Yeah, he goes for +1 before any Muta.
This would be really good if he gets some Stalker kills right now. They're somewhat trapped out the front. They blink back toward the natural. Bly will send his attack towards the third, because now the Stalkers don't have blink to chase after, so you have some free time to attack the third base. The Disruptor figures out where it wants to go. The still Locusts flying around from all sorts of directions. In the end, I actually think this is a pretty good hold from Mana, because he's not going to take damage on the third, and now he's going to catch a lot of the Roaches. He is not getting out of this Bly what he needs.
Yeah, he wants to trade out as many Stalkers as possible. So the Mutas are coming. Keep in mind that Zerg can always just go for full counterattack. Burrow right now as well, just to try and be a nuisance. But with Mutas, you don't actually have to fight the opponent's army. That's one of the advantages with this unit. Yeah, you can snipe whatever you need, obviously, but you don't actually have to fight the opponent's, well, blink Stalkers. What you can always do is just fly into the main base and force the base race. Once you go up to a decent amount of Mutas, that's an option. At this point, he doesn't quite have the numbers for it yet.
No, I think Mana
get caught.
Yeah, I think Mana's got the right idea of moving across the map, not just for the chance of catching Mutas, that's obviously incredible, but honestly just attacking right now. Mutas are not the units that can stand and defend, so Bly just lost a lot of his fighting units. Mana coming on to creep here, got to be a little bit careful. The Lings dodge away from the Disruptor shot last second. The Stalkers are still just stood there fighting. Now a few Stalkers will get caught still on creep after blinking away the Disruptor as well, and Mana's attack is more disastrous than it really should have been. Muta's actually going to get a few shots off her help against those Stalkers, and man, Mana cannot just can't take a clean trade on the other side of the map to save his life, apparently. And a few more Stalkers showing up. Bly will back away, but Bly actually still has a good supply lead. Mined out gold base, will relocate those drones elsewhere, has 4 bases in total, has a few burrowed Swarm Hosts here, just going to pick away at this Nexus, and that's a cheeky one.
Playing against Bly must be so stressful, dude.
Yeah.
I have seen Mana play some beautiful, clean games of StarCraft 2, and he must not be happy with the way that this is going whatsoever. This looks incredibly stressful right here for the Protoss. But I think it's still a decent enough position for him. It's just that he really needs to tighten up his micro a little bit and just overall his gameplay, because Bly constantly seems to be 1 or 2 steps ahead of him strategically, and it's Mana who's just, well, forced to play catch-up.
Skillous will go to the upper left-hand side, Ling Roach in the center. And let's just have ourselves multi-prong setting up from Bly. Just going to be heading
Plus
through.
2 melee, by the way, with main speed. This is the new patch, Bly.
Yeah.
Not something we normally see. Still going to be good on Lings, obviously, but we're no longer one-shotting probes.
Yeah, I guess we'll see how much of that impact that has as we see the Mutalisks coming in. Just going to be jumping straight in towards the cannon, straight in towards those probes. 3 workers going down, Lings in the natural. Flies once again just a little bit of everywhere, and that's the problem for Mana as he bleeds out on workers. The more workers he loses, the tougher it is for him to stay in this. This base is really struggling to survive, and finally Mana has detection to find these final 2 Swarm Hosts. He picked a lot off earlier with the Oracles. Now the Swarm Hosts are finally dealt with.
Sorry, I'm just giggling because we see plus 15 Mutas on the production tab. Like, Bly looks at this, he's like, you know what I need? More Mutas. Archons are coming right now. They are amazing against Mutalisks, assuming that you can actually get them in range and underneath, right? And that's obviously where that speed right here from the Zerg player is going to be very, very handy. Mana, once again, is ready for an attack, but I wouldn't mind seeing... Oh, Disruptor coming in. I wouldn't mind seeing Bly just go for a full-on counterattack.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the Mutas are going for, straight through the center of the map. The Roaches are retreating the hell out of there. They will get blinked on. We'll lose some more of their numbers. They get to the creep spread. The Mutas are going to start aiming for pylon. Shut down the production is going to be one of the main goals. As we recall back, Bly is going to stick around to see if he can fight. Yeah, I don't like it either because that was not the entire army. So now you give the Mutas a good fight. They're dodging away around the Nexus, away from the Archon. They get quite a few Stalkers there, and then they have free reign to jump in another base. Now, I just don't feel like that's the defense you're looking for, and now Bly can just go back toward the natural, and these Mutas are just going to completely control the game at the moment. Mana does not have a good enough response against them, and he doesn't have good enough stack defense either. He's going to GG. Bly gets the 2-0. Talk about unexpected.
I don't think anybody's really seen any Bly games over the last few months. He doesn't seem to be playing a lot of StarCraft 2, but he still has the speed. I mean, obviously Zerg players do have some quick repeat rates and all that, but just to give you a little bit of info, apparently Bly had 727 rather APM in that previous game, just hitting his opponent at 17 different angles all at once, just stabbing him in every angle where he could find something, right? And a lot of the trades weren't efficient, but I guess if you trade inefficiently in 8 locations and, well, efficiently in 2, and you can sort of contain your opponent on just a small amount of bases, ultimately you just, come out ahead. What a series.
That's just bonkers, man. Like, I mean, there's nothing
Nobody
else.
plays like that.
Yeah. It's just such a wild way to play. Bly, you know, momentum is his friend, right? Like, once he starts getting things to go in his favor, he absolutely keeps things in his favor. So he just makes sure to never let it slip. Truly just an incredible series. And Bly completes a day of 2-0s. I really thought Bly Mana, especially after Bly took game, map 1, might have been our chance to see a 2-1 in Europe. But absolutely not the case. It's all 2-0s. Apparently, I love putting the wrong screen up on there. Let's actually get to what I want to show you guys. All of the 2-0s here so far. Skillous is on the right side. Everyone else is on the left with the 2. It's Skillous, Spirit, Serral, Reynor, Harstem, and Bly all picking up a win in Europe. They're all going to be 1-0. Their opponents all 0-1. Again, 3 wins and you're in the playoffs. 3 losses and you're out. As that does round out Europe for today. Up next, we have the Americas region starting up. Again, that's going to feature 4 best-of-3s, including Foxer versus Astrea, Eggs versus Cham, Trigger takes on Dolan, and Future battles against Nina. So that's going to be coming up in just a little bit. We'll be heading into that. That schedule is starting about 15 minutes from now, so we're going to take a quick little break. It'll be just a little bit longer than usual. It'll be about 10 to 12 minutes. Once we return, we will have ourselves more StarCraft 2 action on the way for you all. So do not go too far. The Americas is up next. Europe Day 1 is done, of course. More Europe tomorrow. And, of course, if you are going to sign out now because, you're done with Europe or whatever, tomorrow we'll start earlier with Asia as well. So if you're looking for more StarCraft earlier in the day, then Asia might just be what you're aiming for. So you can check that out if you do so wish. And with that, we'll be back in just a little bit. We'll be more having the Americas action starting after this.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are back for another region of the ESL SC2 Masters and day number 1. We're done with Europe. We packed it away, put it in a box, pushed it to the side until tomorrow. Today, it's now all about Americas, as we are going to have this region, which is obviously the combination of North America and Latin America, as we obviously saw for the first time last season. If you didn't see last season, you were just here last year, you might be like, North America, Latin America, which is it? It's all the Americas now, all in one. 16 players in the group. And let's have an actual quick look at the standings. For once, I'm going to press the button I do want to see. And this is what the Americas group looks like. It's actually very similar to previous season. Now, we lost a couple players such as Vindicta, but we have gained Foxa and M. Canning of note. Pretty cool couple players to grab. So there you have got the lineup, the 16 players. Who do you like the look of here, Loco?
I mean, Astrea is obviously always somebody you really want to look out for. Scarlet, of course, ranked amongst the very best in the world. There's definitely some really good players on this list, but there's a lot of M. Canning fans out there. Always happy to see him doing well in the qualifiers for these tournaments, and we'll see how he does.
Yeah, I will never forget when M. Canning had the run in the ESL, or I guess back then the DreamHack Americas, and he just he just went on the sickest run. He beat Scarlet and stuff. It was just absolutely bonkers. So it's always exciting to see him in these events. We're going to see some of his games. I actually think he plays Scarlet in round 1, but that's not today. I believe that one is tomorrow. So very excited for some of those. The Americas really is a much more fun region now that it's being combined Latin and North America. Very much so looking forward to see how it all continues through. First matchup, you just mentioned his name, Astrea. Going to be taking on the newcomer to the scene in America this season at least, Foxa. Yeah, Foxa is really an up-and-coming player, has not played in these events before. Well, he played previously trying to qualify. He got officially the 21st, 24th last season, which is like a couple of rounds away from qualifying. Obviously, Astrea won the entire tournament in Americas last time, so two very players on very different scales. Astrea is 2-0, 4-0 against Foxa in his career. I mean, all signs point to Astrea for our first match of the day in America.
Yeah, earlier today we had that aRocKFire versus Serral game, right? This reminds me a little bit of that. Comparison. Like a newcomer versus like somebody who's established and at the absolute top of their game. Astrea, I mean, one of the very best Pro Tour players in the world. And that's going to be your very first proper opponent right here in the ESL winner. I mean, that will be an uphill battle for sure for Foxa. But at the same time, I mean, expectations are going to be relatively low, I think. He probably shouldn't be putting too much pressure on his own shoulders. You can use this as a way to measure yourself to the actual top players in the game. And it's a good opportunity, right? Even if you just take one map off of somebody like Astrea, that'll be something people remember.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Chance to come out swinging, you know what? Maybe go full crazy to start things off here, and just try and steal a map off Astrea, like you say, give people something to remember. Astrea was just chatting to Fox at the start, saying, congrats on your first qualification. Hope you haven't prepared anything too wild. And Fox is like, no, I wouldn't. Why?
I wouldn't dare, is what he said, right? That's what I saw.
I wouldn't dare. I'm not gonna mess up with all my friends, all the cool kids I hang out with now in the round of 16. Okay, love it. All right, a little bit of fun between the players, but time to get down to business. Is in the top left corner of the map. We are going to start things off with the red Protoss player from Maturino, Astrea.
And his opponent down here in the bottom right. We're looking inside of the main base of Foxa.
Ops, the GLHF versus the GLGL. Okay, Loco, give us some analysis on the openings.
Yeah, no have fun allowed right there by Mr. Astrea, which I know a lot of people think immediately. I know when somebody does something that's not entirely the ordinary, like a GLHF, I've had this discussion with my chat many times, that ultimately means they must be cheesing. What do you think of this theory, Wardy?
No, guaranteed.
Anything that's not a GLHF must mean that it's cheese. Well, turns out Foxa is the one with the GLHF, but then he's the one also sneaking the SCV.
The meta game. Too smart. Second Rax as well. So one Rax at home looks normal, just like the GLHF, and then he actually proxies. It's goes so deep.
I don't think Astrea's looking into it too much. I don't think he's looking into the GLHF. You can't really scout a lot from your opponent there.
No, not really. I guess not. All right, Pro coming around, and like I say, he's going to look at this and say fairly normal. Right now, Foxer should be getting ready to drop an expansion down. That's when Astrea's going to pick up on the fact like, hey, this isn't quite right. So what are you actually doing here? And in part, I wonder if that's why the Marine is in production, because the Marine can obviously push back. Wow, we do afford the command center still.
He canceled the Marine. Okay, he just restarted it once again.
Okay.
What are we...
No, because he wants to afford the expansion. He put the expansion down at the normal timing, and I did a double take, because I was like, what? But he cancelled the Marine, he cancelled the Orbital. So he's made this look perfectly normal. To Astrea, there is no reason why you would think there's a proxy Rax on the map. And yet now we're going to build Marauders and Concussor Shells. That's actually incredible.
So what Astrea scouted... Yeah, what Astrea scouted looks like a completely normal opener. The orbital command in the main base, but the cancel of the orbital command is actually an insane decision right there. He does have the expansion. I almost wonder if you should have an orbital command here rather than the expansion, because this will have to deal damage, but that is actually super clever right here by Foxer, making this look like it's a normal macro start.
Yeah, Astrea has...
He's looking for a Reaper right now. Like, he's wondering where the Reaper's at.
No, I think... Yeah, because obviously the Marine cancelling as well could just be a Reaper building as well. So, yeah. Wow, this is actually bonkers. What a build order. I'm actually amazed how good the timing was. Like, the CC went down perfectly on time. Like, I actually stopped because I was like, did I imagine the second Rax? Like, am I just talking... am I just talking crap here? But... yeah, it was beautiful. The Adept comes in, 2 Marines will fight. Obviously, the Marauder on the other side. They are going to catch one of the Adepts, so now Astrea realizes what's going on. Immediately builds a Void Ray out the Stargate, but no battery ready. He's going to take some probe damage at the very least.
Yeah, that Void Ray is going to be amazing, but it's going to be a while until it's out. It's one of those units that takes surprisingly long time at this point in the game to build, so those probes are in a world of trouble. There is a command center on the low ground here, of course, as well for Foxer. Marines are joining in too. Bunker is building on the low ground. Getting 1 Marine would actually be kind of nice, but a Marine, of course, for an Adept is not what you're looking for.
Yeah, although, I mean, I guess now the Void Ray pops and there's nothing to really answer the Void Ray at all. These Marauders are, suicided into the main. Just go for as many probes as you can. There's no reason backing off here, I don't think. You might save 1 then. Obviously, you need something in this bunker that can help fight off the Void Ray, otherwise the bunker is just going to die as well. There are the Marines coming. The Marauder jumps out. He knows his time is done. The Marines get in. And now this Natural will continue to take some damage, but second Void Ray coming up. It does feel like the Void Ray is such a good answer to this.
Yeah, what if this would have been a Twilight Council opener, right? That's what I'm wondering about here, because that's something that Astrea will never be shying away from either. That would have been an entirely different game. Very clever little opener right here from Foxer, though. Making it look like he's playing a standard start, but ultimately catching his opponent off guard with a second barracks. A pretty expensive structure at this point in the game, too. Astrea is going to be able to shut this down now with relative ease, but... if it would have been something other than the Stargate opener, or maybe even an Oracle first, there's a good chance that this would have dealt a tremendous amount of damage.
Yeah, very, very cool stuff. Unfortunately, now these Void Rays are going to continue to control. We are going to maybe lose 1 as it gets a little bit too into that Marine fight. Just about pulls it away, hurt but not gone, as it gets pushed back.
It's a very smart build, but I still have a hard time grasping when this would work. Like, it's still so tricky. There are so many scenarios, right, that can happen in the early game, and it's not like Stargate builds are uncommon by any stretch, but even against, like... nice micro there by Astrea, by the way, but even against the Twilight Council opener, would this really have been that great? I don't know.
Probably not, but, like, it was still cool.
Yeah. Sometimes 200 IQ build orders are more like 20 IQ build orders. I'm not sure, though. It's a little hard to say here, but that was really clever from Foxer.
You're kind of relying on the screw from your opponent a little bit, perhaps, but maybe that's what Foxer needs to bank on to beat Astrea in the first place, right? So, yeah, in this case, it probably was one of the worst-case scenarios, and maybe it wouldn't have been the best against a Twilight, but then maybe Astrea does get caught off guard. Maybe Astrea does make the mistake that opens the door to those Marauders and everything dealing damage. This obviously is not looking as though it's going to be enough. As our Marines will continue to get shot down. The Void Rays will just about escape, but there's more Marines too! Nice. And now all 3, actually. Voids will go down. Unfortunately for Foxer, he's down half the work account of Astrea.
Yeah, that's not ideal. There's already a Robo facility done and a Robo Bay coming up right now. Another Void Ray here. It's kind of funny how Void Rays used to be a very cheesy unit, but now they're an anti-cheese unit. Okay, Foxer has decided, you know what? It is time for me to go all in. I just grabbed a bunch of my opponent's Void Rays. Right now is my time to shine, and Well, I think this is going to be his best shot in this game. I mean, does he have enough units? I don't think so, but maybe.
Let's find out. I mean, the Immortal's big. The couple of batteries defensively are good for Astrea. Marines are going to stim in. Feels like there's no damage here for Foxer at all. A couple force fields. Super battery is going to make this one-sided. The probes obviously can just get in front to tank a little bit as well. And I think this is going to be absolutely fine from Astrea. When he was already double the work count, he can afford to lose so many probes, especially when he's already killed 19, 20 SCVs. There's going to be a whole GG well played, says Foxer. He had the smarts, but the build just wasn't quite there in the end.
Very cool style, though. I think even Astrea did a bit of a double take there because he saw everything being pretty normal, and then his second adept was met by a bunch of marauders. You're like, wait a second, what just happened in this game? How did I just completely miss that? Because obviously you don't have infinite amounts of resources here, but okay, well, cheeky game number 1 right there. Foxer said he wouldn't dare, is what he said in the in-game lobby. He wouldn't dare go for a cheesy build.
Okay, maybe.
Well, turns out that was a lie.
Well, yeah, but maybe he said I wouldn't dare do like a good cheesy build, and that's why we think he'd lose to him.
Ah, right, fair.
Astrea's going to take a moment, restart his PC. He's getting some FPS issues. So a couple moments, longer than usual between games here, but obviously we are here in the ESL America Regionals. Excited for the second season of this year to be kicking off today. Again, Asia kicks off tomorrow, so our other 16-player region beginning tomorrow. That's going to be a whole bunch of fun. Make sure you drop by and tune in for that. We're very much so looking forward to it. And yeah, it's going to be fun, man. Exciting times.
Literally weeks of StarCraft. Literally weeks. So.
I actually kind of like what they did, man. They had 3 weeks of StarCraft. They were like, no, you know what? That's not enough. 4 weeks of StarCraft, and we'll just scrap Tuesdays. I was like, okay, just scrap Tuesdays then. Ooh. You get rid of Tuesdays and suddenly you get an extra week of StarCraft? That's some that's some black magic. That's
math. You get rid of 3 Tuesdays and suddenly you get an extra week. Yeah. That's how it works.
Yeah, it's bonkers. But it does, for the viewers, of course, mean you guys get more action on weekends over the course of these few weeks. So obviously that's pretty great. Should make it a little bit better to watch, and also a little bit less intense as well, because a lot of people probably feel like, oh my god, 5 days straight of ESL when it's like 12-hour days. It'd be kind of rough, right? Like, even watching. So I feel like some people will be like, you know, I like this a little bit more, a little bit chilled out, 4 days a week at most or so. Well, I guess this week's 5 days a week still, but, you know. No 6-day weeks. No 6-day weeks, okay? No 6-day weeks.
Absolutely. Alrighty, so we'll be jumping into game number 2 between Foxer and Astrea here momentarily as soon as Astrea is back online. Apparently, he was having some FPS issues, so maybe we can write up the Void Ray losses, you know, when the 3 Void Rays get stimmed underneath. Maybe we can write that mistake up too. Imagine if he would have the 3 Void Rays as well. But imagine with that all in with the SCV pool, he would have also had 3 Void Rays on top of it. Like, it was already not close. That would have been interesting.
Crazy. Madness. Wild. So many things. And so we are going to get ourselves, like you said, just a couple moments, straight will restart. We'll be back into it. We got fun matches coming up as well, of course, here in the Americas region. Like I said a little bit earlier on, we have ourselves, just a bunch of fun plays. Actually, ZVZ, first one of the entire tournament coming up next with Eggs and Cham. That can actually get kind of wild. Eggs can be pretty cheeky. Cham, pretty cheeky player himself. And again, really fun set of PvTs to end the day, I think. Dolan, a fun player, up and coming. Trigger's been really cemented himself up at the top of the NA scene. And then you got Future Nina, which I feel like is, a future that's been looking better than ever. And Nina, who's maybe not played as much herself recently, that's also kind of a fun one out to end the day on. So a fun schedule ahead of us to continue through the Americas regions as soon as Astrea joins us back online.
It's going to be an interesting one. I think Future versus Nina to close the day out is going to be a lot of fun, yeah. We'll be doing these all back to back, as we have been for like the last, I don't know how many series we've casted at this point, but we've had a good day. All right, there you go. We've had a good day of StarCraft 2 so far. Really good to see so many people coming out as well to watch. All right, Astrea is back online, guys. We'll be getting the game underway here very shortly.
Very shortly. We'll come back to our beautiful faces for a few more moments just before Astrea joins the lobby and we can go. And
I feel like I'm much bigger on the camera than you, Wardy. Is that good or bad? Oh, wrong way. Sorry,
I can zoom in if you want. Like, it's because my...
No, I'll zoom all the way out, and you can be all the way zoomed in for a while.
Okay.
You can see my cursed green screen that I should have repainted 5 years ago.
I was going to say, you've actually not used that in so long. And it's still just a green
I am
wall.
intending on repainting that wall at some point in the future, but the future hasn't come yet.
No, future's in the last match of the day, so I'll just have
Well,
to
there you
wait a
go.
little
Maybe
while.
then.
Maybe
If I
then.
suddenly start painting, you know what's going on.
All right. Yeah, no, I did zoom in to be more level with you at one point, but then my camera crashed, so then I came back. I could have zoomed out. I was like,
Oh, that's what happened.
Yeah,
Right.
so
I
that-
felt like we weren't like completely
yeah,
mismatched earlier,
no,
but it's okay.
And then I was like, I don't really want to like super lean forward and do the zoom halfway through a segment. That was like, then I forgot, honestly. So
It is all good.
back on track now, as we're also back on track with the games in the bottom left, taking that 1-0 lead with the void away anti-cheese. It is going to be Astrea.
Absolutely, and we're going to have to keep a close eye on the opponent here with some creative build orders in game number 1. We're looking inside of the main base of Foxer. Identical GLHFs, Wardy.
Well, it's almost like these guys just have a preferred way of typing out GLHF at the start of the game.
I think it's part of their build order.
Part of their build order, yeah.
Absolutely.
It's just ingrained. I mean, I'm the same. I like typing just GL space HF. Like, I would do that every time.
Yeah,
No alterations.
absolutely.
No switch up.
Absolutely. No commas.
Oh no, I
No
hate the comma.
semicolons.
The comma's so dumb.
Remember when Stefano always did that? Stefano would always
GL,
GL,
comma,
HF, and then capitalize the opponent's nickname properly too.
Yeah.
Like, all right, we get it. Yes, you're
not
better
even
than
not
us.
even always their nickname. Sometimes you'd use their real name too.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's when you know you're basically
what a
best
try
friends.
hard of an intro.
Yeah.
God. Give it up already, Stefano. Probably coming up, nibbling at an SCV for a few moments. As we do have the barracks, obviously much more normal with no proxy racks out on the map or anything this time around. So everything's sort of just settling down here. Starting to look a bit regular again. For the next little while, yeah, we wait to see really where we just go. Nexus and the Cybercore on the way up.
We've seen this thousands of times, but now we're trying to pay close attention if everything's all right here. Okay. Nothing all too crazy, but Astrea is also not entirely sold on this game. He decides to go back in just to make sure.
Yep. I'm just going to double check. I mean, you got to double check, right, with the way the previous game went. This time around, the CC obviously even feels a little bit late, right? It went down like 150. It's like 6 seconds late. Now I'd be questioning things as a stream, like, why is it so late? It's not really that late, right? But just, you know, little things
Yeah.
maybe throw you off your game sometimes.
Turns out nothing all too crazy. Foxer once again, though, with an SCV on the right side of the map. Sending it out after the probe has left his natural expansion alone as well. So he is once again ready to do something a little sneaky here. That is for certain.
He's doing the Clem build. Proxy a starport here, you Hellion drop. Clem was the first person I saw doing this. It's very smart because who's going to scout the other side of the map that's mineral walled for a proxy, right? Well, like I said, it's becoming a very common thing to do, so yeah, maybe this is something Astrea will be checking with the Stargate unit when it first pops out, as the starport goes down. And obviously you can get it very close to the main base, so it's very good for the Hellion drop. The Hellions can get over here easily as well with that mineral wall mined out. So yeah, this is something which I feel like isn't, you know, an oh my god, never seen this before play, but it's obviously still pretty cool. And it's very strong because no matter what, you're still going to have a very fast Hellion drop in your opponent's main.
Absolutely. All right, here's the very first adept on the other side of the map. Seeing the Hellions is already kind of nice. At the very least, the alarm bells start going off in your head a little bit. You're like, okay, that's could be something strange. I mean, it's going to come at the cost right here of the adept, but that Hellion also, yeah, those two Hellions, they're definitely far forward, right?
Yeah, Adept actually, I mean, pushing them back is just going to buy you time right now. Things aren't going to line up as well. The Adept getting another shot off as the Hellion got
He also
stuck trying to
hasn't
get
started
repaired.
a medevac, by the way. He hasn't started up a medevac. Okay, it starts up right now, but that slows down the build order a lot.
This is just, I mean, this is just bad. Everything is delayed. The Oracle's going to maybe be able to grab some damage on the Hellions if they move across soon. And if it doesn't, then the Oracle can just go for the mineral line. There's going to be no anti-air in the game, so now it's super, super important for these Hellions to find damage on the other side. Fresh Mule goes down, the SCVs start to drop. These Hellions have such a task ahead of them.
Yeah, they basically have to make up for this and then some, right? Because this is very committed. That starport obviously also all the way across. Oracle is on top of this as soon as the medevac comes in. Boosted this point has worn off, so They can just sort of empty underneath the Oracle and the Stalker if they really want to. Okay, you can pretend it's a Widowmine drop, but it's not.
Yeah, eventually we'll have to unload. The problem is 3 Hellions are the number for one-shotting probes, and with the Phoenix you can just lift one up immediately. In this case, the Hellions were never really left long enough. 5 workers. 5 workers would be okay, but again, you took damage yourself, so it's not really okay at all. In fact,
no,
it's pretty bad.
This is definitely not what you're looking for. It would have been okay if he had all of that, you know, that natural expansion taken care of and he didn't really take a lot of damage at home. But right now you find yourself behind against Astrea, and well, Astrea does not need to be told that twice. He's going to start marching across the map. He'll probably build a third Nexus here on the back of it too. Robo facility coming up. I mean, everything is going Max Angel's way. There you go. That's a cool name, though.
Max Angel, one of the
If you got to
coolest
give a
names.
GLHF, you give it to Max Angel. And you type out his full name. And a
Full
comma.
And the comma. Capitalized correctly as well, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, just double checking.
Maximum Angel.
We went into so much depth with everything else. I just wanted to make sure we're capitalizing it properly, because this attack is going to be rough to stop. The only thing I'm thinking is, Phoenix can lift up the siege tank anyway, so you just lift the tank and then kill the Viking, then the Oracles kill the Marine, so the Phoenix survives, SCVs are dying. Siege tank will get a few more shots off, but the Stalker's actually having a real bad time.
So. They got a little bit over-eager right there. They can't go through the supply depot, but they desperately tried. That's an additional 12 SCVs going down, though, and now we're talking just 30 workers right here for the Terran. Natural expansion has to be evacuated, and in the meantime, Astrea is finishing up his third. This is looking incredibly rough right now for Foxer.
Looking incredibly rough. Yeah, no, this is bad as Stalkers make a dive forward. Widowmines did get a little bit going, but obviously these Stalkers can get the tanks this time around. I think second tank will go down as well. Stalkers were a bit better at shooting this time, and that is a job well done, as I think we are. I mean, Foxer has no units. He's got a Marine or two. With Chachi killing Stalkers! 2 Stalker kills!
Yeah.
GG, well played.
GG.
Got there in the
They
end.
popped straight into the battle, man. They got kicked out of the barracks there and straight onto the battlefield.
It used to be out of the frying pan into the fire. This was out of the barracks into the battlefield. Both of them apparently just
Yeah. We can make a whole book of StarCraft sayings. Like there can be StarCraft equivalents for sure. But yeah, I think that was the result we all expected right there. Very well played by Astrea, but still cool showing right there by Foxer, right? Going for some cool strategies.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, you know, you come in, you're going to try some cool stuff. This is not the series Fox is looking to win in this event. This is his first time in the top 16 of the Americas. He's here to try and scrap for a series. It's probably not going to come against Astrea. Like, maybe if you have a great day and Astrea does not. Realistically, expectations for Fox are probably looking ahead to his future matches and trying to not go 0-3 over the next couple of series he will play. As it's the same in Americas, by the way, guys, as in those EU groups, where 3 matches won, you're in the playoffs, 3 matches lost, and you're out of the tournament. So that's 1 win for Astrea, 1 loss for Foxer under their belts. And that will be, like we said, kind of the expectation here early on. As we do have ZVZ up next, Loco. I know you get excited when we get to cast some Zerg, so gonna be some Zerg versus Zerg. Eggs taking on Cham. We're not going to take too long. We'll be diving into that very shortly. We'll be back straight after this.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back once again. The Americas region continues as we enter our first ZVZ of the tournament. Eggs and Cham. Historically amazing series for Cham, as he's got so many wins over Eggs, and he's 52-11 in maps. So definitely expecting Cham as a favorite, but we'll see if Eggs can crack open a couple of victories today. You got to make the puns when Eggs is here, Loco. This is a rule. This was ingrained into me when I did WESG in 2016 was in Sao Paulo, I think. So yeah, you just got to. Back then, we didn't just have Eggs; we also had Egg. So Eggs is the Colombian player, and Egg was the Argentinian player. And we actually at one point had Eggs versus Egg, and oh my goodness, it was, you know, it was an egg-tastic day. We made all the that
sounds pretty rough. Also, just as commentary goes, right? It gets very confusing for everybody involved. Just like good old Mana versus Nama from back in the day too. Like that was a European classic where you had two guys with basically the same name except ever so slightly different lettering. But
the modern day version of that for me is Kelazur and a laser, because like.
Whoa! Now that you say it like that, it actually sounds very similar.
Well, yeah, it obviously depends exactly how you pronounce it, but like, I always like when I cast
Kelazur. Yeah, it's not far off. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean sometimes I like, you know, my brain works, but sometimes my brain kind of forgets about it. Then like I'm halfway through saying one of their names and I'm like saying the other one. I'm like, well, what am I doing? So.
I don't think I've ever stumbled that one in particular, but I guess if you're like 12 series into the day at some point,
I think it's just like, again, it's sometimes like my voice just decides to say one of their names weird because it's been a long day and then I'm just gone, absolutely gone. Well, we've gone into this series as well as in the top left-hand side, our blue Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Eggs.
And the opponent down here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, Heartlet. That's game number 1 in this best of 3 series. We have Cham.
I mean, do you kind of expect this one to be fairly aggressive to some extent? Cham's never been like a super macro player. He's always kind of, you know, lingered on the aggressive side of things. And yeah, I kind of feel as though Eggs is kind of like in a fairly similar boat. So when two aggressors match up, surely one of them is going to bring something a little feisty to the table as Cham. It's going to go 16 hatchery versus the 17 hatch of his opponent. Slight difference there.
Yeah, minor little difference. Mostly an issue, I guess, if your opponent is going for super early Zergling rushes, but not happening in this particular game. I mean, it is Zerg versus Zerg as well, right? And in the end, that's just probably the most aggressive matchup in all of StarCraft 2. It's very easy to, well, literally lose to one explosion. That seems to happen to most players out there, even at the professional level. It's very easy to just accidentally slip up, or accidentally slip up. Okay, no, it's too late for me.
Oh my god, well, that's a good one. I haven't heard that one before. That's a new one to me.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, usually clearly my egg jokes are like low quality. I'm like, oh, it was an excellent pun, Loco. Well.
Anyways, hatchery into a gas geyser. Except for Mr. Eggs. He decided to skip the... What are we doing right now? Why are we skipping the gas geyser? Are we just going to do a full-on 2-base?
Skip gas, play roaches. It works. You know, it's a narrow ramp, narrow play into the natural, so you can wall off fully. Not the most ridiculous of styles, I guess.
Just a little bit risky if Cham did decide to go for any sort of Ling Floods, but luckily for him, luckily for Eggs that is, none of that is really happening here. We'll probably see him go straight into 4 queens then as well, and play a little bit more defensively for the time being, because he won't really be able to get too much done without the Zergling speed upgrade. Will Cham be going for a 3rd base though? Yeah, okay, I was going to say, we do need to see a Dolan heading on down, and there he goes.
Yeah, obviously what you give up as Eggs is that 3rd base. You will not be able to take that as quickly. Takes double gas now, but much longer until he gets Ling speed. And you ain't defending a 3rd hatch without Ling speed, so... Yep. What could happen is obviously if Cham figured it out, and he knows his opponent doesn't have Ling speed to punish his 3rd hatch, he could actually cancel Ling speed himself, and then also play straight into roaches off a 3rd, and that's actually one of the cool ways to punish someone going for a 2-base castless play. Obviously Cham not going to get that info here, and he's just going to be setting up into even the Baneling Nest as well, but there's the expected Roach Warren and Evo Chamber on the side of Eggs.
Yeah, he's just fired up 2 gases as well in the meantime, so he's going to be skipping those early game upgrades and early game structures in favor of what will probably be a faster +1 missile and a lair. So that's a nice way of getting a little bit of value right here and cutting a corner early on. A couple Zerglings over here scouting and seeing that Queen wander on over towards the third base is really all the information you truly need right now for Eggs. So he realizes, okay, this is going to be a game where I've gotten away with my greedy build order. Now, he did fire up a quick lair, yes, but the same actually can be said right here for Cham. So all things considered, Cham is also just going straight into a lair of his own, and that is definitely much faster than it would be in a conventional game of StarCraft 2 in CVZ.
Yep, he's realizing, hey, I can get away with this. I don't need to hold back too much, so making the right choices to kind of keep himself up in terms of the tech. He is going to be behind by a missile upgrade, has to take some additional gas. We'll see how much gas he takes. There's always the realm of possibility where he's like, let's go Spire. Now that would be pretty scary against someone who gets a roach timing once, you know, +1 missile, maybe roach speed kicks in, but not an impossible thing to start heading towards as long as he maybe gets some roaches up safely behind. Right now, Cham ain't doing a whole lot of anything, just stocking up gas, so it really feels like it's either Spire time or something even crazier, and there it is, Spire goes down.
That is a risky move though, because like you said, the +1 and the roach speed upgrade are going to finish up before that Spire will, and even if you do have like 5 mutas out, that's not going to shut down a lot of roaches, right? Like eventually it'll shut it down, but those roaches will kill all of your workers if you're not careful. Eggs is probably looking to go for a push here in a moment. I mean, he's got a good opportunity. The problem is that he doesn't know, right? He doesn't know the timing right there of his opponent's lair. So yeah, if he continues making drones over here, that timing window with +1 attack and roach speed, it's going to be closing.
Yep, he is not really going to miss a few lings as well from Cham, can maybe buy you some time. We'll see some of the roaches on the way. What's scary for Cham is that he doesn't even have like a roach roar and a buy time with himself at home. Like he can't even make roaches to buy a bit of time to then get the mutas out. He's going to keep making lings, builds up a couple of spines. Spine's getting very close to being done. Maybe we will just have mutas out just about in time. Maybe Cham has timed this well enough. As our lings wander out over the far left, going to take the watchtower.
Yeah, he's going to need to save up some minerals, though, because he does have the gas for it right now. Spire's going to finish up right about right now, but he won't be able to make any mutas yet. Got to be careful that you don't get too carried away. Eggs at this point is going to be able to go for an aggressive push. He could have had a lot more a lot more roaches here in total if he decided to really double down, but he's just going to try and play this safely. A small group of Zerglings right there from Cham, ultimately forcing, well, Eggs to pull back with all of his units, and by the time he now gets across the map, the mutas will definitely be out.
And spines already.
Still scary, though.
Yeah, I think enough mutas, though, to actually just work down these roaches. And Hydra's on the way from Eggs, too. So it's not like he's been only producing roaches, so he doesn't have ridiculous numbers. He has moved into those Hydras as well, so I think that also makes a little bit of a difference.
Yeah, with the new multiplayer balance patch of it, you see the Hydras come up to speed a little bit quicker. Third base actually in a bit of trouble here. Drone is going to fall, it seems like. Maybe a Queen over there as well. But I'm mostly concerned for this third hatchery directly. Losing the third base right now would be an absolute disaster for Eggs right now. Okay, now it's going to stay alive, but it's going to be low.
It's going to be low, snipeable perhaps, as the mutas will look for some opportunity. Hydras and Queens nearby are going to say nope, not just yet. So the mutas are just going to get back on Overlord, and Eggs is going to find himself severely supply blocked coming out of this. He's going to be 104 over 96 Overlords building from him, realizing the situation as Cham just builds even more mutas and going to double down now with the Balin speed coming up as well.
Yep, ultimately he's now finding himself with 3 base economy versus somebody who only really has 2 bases, right? So this Roach Hydra ball is very scary, and well, if the game goes on for a whole lot longer, generally it's a little bit better for the Roach Hydra player. Eggs is going to try and go for a big push right now. But it's a dangerous move, right? Like, these mutas are coming out in such big numbers right now. Lings and Banes on the other side of the map, too.
There's only, like, 11 Hydras. I feel like the mutas can honestly fight against this amount of Hydras. As the Roaches will start running forward. The mutas just need to get over here. Lings are going to buy a bit of time. Lings should probably run by and jump on the Hydras. But honestly, I guess this goes okay. We're going to get the Hydras with the mutas. There's just not enough of them. And the Roaches will start to be dealt with as well. It looks as though we are going to get the Balin nest.
Oh,
no! He leaves alive and the upgrade finishes as well.
Oh, never mind. A reinforcing Hydra managed to get the kill right there in the end. There is a detector nearby, though, so these tunneled Roaches are not going to be able to achieve all too much. Yeah, you can buy a lot of time here, but what you're really trying to do here as the blue Zerg is deal damage to your opponent's economy, and so far that hasn't happened yet. He's brought drones to the front as well to make spore crawlers here. The drones right now from Cham gets pulled because he realizes he needs to stop this right here, right now.
He's gonna go. A couple spores are gonna finish up, though. We need to target those. They can be transfused. Next is gonna have a chance. He's actually gonna have an opportunity with the spores at the front. 18 drones went down on that little pull. And this is actually, once again, now when you're going to need some more ground units to support this. Well, I actually thought Eggs was looking as though he was just kind of down and out, but this is going to give him at least one last little chance. You know, at the very least, transfusions keep these spores alive. And this attack keeps coming.
Yeah. No, he's completely all in over here. He needs to win the game with this. He's putting all his eggs in one basket, Wardy. He's trying his best to see if he can win.
He's put himself in the basket. As the Hydras
There's still a lot of units coming out, though. He never made a defensive Roach Warren, right, Cham? Like, that is certainly not something that's the norm. That's why this works. Oh my god.
Goodness, it actually works. Eggs is going to take game number 1. The Spore Crawlers on the other side of the map save him from what felt like an almost certainly lost game. Wow. Yeah, that's actually wild, man. That was actually crazy.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of games with StarCraft 2 over the years, and that's one of those scenarios where you see the roaches just, well, getting booped right there by that group of mutas, and you're like, okay, well, that's basically it. But ultimately, those tunneled roaches there were distracting the units for long enough to make spore crawlers on the opponent's creep. Sick play right there from X.
Yeah, really good. Really, really good. All right. We're going to get into our game number 2 in a sec. I just have to fix something really quickly, so... Fix that. Apparently something else that got changed to my PC off earlier didn't get saved, so
no problemo. Yeah, that was a game where I kind of felt like Eggs was behind for like 98% of it, but it turns out the only 2% that matter are the last two, and he ultimately ended up winning that one, but that was very, very close. Usually what you do, even when you're playing Mutaling Bane, is still make a Roach Warren, just because you can prevent a lot of situations like the one that we just saw, right? So Cham, if he would have had a Roach Warren there, I don't think he's going to skip it a second time in his series. He would be able to make his own roaches, and then suddenly those spores are not nearly as much of a problem, because he just had more economy. He would have been able to produce more. Upgrades or not, speed or not, it doesn't really matter. Just the sheer numbers of roaches would have been a bit too much, but that was well done. Sick play.
All right. Well, let's go into Solaris. Solaris for CVZ surely is very aggressive as well. This map has the speed zones. Attacks are going to hit quickly. It kind of feels like the kind of map where aggression is going to move out, man. It's going to hit hard. Let's find out as we get ourselves going for game number 2. And, yeah, in the top right-hand side will be the play who has made it happen in that last game some way, somehow. It is going to be Eggs from the Platinum Hero with now Spore Crawler across the map play.
And his opponent, down here on the bottom left, maybe the favorite going into the series, but now finding himself 1-0 behind. It's Cham. Cool play. Very fun play right there from X. Okay, so... yeah, what exactly went wrong right there for Cham? I think ultimately you just don't want to skip the Roach Warren. Even when you're planning on playing Mutaling Bane the entire game long, Roach Warren's pretty good.
Yeah, I think Roach Run's pretty good. Imagine you could just put like 10 roaches at some point. Like,
yeah.
Even on upgraded.
Even like the Hydra change actually makes it a lot harder, I think, to go for mutas, right? Like, just getting the upgrades out a little bit faster, and just overall it's a little bit cheaper. Normally you're kind of just sitting there and waiting until your Hydra upgrades are done, but...
Well, I thought what was interesting is in the end the Baneling Nest went down, right? And I was like, actually, I don't know if that really matters, because he's killed most of the Hydras anyways. But in that scenario, there was a moment where he probably could have had a few Banes and just busted down the spores, the Hydras nearby, and that maybe would have made the difference as well. I don't know, but like, yeah, in the end, I guess that became impactful too. Maybe that's something that Cham was missing as well.
Yeah, it kind of felt like one of those scenarios where it's almost an unlosable game, so why try to go for Banelings that you kind of need to get a bit lucky at? You may as well just make like 4 more mutas instead. And yeah, ultimately, maybe it would have been better indeed to have a round of those Banelings sitting around the site, because I really like how X didn't hesitate, though. He's like, you know what? I think this guy doesn't have a Roach Warren. Let me just bring the spores. We've seen that before with like Nidus Worms and Queens, but rarely do we see that with just the drones wandering through the center of the map and then building it on creep.
Yep.
Just a spore proxy.
So wild, man. Well,
Gasless opener again, by the way, here from Eggs. So apparently he liked it enough in the previous game.
it wouldn't be in it wouldn't be in America's regional without crazy wild things that you don't see every day. So I'm glad these guys are just getting down to it almost right away. You know, Foxer in the last series was off to a wild start. Eggs is going to make things interesting here. Americas is already living up to this region's hype.
Absolutely. Cham coming up with the link speed once more. Probably, yeah. If I were to see any changes here, I think he's going to put down a Roach Warren 100% of the time here, but probably pretty happy still, despite the loss with how that game went.
And this gets placed out at the front. A third hatchery from Cham gets settled as well. Just going to put that straight into place. I'm just going to be seeing our hatch, bane, and nest all coming through. The Roach Warren coming in. Spinecrawler already producing. A couple of queens and a few drones coming out also. And all of that up and running.
Yep. Straight into the Roach Warren we go. There's the evolution chamber going down as well at the front here. So is X once again going to go for the lair because he hasn't fired it up yet, and we're already sitting at, okay, a lot of gas. Now he goes for it. These gases were taken quicker than he did in the previous game. So he's already sitting at a lot of income here. I still think he could have just committed to like a full-on Roach speed +1 attack. It would have worked out really nicely in the previous game. He didn't know exactly what the opponent had going there, but it was certainly an option. And this is going to make it an even, well, more powerful version of that particular style if he decides to go for it.
I'd be down for it. I would be down for it. There's the lair on the Roach Warren on the way from Cham, who has just opened himself the same way as previously, so very similar setups to start off with. Obviously, with the Roach Warren on the way, Cham does something a bit different. That's the big difference here, but the general timing of the lair, for example, is still similar. He is going to go to 4 gases once again quickly, but obviously the Roach Warren suggests it's not just going to be about fast fire.
Okay, so what exactly are we going to do here, Eggs? So is he going to fire up the +1 Roach? The Roach attacks? Or is it the Roach speed, rather? Is he going to be going for that? I mean, he has the lair done at this point.
Yeah, I mean...
Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay. I was going to say, like,
No,
we've been at the lair for a bit, but... Yeah. Maybe he was a little afraid that, like, there would be another follow-up Zergling Scout or something like that, so he may have delayed it just ever so slightly. Third hatchery coming up right now. I think he just commit to, like, a full +1 Roach speed attack.
Yeah. I wouldn't hate it. You're going to have +1 over your opponent. As long as Roach speed doesn't delay you too much for it having been delayed initially. He's going to drop a second Evo, though, so probably wants to start on Carapace upgrades. So that obviously takes away from the power of Roaches. Carapace is 150 gas. It's like 6 Roaches. So it really does take away a lot from your kind of like immediate numbers. As the links show up, the hatchery will stay alive. There's Roaches here to protect. And it honestly feels like we're going to just transition through to Roach and Roach mid-game. There's a Hydra Den already from Eggs.
Yeah. I wonder if that's part of his build order, because we saw a similarly timed Hydra Den in the previous game.
Yeah.
There's a lot of links over at the third, but they're not going to be able to get the kill in there. And that's an interesting one, though. So once again, blind Hydras. Yeah, just starts up the upgrade right away, too. So he is just going to go Roach Hydra.
Oh, well timed. Alright, well, Roach Hydra, the reason people don't really play Roach Hydra, the reason it's interesting is that Hydras are kind of just a more expensive / worse version of the Ravager. Because the Ravager is lower HP or more vulnerable like a Hydra is. It's higher DPS, but most importantly, the Ravagers can bile, and the damage you take away from your opponent having to dodge biles is usually so much better than whatever extra DPS a Hydra might do and the ability to shoot up, unless there's obviously mutas involved. So Roach Hydra typically is just a worse composition, or seen as a worse composition in my eyes. Roach Ravager is just that little bit better. As we actually morph a couple Banelings here from Cham, he is going to send an attack up towards this third hatchery once again. He wants to do something with this.
Interesting, though, because in theory, right, all that Eggs is doing here, like, imagine if Cham knows exactly what's going on, right? Say Cham realizes, okay, this is what my opponent is going for. He could have droned straight up to, like, 75 workers and just made non-stop Roaches, and Cham would walk over all of this. Now he's playing it pretty conservatively, where he's got a pretty large defensive force as well, but Eggs has not really been in a position to put any pressure on the opponent at all. And if this sort of playstyle, you know, gets out, right? Like if your opponent knows, okay, you're playing a very greedy game where you're really not attacking me until much later, I can just well, blind counter it almost, right? Like I don't really even have to think about exactly what I'm going to do as long as I just get enough stuff out. And it may very well work out here, but it seems very risky.
I don't like what Eggs has done at all. Like, he got Tunneling Claws and Burrow, so he's also built Hydras, and then he did all of this of like 46 workers. So even though Cham was conservative, he still had a much better worker count, so now he's just going to have way more army. Nothing about this from Eggs.
Yeah, no, he's just going to walk over it.
Yeah, it's a very lackluster game too, after game 1 was so fun, actually.
Yeah, so it works fine if the opponent goes into Mutas. It works fine if the opponent decides to play a funky game themselves. But in this case, Cham just went Roaches and Ravagers. And he did so in the most conservative way possible. Like, it could have been at full 3-base saturation already. And if that would have been the case, he would have been at like 190 supply maybe or so by the time he got across the map. Just a good old Roach Ravager push, showing us why the standard is the standard, right? It's going to be enough.
X's Hydras did nothing, his Tunneling Claws did nothing, his Burrow did nothing. A whole lot of Eggs just doing nothing, unfortunately, right, is what this one comes down to. And we are going to go 1-1 between Eggs and Cham. We are actually going to go to a game 3 today. It's happened, Loco.
We are.
It only took 7 best of 3s. Our 8th one finally goes to game number 3. Nice.
That is very true, actually. We have done only 2 zeros up to this point.
Yeah, that's been...
Yeah, that was a pretty one-sided match, though, all things considered. Like, this kind of shows you what happens when you get a little bit too fancy, right? Like, it's very easy to just think about all of the potential strategies your opponent can go for. You can be prepared against the Nidus Worm by having some units in the main base, and you're prepared against Mutas and all that, but ultimately, just Roaches and Ravagers, you just, you know, full caveman style, run across the map and hit everything in the head. Worked like an absolute charm right there for Cham.
Beautiful
I'm not sure exactly what the plan was either for Eggs, though. Like, exactly where was that leading?
It was like a bit of everything. I wonder if he almost did just like build the Hydras as like a blind counter, then it never came. So he's like, I'm gonna burrow Roaches, and like maybe if he did any of that off of a better economy, but he was on like 2-base saturation the whole time. Like, I get you on 2 bases initially, but there's a point where you need to switch the 3rd base on, and he did so way too late. And yeah, it just wasn't really a contest as we get ourselves ready for game 3. Where now we're going to see is Egg's going to do the same thing for a 3rd game in a row. Or does he mix it up himself? Maybe he could go a bit more aggressively. Guess we'll be finding out in a moment. Alcyone is the map. We mentioned it earlier when Bly kind of took a gold base, but there is a gold available if these guys want to really mix it up for ZVZ.
No way. If he's going to rush a gold base, I'm going to lose my mind.
Could do. It's not impossible.
He could, definitely.
Yeah.
I think Cham could also just go 13-12 and just win the game at the 2.5-minute mark.
You think?
If once again Eggs decides to skip the gas, that is, because it's so risky.
Alright, well in the bottom left, man, he's been playing risky. The blue Zerg is Eggs.
And his opponent, in game number 3 of this best of 3 series, it's Cham. Okay. So no aggression here. Not really too keen to... Well, I mean, it's a bit early to call it no aggression, but no super early cheese here.
No super early cheese. No, you're right, though. Like you mentioned, 13-12, these things off 1 base can always be a factor in ZVZ, and that's clearly not going to be the case this time around, so... Looking decent.
Yeah. Like, that previous build from Eggs kind of reminded me of one of those strategies that's good against everything, but, like, bad if your opponent just goes for the most conventional style, right? And what are the most conventional things you would probably see on the ladder? Well, probably Link Floods and Roach Pushes, right? And if it's bad against the 2 most common strategies, I'm not sold on the build, but there's a chance that he's got something different as a follow-up plan this time around, but... Jack of all trades, but master of none there in game number 2. Not a huge fan of it.
Nope, not really. I mean, when Cham just walks across the map and then just kills you, it's like sometimes you gotta realize that things maybe need to mix up a little bit, right? Like you just, like the build just isn't good if that's what it dies to. But well, then it worked in game number 1. But I feel like you could have had such a simpler time in game number 1 as well. You know, like I feel like if you just attacked soon, you could have also had a great time. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
So many like swings and roundabouts, basically, just because in the way that this EVZ went.
No, absolutely. Okay, so once again, skipping the gas geyser here is Eggs. I really wonder what he would do against an early game Zergling Flood, but I guess we will never know here. At least not for this particular ZVZ, as Cham is opening up much more conventionally. I'm expecting a third base here once again from Cham as well, and we'll probably just see him maybe cut a corner or two a bit later on, but for now just open up in what we consider to be the standard, and that is triple hatch into a bunch of workers, usually with link speed. There it is, and then a baling nest on the back of it too.
Cham just scouts no third hatch, and Gastos, like, he really could just cancel his link speed, just go straight into like the land Roach on himself. But he's realized he's doing exactly that. He's gonna cancel the link speed, at least for now. Yeah, but, I mean, why not? You just don't need it unless he's still mining 3 workers on gas though. Starts an Evo Chamber, starts the Roach Roaring. Wonder what exactly his plan becomes, as he will now see Eggs going link speed. Oh my goodness.
Eggs for the first time is getting himself the link speed going. It's by no means a fast circling speed, but I'm assuming he's got a plan with this particular timing. Roach Warren as well, though. Evo Chamber too?
It's that part's surely a fake out, and then he spam lings behind it, which would be a surprise, but then I'm almost surprised he's already building 5 more drones, because then it's not really going to be that many lings. I guess we'll see how many he can fit in before link speed is done here. It feels as though this whole plan has got to be something of a surprise factor that you're trying to gain over your opponent.
I think he's going to go for a third base. Yeah, I was going to say, like, if you do want to go for a link flood, you're going to need, off of 33 drones, you're going to need at least 3 hatcheries, but a link flood also doesn't really line up right now with the third base. All of this is a little bit wild.
Starts Carapace as well, which I think he's going to keep, because obviously, if he wanted to fake it, he would have started a cheaper upgrade.
Yeah, no, he probably wants to go for like a Roach Ravager or like a Roach Ling, maybe a Bane. I mean, maybe we're going to see a Bane Ling. It could be a Roach Ravager Ling, I guess.
Yeah, Ravager Ling can be good, obviously, with the Carapace upgrade as well. The Lings get protected or benefiting from that Carapace, and then if the Lings surround, the Ravager Battles are guaranteed to connect, so that's oftentimes a frequent way to play it. But now it's going to be a little bit of the, haha, I've got Lings, are you ready for them? And, well, right now, Cham needs to get his Roaches and Queens over here. The first Roach is out in the open. It's going to be surrounded immediately. And now moves into a Ravager to stay safe. Couple drones in trouble. We get 1, we get 2. And now going after the...
This is not enough right here. Yeah, the amount of stuff that Cham has at this point is a little risky. Looks like he manages to defend just barely. Lings are going to try and see if maybe they can go around, but there is vision here as well for Cham to at least make sure that these Lings don't just run straight into the natural expansion. Ultimately, though, we're once again in a situation now where both players are roughly doing the same thing, except Cham is doing it with, well, 7 more workers here. That's significant, right? Like, you just, if you're making the same unit, the guy with more drones will be able to make more of that unit. So, the early game here is a little strange. He just transferred drones as well from the natural to the third base, Eggs that is. So he's got a bunch of workers now mining at the third. Yeah, it's another fake out, but what exactly is he faking out?
Just trying to pretend he's on like a lot of drones, and he's actually going to hit like some big timing, but then he's also still droning, like, you know, like...
yeah, it feels a bit disconnected.
Yeah, but no, I'm with you every step of the way, man. It's having a little bit of a wild time right now, to say the least, as we do see the Overseer of Cham going to fly through. There's a Queen there to poke away at said Overseer, and... well, Roach Ravager starts to move upwards. Lings in the center as well from Eggs. And get ready to launch ourselves towards this third base of Cham. And this is what we build up to, basically. This is what it comes down to. Cham going to evacuate his third. He's got double upgrades on the way. He could cancel those and afford way more Roaches. But he's going to try and keep the upgrades, which I feel like is wild, because he might just lose the Evo Chambers anyways. The third hatch will go down. Eggs now starts up a lair. He's realizing, is a third hatchery enough? He's going to dive the naturals. Like, oh, you do actually have some units, though. Good scenario.
Yeah, going for the guaranteed damage is probably not a bad idea. He can drone behind it, and I don't mind it right now.
I think what Cham's issue really is going to be is that, honestly, like the Roach Roar and the Evo Chambers at the front are going to be very hard to protect, because he has to run through a choke to fight, right? So Eggs can just sit here and take an advantage. I think Cham's mistake is honestly defending too heavily. I don't think he needed to back away so much, and it's going to give Eggs, well, I mean, now +2 missiles gets cancelled. Like, if he just cancelled +2 missiles at the start and built, like, a bunch more Roaches, he could have just came out and fought this, 100%.
Absolutely. I think he still can fight it. Like, I think he still has the Roaches here to fight off his opponent, but he's a little bit scared. He may assume that this is like some sort of extended like 33 drone all-in or something crazy like that. He doesn't really need to be this far back. Cham, by the way, very late on the roach speed. Maybe that is what's gone wrong here. The roach speed, I mean, he did remake another roach warren there, but the roach speed is not where we want to see it. Yeah, he's probably afraid to come out right now because he doesn't have the speed upgrade on those units.
He could have had speed as well. The roach warren died way after speed would have finished if he'd started straight away at the lair, so... just based on the +2 timing that was on the way, so yeah, I mean, Cham still has the lead in supply. He needs to push out because he needs to retake his third base. If he doesn't do that, then he's in trouble. He's going to restart +2 missiles. He never finished his carapace upgrade. With roach speed, I feel like he should just send it across the map. He's 20 army supply up. You've got to feel like you need to go do something, which is why I feel like you would have the intentions of going. I don't think you gain anything by sitting back, especially once roach speed is done.
This strategy here from Eggs is really blowing my mind. Like, the fake out for transferring drones to make it look like you're droning and then to actually drone behind it makes so little sense in my head. Because he transferred drones right there to make his opponent think that he was droning, but then he actually droned. While still, this is such a crazy build. And it's sort of working out as well, right? I still don't love it, but... do you think killing the third base right there and the upgrades was enough, though? I mean... even after all of that, Cham is still finding himself with a supply lead.
No, I don't think it was enough. Like, it was good, but Eggs hasn't taken enough of an advantage off it. He's only just now really droned, like 54 drones is still a pretty new concept to him. This was not like something that happened during this push at the front when the Evo chambers were being cancelled. If it was, I think Eggs has a lot more money to spend on units right now, and he would have had a lot more units. As it stands, Cham starts to fight with an army supply lead, a significant one at that. The only thing is he doesn't have a carapace upgrade, has to dodge back for some biles here. Drops biles on his opponent, they are not dodged, they are eaten up, which means that Cham takes an HP advantage. Now coming in from the other side, he will remove his opponent's Ravages from this battle, and that's obviously a big deal. No corrosive biles that Cham has to deal with anymore, and he can just stand and fight, and he has way, way more. And this ZVZ leaves us scratching our heads.
That is one of the weirdest roach wars I have seen in a very long time, especially because he now very confidently got link speed and then it achieved very little, and the +1 roach upgrade for the armor upgrade. Ultimately, though, it's Cham playing the somewhat more conventional style in this series who comes out ahead, but what a strange series of ZVZ. Very fun, though.
That was not on my bingo card for today. I mean, when I saw the ZVZ, I was like, yeah, it could be a bit, kind of aggressive, but like completely wild and unheard of ZVZ. Nah, I did not have that one written down in the slightest. So a little bit of a funky situation to say the least there. And that is going to be our, another ZVZ, another series wrapped up. We did finally go to that game number 3, though, which I think we're very happy about. Because obviously we had a lot of 2-0s. It's nice to actually see series go in the distance a little bit. And that does leave us with 2 best-of-3s tonight. As we are going to have up next the Terran versus Protoss of Dolan fighting against Trigger. Following that, we will see Future fighting Nina. The Americas region heats up a little further still. We'll be back with those Terran versus Protoss to start rounding up the night straight after a quick ad break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we've got a couple of TVPs coming your way. Trigger takes on Dolan for a little bit of TVP. Trigger 8-0, 19-1 in maps in his history against Dolan. That is a statement. Trigger top 8 last season. Dolan was here for the American Regionals last season, but was one of the players, unfortunately, to go 0-3 and drop out of the event immediately. So he's obviously looking to go a little bit better this time around. As we are ready, if players are ready, well, let's jump into this one. As Trigger looks to start his campaign for another high finish in the Americas.
Yeah, looks like we're going to be jumping straight into the series here. Both players already confirming that they are indeed ready for this match. Always love it whenever we can jump from series into the next and everybody's excited to play and ready to go. Right? Sometimes we have a moment where there's like an hour of downtime or something like that, but that really hasn't been the case here. Very smooth day number 1 of the tournament. Always good to see. I know that Trigger has been... I saw him sitting in the chat some time ago already as well. I think he's been ready for some time as well to... play his match against Dolan today.
Yeah, no, he's been around a little bit, waiting to see what goes down as we get ourselves set up for this Terran vs Protoss. No more waiting about. Let's dive into it. We have in the top left-hand corner, grabbing the cranky ducklings. It's Dolan.
And his opponent, down here in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura, it's Trigger. Safe to say he's the favorite going into this particular series. But we've already seen the underdogs today do some crazy strategies, right? Do you expect any weirdness coming out of Dolan here as far as his build orders go?
I don't actually know. I cast Dolan a bunch last season. I feel like he's a more standard Terran, but he will still hit the like he likes to two base push or set up those siege attacks that never stop and then gets the liberators early. I feel like that's what Dolan likes to do. It's not cheesy off the first 3 to 4 minutes, but more he's not gonna try to end up in the late game. He's gonna try and be aggressive, but not in the super cheesy way, just in a timing attack way, I suppose makes sense to say.
Trigger actually scouting over here on the other side of the map, just making sure that there's nothing all too fishy going on here. Probably a little bit concerned about getting cheesed out early. I mean, that seems to usually be the main concern, right, for the player that is usually a little bit higher ranked. That they're gonna be caught off guard by something silly. As long as they can force the game to go a little bit longer, that's usually where they will end up being the favorite. So crossing his T's, dotting his I's over here, making sure that he is not going up against anything all too wild.
Just gonna see our CC dropping down. Nexus and the Cybercore all coming up. As our Marine comes across, Probe is just gonna get chased away. And the probe from Trigger on the bottom side is going to come down and just move out. So, yeah, maybe something a little sneaky from him, because a second probe moving around the left side, unless he really isn't sure that Dolan's not being cheeky, is kind of interesting.
I think he's scouting.
Yeah, maybe he's just checking that gold and just seeing if there's anything in the corner. Fair enough. He's just being very safe.
Yeah. I think it's one of those scenarios, right, where this extra scout over here costs you what? 50 minerals maybe a little bit more than that, right, on top of the ones that you're already losing for that second worker. So maybe in total this being super safe has cost him 100 minerals in potential mining that he lost. But ultimately he's now confirmed that he's not playing against anything hyper aggressive here, which I guess for his peace of mind and probably his game result is not a bad idea.
As that Twilight Council coming down, pretty standard from Trigger. I mean, he will play the Stargates as well, but I think he really does love just opening with his Blink in this matchup, getting some good control across the map, putting some damage in. To me, that's kind of everything that Trigger's about in this one, so not really too surprised to see that at all. Just have ourselves the Twilight Council finishing up shortly. And yeah, a couple of Hellions on the way from Dolan. Starport is in the mains, not proxied anywhere, but obviously could still maybe go for some droppy plays, so we'll see what comes of that.
Hellions do get spotted right here by Trigger. That's always nice to know roughly what you're playing against here to make sure that you're not gonna be caught off guard against anything crazy. Trigger's still scouting, by the way, the right side of the map. So really making sure that he is not playing against anything completely unknown. If this would be a proxy starport, where would it go? Well, he's checked every location twice. So he definitely must realize at this point that it's nothing all too crazy. It's gonna be a Liberator here, and yeah, we're just gonna be going into that good old Blink upgrade. Have an extra gateway or two coming up right now. We'll probably see a Nexus here before too long.
Yep, absolutely. Obviously, just the triple gate is not too aggro. It's still going to allow you to apply good pressure, but you're in general going to be focused on still taking that third base. The Hellions are going to move out on the map from Dolan, not going to be joined by a medevac or anything. He's got 6 Hellions, lots of dive potential, but that's the power of the wall off here from Trigger, and he ain't messing about. That's a full wall on his 2 bases. So he is very serious about this. Obviously, Stalkers can blink across that wall. He's just going to sit defensively for now, though, and I wonder if he... I guess he doesn't really do anything. If he's going to... I was just wondering about how he takes the third base, but... Oh, he actually is going to cancel a gateway, so he's just back to 2
Yeah, he's
gates.
just going to cancel it. Oh,
Okay.
almost inviting his opponent in a little bit. That's not going to really work that well, but yeah, he is going to now be able to get in because of that grenade right there. How much damage will he be able to deal? 7 workers going down, 10 workers going down, 11? Liberator in the main base in the meantime also getting some shots. Yeah,
that Liberator really added up. That Liberator was 5 kills on that, so... heavy investment from Dolan because he was 6 Hellions, Liberator 2, but he got a lot out of it, and I genuinely thought this was 3 gateways that we could go and, pressure a little bit as Trigger, but now it's only 2 gateways, and yet you're not going to have the fast third base that you would usually have with 2 gateways because you've lost too much economy. That's why I get a bit, worried for Trigger. He will move across the map. 2 bunkers, not quite ready yet. It's not a lot, but if he had like a blink in the main, I would love it. With a blink on the natural, I don't think I like this at all.
Oh no, he decides to commit regardless. One siege tank does end up going down over here, fair enough. Liberator going back into the main base, but there's still a Stalker ready to defend against it. If you're gonna play this safe of an early game, right? Like, that is the exact thing that you want to try and avoid. Losing 14 workers at this stage in the game already. More going down as well. I mean, that is so much damage done right here by the Terran player. And that's exactly what Trigger was trying to avoid. This is one of these I don't want to die to anything silly type of openers. And, well, he now took an awful lot of damage. Way more than he was intending.
Yeah, absolutely.
Blink into the main base.
As we do blink up and we do start to put some damage out. Bunker will be taking a little bit of damage. It fills up just a die moments later. There's no tank down here, so the tank going down on the naturals may be a bigger deal than initially expected, because now you don't have as much mobility on your kind of, siege defense. Gonna relocate the tank from the low ground, and now the Stalkers blink out. They got a bit of something there, though, so Trigger pulling himself back, and currently a supply block Dolan. It's not exactly great to keep things going himself, and now something just dropped off from Dolan. I guess the Liberator died, of course. I literally watched the Liberator die. I'm like, whoa, where did supply go?
Yeah, two of the Liberators have gone down in this game now, so he managed to get the both of them at this point in the game. All right, so ultimately Trigger is going to be able to get his third base going. He's going to go into Storm as well as that charge upgrade here, but a very safe start, maybe almost a little bit too safe in the end, because he just did not have all of his units in the right place, and maybe even 1 unit less as well, right? Because you're spending so much time just scouting around and losing lost mining time here. Ultimately, though, I'm still liking this position here for him quite a bit.
Stalkers are going to sit, and I mean, just camping out the front is nice. He's now got that third base up. He's retaking the work the lead Trigger should have. So I think that's all great. And you look at what Dolan's at, well, he's just 2 base fully sent in it, right? Like, there's no third, so he's just going to commit off the 2 bases. And yeah, Trigger knows all about it. So with Storm coming up, I mean, Storm is sometimes hit or miss, but if you know you're going to need, X amount of Storms, and if the Storm can be a bit of a surprise, I think he can actually be very good against these 2 base pushes. He's also getting the Immortals. He's also going to focus on Zealots. I think he's doing all the right things to be well prepped for this. Already kind of shaving off a few units with the Stalkers as well. Trigger taking big steps towards preparation for this 2 base all-in.
Yep. Now, are we gonna pull all of the boys as well? That's the question here for Dolan, because he does have tons of SCVs here, but no third command center. Maybe over making workers just a bit. Okay, I was gonna say, we're gonna pull at least a bunch of them to make sure that maybe we can build some stuff on the other side of the map, or at least soak up a bit of damage. One Archon is already coming up. Excellent unit, of course, in this scenario. How many Immortals do we have? Just the 1. This is still going to be a tricky one, but we do have Storm done.
Yeah, seeing this High Templar ahead of time a little bit as Dolan is nice, because now he doesn't, run headfirst into it. That was still a good catch on the edge of the army. A few more Storms available. I do like the Immortals in production. I know he only has 1, but now building a second. These are the things that help you out a lot as we do blink forward daringly there as Trigger. I guess he's got the Observer, so he knows the move that's being made. The SCVs are going home. The Ghost Academy and a 3rd CC are on the way. Dolan's not convinced this time and he's going to get it done for himself. It's never good when the Terrans down their timing attack.
Whew, I was going to say, that was just millimeters away right there from being an absolute disaster for that bio army. Sometimes you get stormed in the face and you don't quite pay attention to your force like that. We see that happen so many times. Okay, if you're going to be ambitious out in the middle of the map, you definitely have to be confident. Okay, some big storms going down. One of the siege tank also gets hit. Second one ends up falling. Nicely done right there by the Protoss.
Yeah, that was a great little fight. Storms were good. We got rid of the tanks quickly and effectively. The Widow Mines did a little bit towards the end. The Zealots should just go in the natural. There's no reason for them to just chill out here, and it's the perfect time. Couple ghosts are here, freebies. Let's take those. We get rid of one already. That's a fantastic start. Ghosts are not cheap units. We do get the other behind the wall off, but it's pulling the rest of Dolan's army home. So Trigger is making even more time for himself as he continues in towards the rogue bay. He's getting a bunch of SCVs, just as Dolan wants SCVs to saturate a third. And that third base has been slowed even further as well. So it's starting to look better and better here. For Basilisk Protoss, cancel a third, pull the SCVs. We're going to send it. I do not hate that call.
3 Templar though, with plenty of energies for storms ready to go. There are a couple of Archels in the mix too, so those 2 ghosts that you see right there with their purple little energy bar, super critical in this particular engagement. He's gonna need to hit some absolute killer EMPs if he wants to obtain the victory against this Protoss army. It sure is possible. Colossi are also on the horizon, by the way. I don't think it's time for a 4th base here, Trigger. I think we just need to hold this.
Yeah, he's going to see all the SCVs now. Storm is nice because obviously Storm can get rid of a lot of those SCVs and stop them from being very tanky, just like that. Obviously, you don't really want to use every Storm on SCVs, but like I say, it can help as the Ghosts come forward looking for EMPs. They honestly don't do that well on EMPing. But an Immortal got hit? Like, nothing has lost shields here. And the Ghosts have no energy left, so Dolan, one of the benefits will be his 1-1 upgrades. That definitely helps him out. The Widow Mine farm is really nice as well. It's going to be able to get rid of a lot of the Zealots that will try and charge into this. As in we go. Widow Mines are going to be big right now. They get rid of quite a lot of the Zealots. Archon's taking hits as well. Trigger's supply is not looking too pretty. This Terran Force is still looking good in the natural. And Trigger, I don't think he's got enough right now.
That Robo facility getting sniped in a natural expansion turned out to be an absolute disaster. If he had a Colossus right now available, this would have been a hell of a lot easier for him, but he's finding himself in a position that he was not envisioning himself in at all. He never warped in any new additional Templar, and even though the EMPs were nothing really to write home about, Dolan just has enough units yet still available. There's a couple of Templar, though, scurrying around the outside of the main base here. He's trying to come in from the north. Okay, he needs to land some killer storms here.
Yeah, he's going to start losing a lot of his production, of course, as we have Zealots aplenty on the other side of the map.
Templar in the main? Oh, okay. Trying their very best, and I think ultimately they got some good hits in, but 2 Archons, I mean, they're basically free to pick up, yeah.
Yeah, that's obviously costly when supply is so meaningful right now, although, to be fair, I mean, 50 army to 40 army supply, the only problem is a lot of the Zealots are on the other side of the map still. The Widow Mines are on cooldown right now. This might be the time to somewhat send it if you want to chase this army down. Yeah, I think this might be it, where Dolan just can't do too much else, and yeah, things might actually get stopped for a little bit.
Alright, so ultimately the Terran army will get pushed back. Dolan now at a 1 SCV. 1 worker and a dream. Where is the SCV already?
The SCV? SCV is over here.
There you go.
With some mules, man.
That guy.
I mean,
he's got friends. He's cool as buddies.
It's okay, actually. I read Reddit the other day. Apparently, this is full 3-base economy, so I think we're going to be okay.
There's Widow Mines, there's mules. Like, what more do you need?
No, actually, he doesn't have any Widow Mines left. Just the mules.
Oh, no, wait. They've already gone.
But with that
there's 2 coming up now.
Yeah, that many mules, he's got Widow Mine production for days.
It is a loophole, man. That's incredible. Yeah, no, this is going to be tricky. That got very close, though, near the end right there. Like, that could have been an absolute disaster. Like, 1 or 2 storms or maybe 1 better EMP. I mean, that could have flipped this game upside down. Okay, well, the mules are going to go down. So, no more Widow Mine production after this, it seems, but...
Yep, getting rid of a few
I feel like this all-in from Dolan has been happening for 5 minutes now.
It has been pretty non-stop, hasn't it? As Storm comes down, Bio taking some shots. Another Storm will come into play. The Medevac's taking extra damage. 1 more Storm. That's going to do it. GG's. Trigger is going to take the 1-0 lead. I mean, credit to him. Like, it was a pretty tricky situation that came around in the end, but he was able to hold his own. He was able to move through. Trigger was able to take that game 1 advantage over Dolan. Wolf and Dolan too. I mean, the choice to pull SCVs right there was clearly the best one. It gave him a real shot of winning. It gave him a real possible chance, which was more than we could have said like a few moments before that, because Trigger was looking as though he was just doing everything right. But yeah, the SCV pull nearly made it a thing. So let's see what happens this game too.
That game was close, but also because of that early game right there, right, from Trigger. So Trigger decided to play a super safe start. So he basically went for one of those openers where you're making sure 100% that you're not getting cheese. So he scouted to the best of his abilities all of the different angles where these starports could be hidden or where any of those things could be at. And then he canceled the gateway to completed the wall off, and the Hellions got like 20 worker kills, or maybe 15 or so, in combination with that Liberator in the main base. That was way more damage than I think even, well, Dolan right there was assuming he would get done. So, yeah, getting another game going like that, I think is going to be very, very difficult. I don't think Trigger is going to let that happen a second time around, but only time will tell. It's going to be Alcyone here in game number 2. Players are ready. We'll be loading in very soon.
Yep, ready, go, GLA, HF being called, GLGLs. The referee's giving them a good look as well. Wow, everyone's getting in on this. So Alcyone coming up as we have game number 2 of Trigger and Dolan, penultimate match of the night. Terran versus Protoss, and so far Trigger getting it done a little shakily though. You know what? Honestly, like if you want to be an America's champ, I feel like you got to be a bit shaky, even in matches you're meant to be good in. Like it just feels like that's what the region's about. You know, like you're not meant to win easily. That's just not very American of you, apparently.
Yeah, playing a clean game. It's not very American. Well, Morty said it first, guys. I would not be going that far if I was him, but...
Wow.
Prepare for some angry tweets.
Bottom left, our Canadian Protoss player from Basilisk is Trigger.
And his opponent, dealing a lot of damage in the early game in that previous match, it's Dolan. You know what? This time around, the man's sending out an SCV all the way towards the top left.
Oh, maybe he is a little bit of a cheeky guy than I gave him credit for in that opening speech in that previous match. Barracks goes down.
That's an interesting one.
That's
because it's not even that much closer to the opponent, right? Like this is one of those proxies where, like, yeah, you still have the cross, you know, like, yeah, okay, it's closer, of course, but it's not like that much closer. Where you're really super excited about it.
It's definitely closer if you draw the triangle, man. Alongside the triangle, you know, if you do your Pythagoras.
Get your theorem out, man.
A squared plus B squared C squared. Yeah, so
you probably have some fancier formulas, Wordy, after all that. Was it physics? I think it's physics.
Yeah, at some point I did. Maybe not anymore.
At some point you remember.
Nowadays
cool
I'm
theories.
Like, Protoss plus Protoss equals bad. Protoss plus Terran is good. You know, something like that.
Protoss plus Widowmines equals winning for Terran? I don't know how this works, man. This is complex. Yeah. Anyways, are we going to proxy the factory as well? Is that what we're going to do?
I do recall, actually, last season Dolan did I can't remember how much he did it, but like, I feel like he at least one time proxied everything. It was either Dolan, maybe it was Massa. That's also a very Massa thing to do. So, yeah, for a moment you said it, I was like, actually, maybe. But no, he's going to put the factory at home. The SCV's just chilling. I assume to come with the Reaper and
he's just living his life.
Nope, the SCV's just going to chill there.
Yeah, maybe building the barracks came with a retirement plan, you know?
Oh, the second factory.
Oh, it's a second factory. Never mind. We're out of retirement. What?
Double reactor cyclones, maybe?
Yeah, I guess.
Huh.
What about Trigger just opens up Blink Stalker? Like, I don't really know exactly how it lines up. But Stalkers are pretty good units.
Yeah, I mean, Stalkers are pretty good. The only problem is getting any sort of tech up is going to take a while. Actually building a Hellion first on the other side of the map. I do not know where we're going. Maybe like a Hellion Cyclone combo and we just push.
He's queued up 3 Hellions.
That is some dedication.
In that first factory. Yeah.
Yes, he knows what he wants to build, man. You know what?
Okay, Armory comes up.
You know, any build works out perfectly in terms of the money at the right times. If you just, you know, queue up the Hellions all at once.
Yeah, fair.
So this is going to turn into a Thor drop?
Is.
Or Thor push, or just Hellbats, or what are we doing?
Well, Hellbats would be very strange.
Well, yeah.
Last time I checked.
That's what I thought.
Last time I checked, there's no Zerglings
But then
in this matchup.
why do we have double factory? Oh
Well,
my god,
okay.
Marauder concussive shells Hellbat. He's actually going to go Hellbat Marauder, isn't he?
I mean, that's the only thing you can really go for here, but I just... Well, it is a Phoenix opener right here for Trigger, which is probably not quite optimal, but... SCV pool? This reminds me of our Zerg vs. Zerg previously, Wardy, where we were trying to make sense of what was going on there.
Oh my goodness, every series in
This
America
may very well
creative.
work out, though.
I mean, Trigger has 8 army supply, second Phoenix coming, that doesn't help at all. Right? Phoenix do nothing here, apart from scout it coming. What do? Cancel second Phoenix, build a Void Ray?
I guess. Yeah, you need something that can actually shoot there, because
No,
those
Stalkers!
SCVs are... Yeah, no, they're going to be able to get the full wraparound over here. Oh, we're going to lift up one Hellbat, okay.
Yo, he's going to do
no,
good
this
damage
is
to
just
that
a complete
Hellbat.
win.
If he got there a bit sooner. Yeah, Void Ray starts, but that's obviously a long way from finishing, and well, the pylon dies long before that. Yeah, this looks as though it's a good enough.
What a game.
What a game.
Well, I mean, he's trying to restart it right now with another pylon a little bit down south, but that one is also getting targeted by a Hellbat. We rarely see SCVs and Hellbats killing pylons in this matchup. This is a weird sight.
And Trigger kind
Now
of
we're
knew
just going to go after the Stargate directly.
Trigger kind of knew something was coming because he was like fully walling off and he had batteries and so on, but he just had no actual units to help him. And obviously the Phoenix just do absolutely nothing to help either, especially when the first Phoenix doesn't go out to scout. Imagine the first Phoenix goes to scout and you just get a bit more heads up. The Void Ray at least comes out and you're dealing damage throughout this. And he's only 5 workers behind right now. If the Void Ray is fighting this entire time, I could be made to believe, you know.
I mean, this is still a one-base all-in right here from Dolan.
Don't tell
right?
me
Nah.
this. Don't tell me this.
Nah,
Cham.
there's no way.
Surely not. I mean, if the Immortal came out,
But you're right, like,
perhaps,
if he would have scouted with the very first Phoenix and he would have found it, he would have canceled the second Phoenix and made a straight Void Ray. It would be killing everything here this entire time.
Yeah, Phoenix
What
are
a
very
game.
good against like harass, but they're not very good against like the straight up like we're gonna throw everything at you all in, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Not when it hits this quickly. So
He's walled them in, by the way. Yeah, I was gonna say, there's no leaving, but also no entering until you kill that pylon there, completing the wall off. Trigger believes in the one Immortal. He's been trying to produce that one for a while, but he really doesn't have a shot anymore in this game. I mean, even if you get the probes out, I'm not exactly sure what's gonna happen here. GG?
GG's. We're gonna go to a game number 3. That's what's going to happen. We are gonna see ourselves a full best of 3 once again here in the Americas. Americas is delivering. Not just with the fact we're going to game 3, but with the way we're getting to game 3 as well. These are some wild matches.
That was such a strange build order, though.
I love it.
Double factory as well, right? Yeah, that's so crazy.
I just love that.
Okay.
I just love that he queued 3 Hellions with the first factory. He's like, you know what?
Yeah.
Hands in the air. Like, you caught me, guys. It's not an efficient build. It doesn't work out exactly, but hey, does that matter when it packs such a punch?
So Trigger went from scouting the entire map to not scouting at all in the second game, which is probably also not quite ideal, right? Like if he would have... Yeah, well, I mean, he didn't not scout at all. He did send that probe scout across the map, obviously, but playing it a lot more conservatively.
I felt like he had some idea of what was going on, right? Like, he was fully walling off. Like, he knew something was a bit strange. He just couldn't quite figure out exactly what it was that was a bit strange. So, yeah, GG's. And, I mean, credit Dolan coming up with something creative. You don't... I'm trying to think. I feel like I've seen a Hellbat Marauder one time, but it's not a common build, so crank it out in your ESL regionals. Love it.
Yeah.
Love the
One
confidence
base
in it.
Hellbat. Yeah, one base double factory Hellbat Marauder against Terran.
Oh, yeah. Against Terran's my
That's a
favorite part.
classic.
Like, hey, what if I do,
Yep.
like, maybe a build that's good versus Zerg, but versus the Protoss?
Yeah. It's like, but what are you gonna kill? Everything.
But how about suck against Stalkers? Watch this. You know, I actually do wonder,
Alrighty,
though.
here we go.
Because there was a moment where the Stalkers got surrounded by SCVs and they just sort of died. There was, honestly, what if the Stalkers carried backwards and they got a bit more damage done for a while? I feel like that was actually a big loss from Trigger, too, because over time, maybe that could have made a bit of a difference. Then again, I guess they were concussive shots, so maybe running made no difference, so never mind. Alright, game 3, top right, red Terran player is going to be Dolan from the Cranky Ducklands.
Once again, sending out a cheeky little SCV. The opponent in the opposite corner, it's Trigger. Representing Basilisk.
Double racks?
Do you just go 4-gate Stalker every game? Is that what you just have to do here?
No. T-Rex isn't that crazy good, right? We saw.
I guess not.
Not only did we see, Foxa trying to do it against Astrea earlier, but I'm pretty sure Trigger was in the Twitch chat saying, this build never works. I don't know if he specifically meant like the version where Foxa was trying to, really convince his opponent it was normal, but maybe he just meant like the 2 racks in general with the 1 rack proxy.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if that is what he meant, yeah. So, double barracks over here for Dolan this time around. I don't think we're going to be proxying a whole lot more, as we probably, there you go, want to go for a command center in the meantime. It can still obviously be a little bit tricky. Oh, we're once again just going to go straight tech lab here. So we're once again just going to go straight into Marauders.
Yes, we are. Proba Trigger falling back. Did see the CC. Should have seen that it was a little bit later than usual, though. So I feel like that's still a little bit of a sign. As what tech structure do we throw down? As Trigger not deciding just yet. Just Chrono Boost now in the depth, which will obviously increase the scouting information on the map. And we are ready to drop down what looks like probably a Twilight Council. Starts the Stalker. He's in position to drop the tech structure.
Yeah.
Does not have 150 gas. So Twilight Council it will be. That will not help him against the initial attack. So this is going to be for Trigger finding a way to survive with basic gateway units for a little bit.
Okay, so concussive grenades are coming up once again here for Dolan. Obviously, that is a pretty good unit to have, the Marauder here, against any sort of Stalker play. Trigger here trying to figure out what he's going up against. It's difficult. Like, did he delay his command center, or did he delay his command center because I was there dancing with my probe? It turns out he did delay the command center, but he built a second barracks on the other side. And at this point, this is still completely unscouted. Now, when exactly do you spoil the surprise here? Right here, right? If you're Trigger, like, when do you decide, okay, this is the moment where I'm going to show my units? Apparently, it's right about right now. You know what? This is definitely a very scary opportunity.
He's realizing something's up, man. He's like, why are 2 SCVs trying to come with these Marines? Start an extra battery. 2 Marauders going to hit a gateway at the front, but if you could just deny the batteries already, that would be great. Or damage on the Stalkers early is nice. There's a depth on the other side already hurt. Is going to go down. We're very close to losing our first Marauder. Keeps it alive, though. That's a good sign. Now a second Marauder. Kept alive as well. The Marines will come. They'll add a lot of DPS eventually, as this one Stalker will go down, but we lose 2 of the Marauders now. Trying to get back onto building the bunker. We have to fight aggressively because you're essentially saying, I want to get this bunker up, but the Stalkers are going to shut this down, and Trigger is going to hold.
Blink immediately fires up on the back of this, together with a Robo Facility. Very fun attack right here from Dolan, but very well handled as well by Trigger, right? Ultimately only really losing like 1 Stalker there, right? To snipe 2 Marauders, not a bad trade whatsoever. And keep in mind that on the back of this, Trigger's only just now got a command center. Is he pulling the rest of the boys? Oh yeah, he is.
Oh yeah, we are.
They're coming across.
I really take it back when I said Dolan wasn't a cheesy player, man. Apparently he really is. And game 1 was so like on brand for what I suggested as well. He's like a timing-based player, and now he's just going to choose the crap out of Trigger games 2 and 3.
This is technically also a timing, I guess.
Yeah, this is the 20 SCV timing. As we show up, the probes will
are
pull.
going to be forced to pull right here to the front to try and fight this to the best of their abilities. Battery overcharge not yet available again already. Those Marauders still putting in a lot of work, but there it is, battery overcharged. Comes off cooldown, and I think that should be pretty nice.
Yeah, that should be pretty nice. Marines and a couple of Marauders still powerful, though. I mean, the army supply is there, but we're getting more and more reinforcements out. The batteries buy you a bit of time. Stalkers not going to have any battery healing now. And this last little shove of Terran do something significant. It doesn't really feel like it. He is on 1 single SCV, which is probably not going to cut it. Stalkers are very microable against everything else, and that is going to do it. GG's Trigger wins game number 3, and does in the end come out on top against Dolan, but obviously was really not easy, man. Was absolutely not a walk in the park by any stretch of the imagination. So there you have it. GG is called, and yeah, the underdogs are fighting back today, man. Like, they are
absolutely
packing a punch. They've packed up their best builds. They've been waiting for this moment, and they're not leaving anything behind, honestly.
Yeah, some very cheesy builds here overall, right? I still can't get over game number 2. That was an absolute banger. First factory finishes, second factory starts up. We queue up 3 Hellions, and we make an armory as well off on the left side of the map. Just such a fun build order. But ultimately, it's one of those things that, like, on paper doesn't make a lot of sense, but in the current meta, it's one of those builds that can just counter what, like, the established standard is, right? So very fun style right there. In the end, it's Trigger that wins, but you had to fight for it.
He does get that win, and we've finally had a couple games at the end of the day so far, going to game 3. If I would have picked one to go to game 3, I actually maybe would have picked Future versus Nina, which is coming up as our final match of the day, not just for Americas, but for every region. Then, of course, day 2 resumes tomorrow with Asia kicking off, and then more action from Europe and America. So, with one best of 3 left, we'll be right back, and then we'll dive on into Future, Nina, one last series. We'll see you straight after this.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back for one more time tonight, today, this morning, wherever you are from, as we are getting ready to kick off into Nina versus Future. One more PvT to round us out. They're both in the lobby, they're GLHFing each other already. And I really feel like this could be a good one. I know Future's really upped his game lately. He spent the summer over in Korea as well, practicing, taking part in GSL qualifiers and all sorts. And then you've got Nina, who I actually feel like has stepped back from the game a little bit recently, but always manages to bring a good level to these tournaments.
No, absolutely. I haven't seen too many of her games lately, so we'll have to see exactly where she's currently at. But I'm with you. This should be one of the closer games. At the very least, like looking at the matches going into today, I mean, we definitely had some close games too. Maybe not necessarily the ones we expected, but yeah. I think going into this series, this should be one of the closer matches of today, so it might just be a landslide victory for the one of them. That tends to be what ends up going down whenever you make predictions like that, but let's hope it's not going to be the case.
Let's absolutely hope it's not going to be the case, as we are ready to kick this one off. We're going to start in the bottom right-hand corner of the map with our blue Protoss player, Nina.
And her opponent, up here in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, it's Future. Being very polite in the pre-game lobby. Hey guys, how are you all doing? Good luck today, Nina.
Yeah, man.
To the point where, like, really?
He was chatty.
Yeah, very chatty. Definitely in a good mood. Love to see it.
Wonderful stuff, as we are going to just hide the barracks out of the base, which is obviously a pretty typical move in this day and age. And obviously make your opponent think, oh my goodness, it could be a proxy. Nina is already checking for a nearby proxy before she crosses the map with the probe scout, so just checking things off her list of possibilities here, essentially, as the probe heads up to the upper left-hand side and gets ready to scout in the next couple moments.
Yeah, it's one of those locations where it's not actually cheesy, but it's difficult for the opponent to figure out, although Nina seems to be heading in that direction. She may just find the barracks.
It's kind of, it's a good idea, right? Oh,
Did she see it?
No, she didn't.
She just barely didn't? Oh,
what?
That's rough.
There's no way you fit a barracks. It's literally in the thinnest part of the lack of vision as well. Like, what?
Wow, that's actually super unlucky.
That's I'm gonna say it's broken, man. Karen's so
now
OP.
she may be convinced it's a proxy over here.
Yeah, especially because that where she scouted is the very common place, because obviously that's easy to bring back into the main, right? So I would not be surprised if she's like, uh-oh, this is a little bit scary. But then where is it, proxy? Because she did check off to the left side as well. Yeah, I guess it's just very unfortunate not to see it when you put the work into scouting it, because you also delay your scout into the base initially too, trying to scout for it out on the map, right? And now a bunker comes up
Exactly.
on the natural, and this is where Nina is going to have to start dealing with this.
Okay, well, bunker is going to be a little bit of a nuisance in the natural expansion of the Protoss. Not the end of the world, but still something that can be quite frustrating to deal with. Stalker, however, is coming up, so at the very least that the Reaper here can be pushed back. The Reaper now is going to work, well, on that probe that was working so hard previously, scouting every location and not really finding anything.
Yep, gonna grab that as the bunker is going to get filled by a Reaper. Next is going to start to take some damage, so we'll fire up some shots, get some damage being done. We just have a Robo facility on the high ground from Nina, so she's going to go Robo immediately off the back of this. Not one of the more popular choices, because, you know, Robo play does not give you the map control and the aggression that usually a, you know, Blink or Phoenix would give you, or an Oracle even. Just have ourselves the Robo still coming about, and we just have ourselves the couple stalkers coming in to clean that Reaper up.
Yeah, absolutely. Now with the shield battery as well on the high ground, yep, I actually don't mind this preemptive salvage over there. Get most of the money back and just play the macro game from here. Okay, Widowmine coming up right now as well on the side of the Terran. We see that starport finishing. We'll probably see a medevac or two here in just a moment, and let's see how good Nina can deal with this early game aggression that we see so very frequently. It's a much discussed build as of late. A lot of players have been talking about the Widowmine start, and can be quite literally very hit or miss.
Yep, very hit or miss. I mean, this Observer coming up, what's really interesting about the Robo when you don't even get a Prism right away, it's like, it almost feels like you have to take no damage from anything, because if you start taking damage and you have no real way to take damage yourself, because the observer is essentially doubling down on like, hey, I need to know what's up, I need to be safe. So then if you're playing a safe opener and you're not actually gonna, and then you take damage, you're gonna be in a bad spot, right? So very important for Nina to have a successful opening here. Do not let this Widow Mine drop do anything. She misses the Widow Mine drop just slightly, so she will not quite know what direction that will come from. Just getting a slight heads up on that can be very useful. So again, a little bit of a shame that we miss out on it.
Yeah, everything's just been barely missed in this game so far. And that does mean right now the Future can get into the main base relatively uncontested. Good reaction right here, though, by Nina. Trying her very best here to get rid of all of this. Okay, that probe is gonna try and take a beating. Can we get the Widow Mine? We can. I mean, that was stellar defense here in the end, despite the fact that she did not see the angle.
Perfect. I mean, that's exactly what you need when you're going to play the Robo Opener. Double Immortal now out. I would love to see a Prism just start getting some way to harass on the map, and there we go. Robo Bear will follow this, so we can start a tech behind it, and then I feel like we can kind of have a pretty okay time from this. So, we get this ready to roll. Interference Matrix is on the way for the Raven from Future, and he just continues into Marine Viking production. 2 tanks already set to go. It looks as though they're going to spread out and get themselves into their siege positions to play defensive here over the next few moments.
Absolutely. Raven up in the air as well. We did see the research on the interference matrix, so it is going to be able to use that ability once again as well. Now with the new multiplayer balance patch, you do have to spend a little bit of time, a couple of resources as well to get that upgrade going, but it'll be very handy right here against whatever Nina is going to be bringing out now. Nina, of course, always a big fan of the Warp Prism play, so not surprised at all to see that one flying across the map right now. Technically a little bit risky, right? Because losing all these units would be very rough, but I guess there's no more Cyclones that can really destroy you very easily.
Yeah, that's true. A little bit safer in that regard. Obviously, Cyclone doesn't have that lock-on range for infinity amount of time. As Stem Combatant +1 starts up from Future, so he gets all of his upgrades on the way. Nina just says, okay, you got a Viking to zone. Potential Raven could Matrix me as well, make things weird, so just going to be safe. Back up. Not going to find anything right now.
Yep, third Nexus on the back of this too. We're going to go into the extended thermal lance. Charge upgrade coming here for Nina. So she is just preparing to play a nice little macro game. We'll probably see Future make an attempt at least to move across the map when these upgrades finish up, but until all 3 on the production tab on the right side right there on the production tab are done, we'll probably see him sitting back here.
Yeah, and just drop a little scan trying to get some info. You see the Reaper coming across to spot in the third, and we'll see the army was just positioned a little bit further forward. Colossi obviously starting to join this army. Charge coming up, so we're finally getting those gateway units upgraded as well, after not going into the Twilight Council immediately. There's a little catch. The Reaper take that out, and the Viking and Raven together. I'm going to pull back through the top, and they're going to join with this army. You mentioned those upgrades. I love the timing, because we're going to move out before they're done, but when we get across the map, they will be done. And I almost feel like this is a lost art from Terran players sometimes. It feels like so many still wait for the upgrades to finish, and it's like, okay, I feel good to get going now. And sometimes you need to be able to stim after units that might try and stop you getting across. But no reason to do that here. As Nina, needs to look after that Prism, because even just Micro and Colossi could make a difference in an upcoming fight.
Yeah, that Prism is gone at this point, so sadly not an option. But the siege tanks do get cut off from one another over here. That's 1 tank down the drain. Interference matrix on both of the Colossus, though. Some nice defensive force fields here, but those Colossi really need to get back up. Yeah,
those force fields, dare I say, game-saving, actually, because I feel like they're very important. Without them, this could have been really bad. Now Nina's going to dive on this before. Future is really ready for it. He was looking to lift up into the natural, perhaps. Viking going to try and fight a little bit, but without the tanks, he will not really have damage on the Colossi throughout this, and that means you cannot really continue. Now you can jump up in the natural. This is what you are lacking, though, as Nina, right? You do not really have the mobility because you don't have Blink or anything to really stop drop play like this, and that's what Future is going to look to abuse right now, going deep into the main. The Stalkers are going to chase after. Run, Stalkers, run, you can get them. But yeah, honestly, just Stalkers showing up. These bio units can fight for a bit, and a few probes will begin to go down finally. Splash damage showing up to shut this out.
Reinforcing Terran units right now over at the third base, but they are also going to get picked up. And those Colossi helping out in that department together with those Marauders. In the end, Nina holds on over here, and that's always that dicey moment, right? There are so many moments where it can accidentally slip out of your hands, but not quite the case over here. That being said, though, we now have the third command center done here as well for Future. So nice harassment right there on the other side of the map, and playing the macro game on the back of it too. +1 infantry weapon, or +1 infantry armor rather, just now started up. So all things considered, that's a little bit late, but getting that economy going here is the most important thing.
Yep, as our orbital command going to begin to morph in. 1-1 upgrade, Storm all coming out. Getting all of that ready as the medevac just sits in the bottom left, just checking what that was. 4 Colossi was actually a really good baseline to still have a hold of, right? The fact we didn't lose a single Colossus through this, especially after the Prism went down, because then you lose the micro potential. You know, impressive to keep those alive. That's going to be really nice. And yeah, now it means that they're going to complement the Storms nicely. And you can just see Future teching up Armory, Ghost Academy, all of those beginning to come through as our +1 armor. It's just about halfway done.
Both players transitioning towards a proper mid-game right now. So for Terran, that means adding on the Ghost. For Nina, it means, well, just adding on a lot more units in general, right? Going into the Storm, going into the double upgrades, getting the Blink upgrade here done, as well as the High Templar ready to get some energy going as well. We are going to fire up another Prism. Very important to have that one at least somewhere out on the map, right? Even if it's just indeed to protect those High Templar and allow some storms, or to, well, for example, warp in on the other side of the map, because if Terran can just focus all of their attention on the aggression, that's exactly where they want to be.
Yep, there's a few Widow Mines leading the charge. A few Zealots going to move up the left-hand side. And we just have Future really taking position just now, finishing the 1-1 for Nina. That's big. Obviously, Future with this kind of split army, really ready to force Nina around in different places. Good observer positioning is going to give Nina the heads up on that, though. Eats a few Widow Mine shots to start. Future gets a little bit of a leg up on the fight with that. And we actually recall a lot of units to the natural, ready for the other part of this attack. However, Future will see that a bunch of the army just went missing. So what if he joins everything together and then attacks half the army? This could be big. Nina's starting to move back across. No, she stops with the rest of it. The Prism is going to have to save the day here. Storms come down. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we do get forward as the Terran, but we took a lot of damage in the process. So at least it wasn't all for nothing from Nina, as the medevacs do get away just before Blink is ready.
Oh, nice splits right there on the Zealots as well in the end, trying to keep as many of these units occupied as possible. That was almost a disaster though, right? Like, that was very close to just being such an amazing fight right there for the Terran, but good crisis management in the end. We do have 4 base economy right now here, properly set up for the Protoss player. A little bit of a drop in the main base. Looks like it will be deflected as well, at least as a couple more reinforcements come up. Here's the interference matrices once again, though. That Raven from the early game putting in so much work.
Yeah, again, a second round of Matrixes off on Colossi is huge, and everything just went down. Not enough damage from Nina because 2 Colossi were not firing. Couple Vikings will help to hunt, and now all the Colossi go down. A little bit of harass on the other side is going to fall, but the most important thing is that Nina's tech kind of just got wiped out because she lost all of her High Templar in the previous fight on the bottom left base. So now she loses all the Colossi trying to counterattack, and her tech is at an all-time low. Future also about to finish 2-2, so it's going to have great upgrades when it comes to gateways versus bio units. Fortunately for Nina, a couple disruptors on the way out. They may have to be her saviors.
Yeah, that Raven coming in clutch, right? It's one of those units you can almost forget about a little bit, right? You see it in the early game, you haven't seen it in a while, maybe it died, whatever. And then suddenly it shows up and disables, well, half of your heavy hitters like that. And that makes that fight incredibly tough, especially because Protoss doesn't really have an easy way to get out of that situation. They can't just, well, pick up and get on out of there from that spot. And it's very tricky, unless you maybe have disruptors coming across too. You can maybe do some bowling, right, while running backwards, hoping maybe you can hit a strike. But nice catch right there by Future for sure. Well done. Going straight into 3-3 as well.
Yep, just not missing a beat on the upgrades, and now I kind of love the momentum he's trying to bring, like thinking about dropping and just keeping on going. Honestly though, a minute ago, Nina had nothing when it came to splash damage. Now she has 3 disruptors, 4 High Templar, actually make it 4 and 5, respectively. So she's getting back in it. Future maybe could have struck a little bit sooner than he did. Could have been nice as the Bioforce continues out through the center of the map. Next is coming up out the front as well. Just seeing the army of Nina moving around, trying to figure out what the plan is.
Yeah, absolutely. So the disruptor count right now is starting to grow. Okay, High Templar still helpful though, despite the fact, of course, that we do have quite a few ghosts out at this point in the game. Still nice against these drops. You don't need to leave quite as much supply behind. There's another Purification Nova. Medevac going down. Okay, we do. Ooh, got a nice hit there as well on both the Ghosts as well as, I think, one of the one of the Widow Mines.
Yep, that was a nice little catch as Bio sims back down in the bottom left. Marauders don't care so much about being stunned. Battery will do some healing, but not on a morphing Archon, so that Archon should go down if we get rid of the Zealots soon enough. Okay, a little bit of healing done. Extra Zealots warp in. Nina holding on. Future is going to get pushed back again. Now Future will dive the right-hand side. Nina constantly having to just dive one way then the other. Widow Mines burrowing, they will help, but I don't think Future has in any position an army that's going to overwhelm, and Nina right back in this game after losing all of her tech is really back on her 2 feet again.
Yeah, absolutely. Great splitting right here on the units as well, right? So that fight on the right has been going quite well while fighting on the left too at the same time. Now we're all the way back at the Planetary Fortress though, which may be a little bit overly zealous, but well, some nice, Purification Novas over here on the left. Okay, getting quite a bit more. Now the Vikings decide to land too. Well, that's not going to be quite enough. Reinforcing units, okay, are going to be okay with cleaning up the units here on the right. Nina, she ended up losing a lot of her units here, but she killed a ton of SCVs in the process too.
Yep, nicely done all together. I love what Nina's doing, just keeping herself alive, finding fights, and just really dealing so well with the attempted split pushes of Future. Like, Future's trying to be here, there, and everywhere, and Nina's just saying, nah, not really bothered by that, you know? I'm just going to deal with it easy peasy so far.
Okay. Colossi, once again, a good option here. I don't mind it when you see those Vikings landed on the ground, right? When it becomes a very desperate scenario, that opens up the opportunity to go back into Colossi quite a bit easier as well. And it's a very cool switch around, constantly here by Nina, constantly sitting around on, well, a variety of different units, going from Colossi into the Templar and then eventually the Disruptors, and now we're, well, going all the way back towards the Colossus tech as well. Future once again coming in right here from the right side of the map, trying his very best to push forward here. Maybe this time around though. Okay, this is indeed going to find a bit more footing. Templar, Colossi, all of it will end up falling. Battery overcharge still available. Fight over here on the left, not achieving that much, but his Widow Mine is going to burrow, but not fire.
Wow. I mean, nice dive from Future on the right side, but just not enough overall. Nina still comes out with good supply, and the thing is, this army from Future is really everything he had, so Nina, the fact she's got an army on the left side, could maybe even move across the map. Looks like she's starting to come over to the right, maybe still worried about what's over here. We stormed to clean up a couple of mines. We'll do a bit of friendly firing, perhaps, with the Stalker. Nope. Okay. Either way, I think Nina, supply-wise, is obviously still looking great, and Future is just struggling to find enough damage with these fights right now.
Going into the +3/+3 upgrades as well at this point is Nina. That was something that was maybe still lacking a little bit. I love the fact that she's now going for the 2 upgrades here at the same time once again. Okay, Ghost leading the charge. Not quite where you want him to be. Ooh, that's another Purification Nova. Yeah, we haven't seen like massive Novas, but they add up over time, right? It's a couple units getting clipped every time.
Yeah, we've not really seen any Novas width, I think, is the main thing, right? Like, they might not be the biggest Novas ever, but just making sure that you're constantly hitting, that alone is really good, and sometimes more than you get. So, in that regard, Nina's doing very well. Future still trying to go different directions. Just trying to set up and get something done. Bio on that bottom left-hand side. Our Stalkers, Colossi, and Disruptors gathering up as well. This Bioforce of Future wants to make a bit of a dive forward.
Yeah, not really in a position to go into, say, for example, Mass Liberator at this point, right? Like, not really set up for that here at all. So we kind of have to just continue doing the same thing that we have been doing for some time already. Nina just expanding all over the map. Future right now adding on more command centers too, though. So there's one extra one coming up on the left side of the map. Maybe thinking about sneaking out one of the expansions that might ordinarily be considered one of the Protosses, but it does start to feel a bit like an uphill battle here for sure.
Well, going to be maxed out though. I mean, when you look at the tech units, I think that's the issue. 3 ghosts only, 4 Vikings. That doesn't sound like the army that's going to come in and kind of win this for Future. He has a fusion core on the way, and I love the idea of some ranged liberators, but he's got a lot of building to do to get there, because he's first got to get advanced ballistics, and he's actually got to add the liberators on as well. All this time, he's trying to be aggressive in ways that are just flopping. Nina is dealing with this nicely, and Nina with a 20 worker lead, if she's not going to take any damage, is going to start building up a really sizable bank so that by the time you have a better army as Future, it might just not matter. Nina might just be able to trade once, rebuild quickly, trade a second time, and really win out. These Marauders diving through on this right-hand side, looking for a little extra, but yeah, well played by Nina. Keeps the High Templar alive as well. Future's going to go with everything on the right side. Nina will have to come from the bottom left, but again, Future's just not finding enough so far. Resources lost in the game, very even, but Nina just obviously mining way more as well. That Storm a little bit too high. Could have been more centralized on that army, and this is where Future might grab something.
Yeah, there's a lot of static defense now, though, set up on all of those bases as well in this area of the map. So even when you do grab that lead and you do snipe a couple of those units, because of maybe a missed storm, you still have to fight your way through like 7 of those photon cannons. And by the time you finally get through all of that, well then, there's going to be plenty of units reinforced once again. Man, those storms have been phenomenal. Future keeps trying to run through the Psionic storms, but it's not happening. Nina has been too good when it comes to positioning them.
Yeah, she really has been. Jumping forward now, jumping on that Ghost Academy. Disruptors here will clip units again. SCVs are pulling forward too. And this is where Future is going to try and survive. The Disruptor shot on the right was massive. As we are going to lose a fair amount as Nina, man, that Disruptor. Without that, Nina is going to have a terrible fight. She loses so many Stalkers trying to recall as well. Future, oh my goodness, now getting stormed again. This game can't go 2 seconds without something exciting happening. Feedbacks into a storm doesn't quite kill the ghost, but brings them low. Future supply still trailing. This is the benefit Nina's had of being up in workers the entire time, right? Because she actually has the bank to rebuild with, and Future is really scraping the the bottom of the barrel, trying to get more units out.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, flying a command center all the way north, we are gonna have to get another base going here very soon, because all of these other expansions, they're running dangerously low, and that's exactly what Nina is trying to avoid right now. She doesn't have that big of an army anymore, though, and sometimes Marines and Marauders can just push through all of this. We're still certainly reliant on Storm here, and this is still a pretty flimsy-looking Protoss army, right? It's not an army that can just... It doesn't strike me with a lot of confidence here. You gotta be very cautious with this.
We have 11 High Templar on the map. 4 of them are being left a little bit far back on this space. I was thinking what's on the bottom. A couple of High Templar just warped in there to make it 13. And mostly sag defense. Nina, the one pushing though, finally Future is not being the aggressor. Can some defensive play maybe be the turning point for him? I know what you're saying. I think this army is quite flimsy, but I'm also terrified of just like, moments like this, storms coming through. The medevac's of the Terran player. I mean, first of all, there's only 2. They're both out of energy. This is the moment where you actually could really do with Caduceus Reactor, that new medevac upgrade. But every storm right now is just adding up because, again, there's no healing available.
Another one.
You can't snipe either, so there's no good way to deal with this.
Nope. Those EMPs have been shut down for quite a while. There's another Disruptor getting a couple of hits in. There's another Storm. I mean, maybe we had a couple too many High Templar. Apparently, Nina agreed with you, and she decided to send them in one by one. Amazing game of PvT. Very well played.
Yeah, that was just awesome. What a great game. Absolutely fantastic stuff between Nina and Future. Really felt like Future maybe had it a couple of times. I really think there was a point where there was 8 Stalkers and a Disruptor on the map. I'm like, Future, go, buddy, go. And he just sits there. He lets Nina get back in. Nina keeps her composure when she needs to. And she is able to take the first game of this best of 3. The last of the night has so far been a banger. We've been saying it all day. For the last 7 hours we've been live, or however long it's been. 6 hours, I think it has been. For the last 6 hours we've been saying, Future Nina. It's exciting. That's actually a really cool match. Maybe the best of the day. And so far, game 1 is living up to it.
That certainly looked very scary, though. I'm thinking back of that second engagement with those Colossus and the Raven disabling them. Like, that looked horrible for Protoss at that point in the game. Like, that looked like it was game over for sure. Somehow, some way, managed to stay alive. Maybe a little bit too much passivity from that point of Future, right? Like, allowing a bit too much flexibility.
Too passive, and then when he did fight, he was so convinced about splitting his army constantly. I actually think from there, even if the fight, even if you wait a bit, but then go with everything, and there's like 2 or 3 disruptors, then brilliant, because then at least you're hitting with full force, and I think that can make a big difference. But obviously, just kind of going a little bit here and a little bit there was kind of rough as well, so.
Absolutely. Alrighty. Nina requesting a quick moment right here, so we'll be jumping into game number 2 in just a second, but that was a banger of a game number 1 for sure. Very evenly matched, right? It's actually really hard to say who ends up winning this series. I mean, right now Nina's obviously leading 1-0, but there were multiple moments there where I was convinced that Future had it.
I lean towards Nina just because I feel as though Future had more winning moments, whereas Nina had... I didn't feel like Nina was going to win the game until like the last 3 or 4 minutes almost, you know? There's maybe one point where she was like pushing and maybe it looked good, but like it always felt like Future had the opportunities, and every time Nina was bouncing back, which kind of says that Future has trouble ending the game, right? So, I mean, great first game. Can only hope game number 2 is going to be as exciting. Nina's ready. She'll be able to dive on into
It wasn't for a lack of trying, though, right? Like, we always just, as Protoss, had just enough units in the right place at the right time. Like, splitting your army when Terran's splitting their army is super tricky, because it's very easy to accidentally have, like, too many Templar here, or you run out of Templar there, and hey, you want to make sure you're kind of fighting on your static defense, but also not too far back. I mean, it's very easy for things to go wrong, and I think Nina, all things considered, under that much pressure, handled it really well.
Yep. All right.
We could have maybe seen a slightly earlier transition towards like Liberators or something, right? That would have been nice.
I think his idea at the end there was good. Obviously,
yeah.
I mean, obviously he probably felt strapped for cash the entire time because he was rebuilding and so on. I mean, just like hectic. But yeah, Liberators would have helped a lot. There was never really an answer to Libs apart from just storming them, which is not actually really that ideal to do. So maybe could have been an option as we have in the top right side. The blue Protoss player who does take the 1-0 lead in the best of 3. It's Nina.
And the opponent down here in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, it's Future. Playing a very nice game, though.
Yeah.
Showing us that the Raven, definitely still a unit to be respected, right? I feel like initially when the patch first came out, we didn't really see it a whole lot, but it's starting to find its way back again. Good to see.
Good to see. There's the barracks going down. I forgot the last game started off with obviously the probe just missing the racks, and then we just missed the medevac as well. But the defense did turn out good. Obviously, Nina, the way to get to the mid game was a little bit funky, not your kind of everyday kind of style, but got the job done in the end.
No, absolutely. Nina got a little bit unlucky there at the start of the first game, just missing everything by just a very small margin, but Future once again. I'm always a fan of seeing these cheeky barracks. It's relatively small, right, for Terran to make this investment. You can just fly the barracks back into the main base. So not a huge loss right here for Future, but I mean, at this point, is Nina really concerned about it? She's got to look around. She's like, ah, dang it. There's once again nothing over here inside of the main base.
Yep, just checking about. Again, has checked a little bit to the side initially as well. And she is going to go just out towards the triangle, which is, again, typically where the barracks is. And this time she does confirm it. So she knows what's up. She sees what's happening. Our factory starts on the side of Future. And we'll see what aggression he whisks up for us this time in game number 2.
Absolutely. Nina going to hide over here on the low ground for just a moment. Yeah. Maybe dance in the low ground for a second and figure out exactly what's happening in this game. Once again, a bunker going up on the other side of the map inside of the mineral line of Nina, so she wants to make sure that she shuts that down eventually, but with some clever warping locations are right over here together with that shield battery, of course. Stalkers are going to be a pretty formidable choice. There goes the Reaper.
That's a little grenade down, nice and cheeky. Bunker finishes, but Reaper hops into said bunker. We continue to just poke our way through that nexus, so yeah, just take a few moments to deal with this. Obviously the battery on the high ground, very safe place to keep the battery, and it can of course heal the stalkers to the low ground, so then he can fight this bunker more adequately. So that is the plan here, as the SCV is going to have, well, second Reaper is actually going to be caught up chasing that probe, just wants to guarantee the kill on that. SCV easily survives it, and the one Reaper doing very minimal damage. The SCV chased away though, so that bunker can't be repaired now.
Nina tried to wall in that Reaper to prevent it from going in, but not quite the case. Well, ultimately, though, the shield battery is still keeping it alive. Gonna hop in the bunker for one final moment just to say goodbye to it, but ultimately, this position will have to be left.
Actually, a good move because the Reaper on the main base now is going to take advantage of the Stalkers being on the low ground. Didn't quite get the bounce on one of the probes we were looking for, and the Reaper goes down, so Nina shuts that down. Hasn't really taken damage here, dealt with this really well. That's that Reaper low, but not low enough for a kill. Honestly, just very well done throughout across the board there.
Absolutely. All right, Blink upgrade coming up right here for our Protoss. How many gateways are we going to go? Okay, it's going to be 3 of them here in total together with that robo facility.
Wait, 3 gateways?
2, sorry. Yeah. I was counting structures over here. It's getting pretty late over here.
Yeah, it's okay. It's counting's harder the best of times, man.
I was counting structures. I see 3 glowy structures.
3 glowy structures, definitely 3 gateways.
I mentioned one of them is a robo facility, and then that means there's 3 left over. That's how that works.
You carry the robo over, and you subtract the warp gates, and you have 3. StarCraft math.
StarCraft math hits differently at midnight.
Reaper bounds away over to the left-hand side. Medevac still setting up to make the dive into this natural. You have the Reaper going to come through and just have some Stalkers in position. Gonna hit that Reaper a little bit. Probes get pushed back. And the Medevac is going to boost out onto the map with these 4 Widow Mines. So a big drop of mines from Future. We'll see how well the defense goes. Nina was so on top of defending in game number 1. If you can bring a similar kind of vibe in game 2, it's going to be off to a hot start.
Okay, here comes the boost. So far, no reaction yet by the Protoss, but she does pull it right here in the end. Okay, we're going to retarget. It's 2 probes going down. Stalker in the main base does not fall. Secondary Widow Mine drop on the back of this too, but so far, well managed.
Just need the Observer really start cleaning up some of these mines that don't want to fire a second time. Oh, we blink to the low ground. The Medevac start 2 more mines in, so this is where Future might find mega damages. Nina didn't realize it.
Ooh. That was almost an absolute disaster, but again, just barely handled correctly there. Yeah. Okay, Observer's out now, and that's what we need.
Yep, been cleaning up those mines on the natural. That's why the Stalkers aren't here in the main, but we will get there. 7 probes dead in the game is going to be for what? 5 Widow Mines. There's still 1 mine in a Medevac as well. It's obviously more committed than usual from Future. He has had some lost mine time created from all this. This Widow Mine will go down before it can fire. Good timing on trying to drop it and get it in place, but Nina was just absolutely on top of it, so a good shutdown in the end. Yeah, that was really well handled, because it's not easy to do that when the Terran is going to start playing all over, and, it's much easier to kind of set up all the aggression in those moments than it is to set up all the defense in those moments.
Yeah, I think we saw the 1 scouting worker going down at the start, so in the end that was 6 probes for 6 Widow Mines as well as a Medevac, and that is not something that Protoss players will be too unhappy about. Those Widow Mines are not particularly cheap to get going at this stage in the game, especially if you also add in that armory and everything else that Future had to go for here, so not exactly the damage that he was hoping for.
Not exactly.
Third command center though, coming up.
I'll say the cheeky Reaper, just able to grab a probe. Plus it's about to finish, battery in the cannon all coming through. Just have our Stimpack combat shield and the +1 attack upgrade building up. As a couple of gateways will drop down in the back of Nina's base.
+1 combat shields and Stimpack coming up once again here for Future, finishing up in about 20 seconds altogether. There you can see it popping up on the right side of your screens. Nice little timing right here for the Terran, a nice little power spike, but the problem is it is lined up pretty much precisely together with the extended thermal lens, and I don't think Protoss will mind that all too much. Giving those Colossi some additional range makes cleaning up these attacks from Terran so much easier. That being said though, Future, okay, he's trying to go up this high ground. I think he's going a little too deep here. Yep.
Yeah, the first tank goes down. These Marauders are going to take some damage. Colossi firing. You see a couple of sentries being picked off. Stalker's going to continue through. Both Marauders end up going down. I mean, good defense so far from Nina. Most importantly, you still have the 2 Colossi, right? So, as long as they have a little bit in front of them, they're not going to get overwhelmed. They should be able to deal with most things. That is the setup we currently sit in.
Absolutely. Another +1 ground weapons is going to finish up as well here for Nina in just a moment's notice. She's still adding on more Colossi, so that's the 3rd one that just popped out of the Robo facility. Yeah, only 6 Marauders here. There's not really a whole lot that you can do right here as Terran right now, right? Like, what exactly are you going to get done with this army? You gotta be careful you don't accidentally march around the map a little bit too much, because there's very little to be found. I guess Future is hoping that the 4th Nexus is going to be built up here, but that's not the case. It's building on the right side of the map.
Yes, it is. A couple of Marines go down. Stalkers will blink forward. Zealots are not with charge, so it's a slow approach. But we'll get rid of all the tanks, and the Zealots can then just pull back and let the Colossi do the damage. If the Bio wants to chase, the Colossi will fire on them. Nina with another good defense. I like what she's doing, honestly. She's defending well. On the right side, a single Marine sees the 4th base coming up, and yeah, just like I say, solid stuff so far. Nina just playing a great game of StarCraft 2. I'm actually very impressed by her level, because I did not know what to expect of Nina coming in. And I know last season she showed up, and we weren't quite sure as well, and she was good, but not this good. So kind of on another level to my expectations here in this winter season. And that's exciting, getting Nina back to maybe her previous form.
Yeah, I think Future probably on the ladder when he plays builds like this will find himself, well, with a win at this point, right? Like he's got multi-layered attacks, the Widow Mines, and then followed up with this aggression and another hit left, right, and center. And so far, Nina has been deflecting all of it really nicely. Not just in this game, but also in the previous one. Mostly just getting maybe a bit overly aggressive with the Colossus attacks, but now in this game there's no Raven to be seen anywhere. This is going to be a scary push, although you do have to respect the Terran army as well. Their forces are very split up. Yeah, and maybe they can meet somewhere in the middle, but okay, apparently she's going to fight the natural expansion here. You got to be careful, right? It's very easy to overextend.
Yeah, absolutely. Just recall. Oh, she recalled so little. But the sight of the recall is enough, and we nearly get there with the Stalkers to deny a full medevac, so that would have been nice. 5 SCVs went down. Overall, this has not been bad for Nina. It's very scary. You're playing a very fragile style right now, where one overcommitment, you lose half your army, and you might just lose the game, but she's really played it to a T. There's really not been a step out of place, and that means that she's so far absolutely golden. Obviously, it's a great style to play if you can be this aggressive, but again, walk the line of backing off when you need to, not letting drops get behind you and do too much damage. Then it's, frustrating for the Terran player, because it's like, man, how can the Protoss be everywhere with this clunky army? They're meant to be, so confined to one place. Prism goes down. That's a nice catch, at least for Future.
Yeah, Future did make a 4th command center on the back of this too, so it's not like he's completely all in with all of this aggression. He definitely wants to continue fighting here for as long as possible, but slowly but surely, Nina's getting to a point where she is starting to outgrow this Terran army, and yeah, ultimately, now we're making that transition as well towards the Disruptors. Ultimately, the damage of this Protoss force is just growing at a very significant rate.
Sentry and Disruptor continuing up, another robo facility coming down from Nina, as we do have units out the front, the rest of this army from Nina in that bottom right. Still split in a couple different places. The army of Future will begin to make a bit of a move forward. We've got +3 attack, +2 armor, all coming into play. Just getting ourselves ready. These next little moments as we do see Stalkers blinking in. Marauder will go down. Zealots will charge through. And this is nice as well. This is all Nina just picking up units, and she's also chasing the army on the other side. Again, 2 armies just winning fights. Nina's all over Future.
Yeah, absolutely brilliantly done. Now the Planetary Fortress over here, though, at the bottom of your screen is finishing up as well. That is a nice thing to fall back to, especially with those SCVs repairing, and definitely a moment where we see Protoss players overextend all the time. Decent dodge right down the Purification Nova. Still, though, this Protoss army is forced to pull back.
That was a good Disruptor shot. We kind of needed one. This actually turned into a very bad fight for Nina, because her Disruptors really didn't just whiff, they actually hurt her. The problem is, when the Terran comes in like that, you're meant to force the Terran back with the Disruptors, but the first Disruptor shots were nowhere near. One of them even blew up Zealots, and then finally one Disruptor shot was good, but by then it was too late. Future had stood in the concave for way too long, and Nina, after do nothing but gaining our praise for the last few minutes, absolutely butchers the attack, and now is more than just on the back foot. She's in a lot of trouble. Money to spend, but she's going to have an uphill battle right here.
A lot of the firepower there as well for like the first half or so of that fight went onto the Planetary Fortress that ultimately did not end up falling. SCVs right there being used very effectively by Future. Okay, we're getting a medevac or 2 at least. That's something. Nicely done right there though by Future, like really baiting that out as well, right? That Planetary was just seconds away from finishing. He's probably sitting there like, come on, come on, come on. Okay, now go. And at that point you can catch those Disruptors off guard. Well, it's exactly what he was looking for and exactly what he also needed, because like you said, this game was starting to look pretty dicey for the Terran player. And right now it's looking a whole lot better once again. We're pumping out ghosts 6 at a time.
Yep, also a lot of ghosts coming through. Stalker's gonna blink. Medevac goes down. The rest of this Bioforce from Future is going to come across, and well, I mean, I do like what Nina's done. I mean, she's been confident enough after this fight to get a couple pickoffs, scare Future a little, and it's given her a chance to get re-maxed here. Upgrades are an issue, currently down an entire set of them. And as Future kind of jumps on this top side, Nina's going to come from the other direction now. Widow might as well do good, splashing those zealots beautifully. Disruptor needs to pull back, deal with the mine. There's one more mine still there, but Nina maybe lost track of it. As Future is not able to go through, and Nina's getting to a 5th base while Future still sits on 4. Nina's still popping a little bit as Stalker's chased down for a couple of these ghosts.
Absolutely. Future once again scared to continue fighting in this location, but that's also because this is only a small chunk of the Terran army. It's currently, well, setting up as well on the right side of the map, maybe ready to go for some more aggression. Another command center will be established at the bottom section of the map as well. If Future can now strike at one of these bases and, for example, take it out, that would be almost forcing Nina into an all-in. So that's exactly what Future is trying to get done right now. Recall is going to be activated. A lot of those Protoss units jump from the left side of the map towards the right. It's starting to look a little bit dicey here for Nina for sure, but she's still maxed out and finishing 3-3 research. It is still doable, but I'm liking this position for Future a lot more.
Prism Orbs and a couple of zealots in the midst of a Terran move across the map. There's Protoss units everywhere, Terran units everywhere. Disruptor shots obviously can be big walking across this bridge. It's a narrow space, so you need to be a little bit careful there. As a big load up for Future, going to rotate around the left side, going to fly right through an OBS. If Nina is watching, she just selected the OBS. I think she knows exactly what's happening. And if she can catch those medevacs, you can see her blinking across. Yeah, this could be so good. If the Disruptors can hold on the right side, she catches those medevacs, although actually the unload has already happened. But maybe Future isn't expecting these units to press forward. If the Disruptor shots are preemptive, Future might not be watching. He dives forward himself. He denies both Disruptors. He gets every single one. That's huge. Now the Stalkers will struggle. Nina needed to be a little bit more preemptive on those Disruptors, and she just didn't get there. As now the Robo facilities get caught. Fresh Disruptor was about to pop. Denied. And a couple of Vikings going to try and get that Colossus. Marauders will help it as well. Future continuing to find pickoffs right now.
Yeah, brilliant movement right here around the map from Future. He didn't realize he was spotted, but he still made all the right decisions there. Hit the Stimpack button and decided to target fire down those Disruptors. It's so easy to accidentally mess it up, but he did that perfectly. Not quite winning the fight as convincingly on the right side of the map earlier now, but I mean, yeah, still taking out one of these bases here would be absolutely massive. Reinforcing Protoss units, though, are becoming available, but that Nexus is in a world of trouble. There's many Marauders make short work of that very, very quickly. More expansions coming up. We have a Liberator transition as well on the horizon. I mean, I don't think Future really needs it. I believe that we are going to game number 3, Wardy.
I think so. The end of the night is definitely stretching out a little bit as our Disruptor shots continue through. Nina had her moment in this game, but Future took it away and absolutely kept it. And just shows you how dangerous Future can be when he does get a bit of momentum behind himself. Having to pull back a little further now. These Widow Mines going to help to clean up the Zealots. Marauders will just absolutely melt the Disruptors, the Colossus, and everything else that's here. And this really should just be GG's. We're going to a final map of the day. Yeah, this America's region has absolutely spiced up a little bit on day number 1. These last 3 maps have been incredible.
We had some very quick 2-0s at the start of the day, to the point where we were a little bit ahead of schedule, but luckily the American region right here is showing us some very spicy games for sure. Yeah, this is turning out to be a very, very close one.
Yep, going to Alcyone for the final map as well, which can be quite a sizable map. It's obviously wild too, because Future's playing so aggressive in the early game. Like, it's not impossible we see a short game if Nina messes up, but that's what Nina hasn't done. She's been so good early, and this time she was really in a great way throughout, or in a great place throughout. As Nina readies up, just waiting for Future to ready up. These guys don't need a break. We're gonna go straight into it. Alcyone is the deciding map here of this best of 3.
Exactly. All right, so these players apparently ready to go back to back to back. No breaks required whatsoever. Curious to see if Future is going to build his first barrack outside of his main base once again. I would not be surprised.
Twice in a row, man. He's onto something. He's onto something. All right, Alcyone coming up. Future versus Nina getting ready. We'll be into this in a few moments' time, so getting this ready to roll out. And let's do it. 1-1, tied up in the bottom left-hand side, our blue Protoss player. This is Nina.
And the opponent, all the way in the top right-hand corner, It's future.
How about a really far forward barracks? Actually proxying it.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, technically it was a proxy, I guess, in the previous games, but a very, very conservative one, right? Now building it on the other side. Okay. Taking 5 or 7 minerals, I guess, for the road.
Yeah. He's gonna use that to buy lunch on the way back home, man.
That's nice. Inflation has hit hard in the Cthulhu sector as well, man. Used to be $5, now he's gonna pay 7. Well, sadly, Nina for it. Well, sadly, right here for future. Nina is gonna scout it. If she can kill that SCV, it is basically game over.
A little brutal, but definitely not great if you do not get the barracks up. Of course, SCVs are great at dancing around. Ooh. Oh, we wall ourselves in only for the SCV to be like, actually, nah, that's a little bit unfair. Okay, second probe gets pulled. What are we going to do? Actually, you can nibble down the depot. That will have to cancel. Now you can put one probe on each side of this, and then extra SCVs show up. We're actually going to kill one SCV. We still have 2 probes against SCVs here. I mean, this other SCV is going to drop pretty quick.
This is rough.
Yeah, it's gonna get up, but I mean, we've had the probes have honestly had a good time. I can't believe our man took his gold minerals and he never got to spend them. You know, you work all your life.
All about that already.
You work all your life for something, it gets taken away. Spend while you can.
He was looking forward to a sandwich, man. That is sad. Oh well. Anyways. This is definitely not the start, though, that Future was looking for. I mean, those extra SCVs were very much so needed because you find yourself falling so far behind if you cancel and then rebuild it all the way back home to the point where it is basically game over. Pulling the SCVs early, though, absolutely the key right here for Future, because finishing up the barracks is the key to, well, building, for example, a factory, right? Which is kind of a nice structure.
Reaper gonna nab our probie, which is gonna be neat. We're gonna actually get a second probe before the Stalker's out, so that's 2 probes killed. Somehow, some way, this Reaper still did 2 workers of damage, despite all of that delay, man.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Actually kind of wild.
Actually can't quite believe that happened. You know, like, that did not seem like it should be the case. Yet, here we are.
He showed up like 45 seconds late.
Yeah. Man, I imagine it was on time.
Not quite that much, but yeah.
Well, you just see 2 Reapers are going to look around and try and find more openings. The 2 Stalkers in the main will try and get over here, and the Reapers, obviously in a very obvious spot right now. Nina sees every move of those. Just going to keep an eye on it. And those Reapers do back it up. Barracks continues to the upper right side of the map as well, so off we go. Back home. Command's in the building on the low ground. And away we head.
Okay, so Twilight Council here coming up. Widowmine drop once again is going to be the option here for the Terran. Medevac here on the production tab together with that Widowmine. And these Stalkers are going to be able to push this back nice and easily. And there's that Blink upgrade.
Still 4 workers went down to Reapers in this game, and that's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Especially now if you get the Medevac out and you start Widowmine dropping right. You know, even if you just start, denying mining time, that can really add up. That can really be an issue. So, things to watch for as a barracks goes down in the main base. An additional one from Future as other barracks returns home. Just the 2 mines, not as aggressive as we've been in previous game with mine drops. It is just going to be the 2, and we're going to focus on other units in more of a pushing style rather than a harassing style. ASAP, basically, from our Terran player.
Yeah, exactly. So, how much damage can these Widowmines deal? So far, Nina has been dealing with them really well, though. In game number 2, she didn't see them coming, but she still handled that aggression incredibly cleanly. Let's see. Stalkers don't have Blink available just yet, but they might just be able to target it down. Okay, not quite going to make it.
Stalker kill? No.
There we go.
Okay. Well, one Widowmine in the main base.
Probe in the main base.
7 kills. That is not good. And especially when you saw the Medevac go across there, you've got to assume there's still a Widowmine inside when only 1 drops on the natural. And she just got a little bit, caught up splitting on the natural. It just took a little too much of her attention. And that's big damage. Bigger damage than we've seen Future deal in the early game for, the previous games. So puts Future in a great spot here. As now he gets that Matrix up as well. Could have a scary time with Matrix, tank, marine drop. Widowmine drop comes back around the side. Nina at least sees it, but it's going to be at least 1 more probe to clean this up. Unless you do some Blink Stalker micro. But all of this is lost mining time as well, remember. As the Reapers come back in. Oh, we get 3 probes off the Widow Mine, a 10-kill mine. It will go down, but obviously that is once again some fantastic additional damage.
Yeah, and this in addition to all of those kills that the Reapers got, right? It's now 15 workers that have gone down in the game. And the cost of 2 Reapers and 2 Widow Mines, that's not bad at all. Maybe she can get the Medivacs. I mean, she shouldn't be, but maybe future. Okay, misrallying that ever so slightly. Also sticks around for a bit longer. This is not quite an opportunity for Protoss to go across the map and then, well, just start doing some of that magical Blink Stalker control. She can certainly give it a try, but this is already a Terran who's very well set up for exactly that. Plus, now we have the Colossus transition once again on the horizon too, but there's a Raven with Interference Matrix researched. Everything's going really well right now for Terran.
Yeah, the only thing that's not here already are the Terran upgrades, which is, a saving grace for Nina, whose supply is not where it needs to be. Down 7 workers. If there was Terran upgrades in play right now, this game would end. Future is gonna get there though, and we'll see where Nina will be at by the time Future gets to attack. A Disruptor on the way. The kind of thing that might be a saving grace, right? Maybe a Disruptor can make the difference. But that really kind of more so relies on Future messing up at the moment than it does Nina playing well, which is kind of the hole that Nina's in right here.
Yeah, I guess we're just skipping the Colossus here altogether, going straight into the Disruptors. Is generally not something we see all that often, but in this case it may just be the right move. There's +1, together with the combat shields, as well as that Stimpack upgrade that you were talking about, and that's going to open up an opportunity for Future to march across the map, and we'll probably see him packing up his stuff here momentarily and preparing for that attack.
Yeah, there's no way he just move out in 30 seconds, and I honestly don't know what Nina does. Like, she does have the Disruptor coming across the map. I was gonna say, like, maybe like a Prism to sneak drop the Disruptor somewhere and get like a cool angle. You can see her trying to set up for the counter. She wants to hold Future back. Future is gonna try and split up to fight these Stalkers on 2 sides. I mean, nice ideas, and with the Disruptor coming in from a bit of an odd position, maybe it can do something. I think Future's going to see it, and he's just going to pull away in time, does nothing, recall on the Disruptor. I mean, now he get the Raven at least, but yeah, Future's attack is starting, and it's a 30, almost 40 army supply lead. It's going to increase as he lose a few Stalkers already. This definitely feels as though Future is on his way to win Game 3.
What Nina needs at this point is a perfect Disruptor hit. If somehow, some way she can, well, hit a Disruptor in the middle of the Bio army, I think
Double
that's
Matrix.
the only way to come back.
Yeah,
there's
Matrix.
the Interference Matrix is shutting it down as well. It can be used against Colossi, but it's still pretty good against Disruptors as well. And now suddenly Future is stemming forward. Maybe a little bit overly greedy, but as long as he gets in this position over here with the Siege Tank, she can't break it, and without a third base, he can't play the game.
Yeah, the third base is big. I think the other thing as well, though, is just now you're on the high ground. It's easier to push into the Disruptors. You have a bit more space to split back as you move forward. So that works a little better as well, as Future has an upgrade lead here. We will see the Stalkers blinking forward for the tanks. That Disruptor shot goes wild to the left. Is not going to find too much here, as the Bio that's left over is going to be way too much. Obviously on top of the Disruptors already. There is going to be the lift up needed, as now we have to step back, and Future not quite going to end it right here, but that was obviously a pretty good start. He's going to unload, and honestly, he could probably just go again. Disruptors, most of them on cooldown. I believe one is not. The newest one in the back there. He's already stimming, so he kind of wants to move forward. There's the shot coming in. And we have a couple Disruptor shots still remaining.
Yeah, here's the Terran bio reinforcements, though, moving across the map. They're now arriving over here on the natural of the Protoss. It's now 3 base Terran versus 2 base Protoss, which is... well, definitely the situation you want to be in. Here's a couple of the Disruptors going down. GG gets cold, and it's Future who wins the final best of 3 series of today. Very well played by him.
Very well played. Played a great series. It was obviously a very fun one. Got a little bit lucky, when Nina committed on that Planetary Fortress in Game 2. Turning point of the series, because without that, we would not have had a chance to even see Game 3, I think, because Nina was doing so well. So excited to see what Nina can do in the rest of the event, because after that, it definitely feels like she's playing some very good StarCraft. It definitely feels as though she's going to be one to contend for playoffs here in the Americas region. So, big win for Future, as that is going to be us rounded out for the day. These are the... Still not pressing the right button on that one every time. Honestly,
it's okay, man. It's the first day.
It's the first day. You're going to be doing this in 3 weeks' time still, I'm telling you.
You can just tell them it used to be the first day.
Yeah. 7 best of 3s ended in 2-0, and then the Americas region stepped up a little bit. Eggs and Cham was bonkers. Trigger Dolan was a bit wild, and Fujanina, I think, was the series of the day. Any disagreements, Loco? Anything that stood out to you over the course of our 10 best
I actually really like the Bly versus Mana series. I really assumed, like, no disrespect towards Bly whatsoever. I'm one of Bly's biggest fans, but I haven't seen a lot of Bly's. I haven't really seen his name in tournaments ever. So over the last year or so, it's been very quiet. And to see him going not just toe-to-toe with Mana, but actually completely catching us off guard with some crazy strategies, I think that was a really fun one.
Yeah, no, that was definitely a nice little surprise to the day for sure. Definitely didn't have that one written down in my predictions, I can tell you that much. Well, with that, guys, we say thank you once again to our sponsors, Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and the ESL Shop. We once again would like to remind you that tickets are on sale for Atlanta. Join us there. DreamHack.com/Atlanta/tickets for the offline finals. 20% off with the code StarCraft. So make sure you get your tickets. Always a great thing to do. With that, that's day number 1 in the books. I'm going to be back here in about, I want to say about 13 hours time, where we're going to start day 2 with Asia is going to be included as well. It's day 1 of Asia, but day 2 of the regionals. And tomorrow it's a triple Rammy. Asia, Europe, and America. I believe it's 11 or 12 best of 3s tomorrow, so we are going to be busy. Rotti is flying home from America as we speak. He is up in the skies, rushing home to get here in time for some StarCraft. He'll be with me. So all the reasons to tune in and drop by. Thank you, Loco, for joining us today. You'll be back on some future days this season, right? So this is not the last time.
Absolutely, yes.
Awesome. All right. You guys have a great day. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more StarCraft 2 action from the ESL SC2 Masters.
You love it, you wear it,
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.